I think I have everything set up. Hi! Hello, Shimmy's down row of seats with popcorn, Dr. Pepper, snow caps, milk duds. Whoa! A good old chocolate candy enjoyer can respect. Hi! Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? I hope you're well. Hi, hi, hi. What is this? Oh, that's my wife. Okay, I can get rid of that. I was like, what is this file on my screen? Hello, hi Nate, hi Andy, hi Lance. Thank you, Torgamus, for the hydrate. Take a sip. Hello, Torg. Hang on. And hello, Captain. Hi, Daniel, and hi, Hot Lava Tube. Hello, hello. Sorry, I had to lean out of the way of my camera. Hi. I need to preface this stream with a warning. I am unwell. I'm in a bit of pain today. So, sorry for how long it took on the waiting screen, one. And then also I'm a little lower energy than normal. Sorry to hear that. Hi. Oh yeah, did I say hi to you, Lance? Hi, Lance. What happened to the eye? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. It's relevant to the game. It makes sense. It's fine. But yeah, I'm not feeling well. But I really wanted to play. I really wanted to stream. So, I didn't want to miss today. I was really excited about today. And I'm feeling much better than I was a little earlier today. I'm not crying anymore, so that's good. But, yes, main improvements coming. Yeah, hopefully I'm feeling better tomorrow. Remember to take breaks just in case. Yeah, we're gonna take it. I don't want to take it too slow because I do want to show you all of the entire game. And there has been some translation updates, so that'd be fun. Thank you for the head pats, Lance. Yeah, there might be times I have to pause and just like take a quick break just to like breathe and drink some water. Please. Respect that. I beg of you. But yeah, we're back with Fear Me. As requested. Okay, hold on. I appreciate it. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Lance, how dare you? How dare you? Thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm not 100% today, but I really want to play Fear Me again, and I wanted to talk about some really fun stuff within the community, because the community around like the people who have played this game are very cute people, and I like them a lot. I've been retweeting some fan art on Twitter, and there's been I joined the Discord server for the game. And everyone is very lovely, and it's very funny being around people who are like, wow, it's feeding my inner creepypasta child. And I'm like, wow, crazy. Me too. If you want to cut out, no, I'm not cutting out early unless I am dying. And I have. That looked really loud. I'm sorry. I have. Still very loud. My pain meds. So I will live. I will be fine. A pleasant 5 months. I'm happy. Whenever is needed, you go ahead and do. Yeah, I'm gonna push myself today. I am currently very uncomfortable, but I didn't want to delay this stream. I really want to play this game. I have actually, I mentioned this before. I actually went the day after Halloween, so, you know, I went and I got the other endings, but I want to show you guys the other endings, and I made a promise. Against my better judgment. I said, hello, Black Rock Shooter fans who are my friends and watch my streams. If we get Earthrise to 2K views, if you don't know Earthrise, you should stream Earthrise. Earthrise, the, oh, Grandpa, you don't want to hear this promise. Earthrise, the cover of Earthrise that I contributed my voice to that Dan White did. It's on his channel. You should go check it out. It's linked in the YouTube description. It's linked on my card, which is linked on Twitch as well. So, yay. I made a promise that if Earthrise reached 2K views, I had a lot of things that I would do if Earthrise reached 2K, and I forgot all of them. But one of them I was not allowed to forget because it was screenshotted, and that was later in the game. There are 2 points where you can pick either between stop the encounter now or go on to the suggestive option. And I said if we reach 2K, I'll pick suggestive. I'll embarrass myself live on stream. And well, guys, Earthrise hit. How many views are at Earthrise right now? On Earthrise right now, Earthrise is well over 2,000 views now. I'm very happy about that. You guys should keep streaming Earthrise and stream Ash Again too. The Ash Again cover also on a Day and Ways channel. Please, 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 please. Go stream those. I beg of you. Earthrise is currently at 2.1k views. Oop, there's a little taste of it. 2,119 views on Earthrise. We're at 790 on Ash Again. So, Earthrise is so good. Thank you. I love it. I love it a lot. So, I promised that I would go. I wanted to go back and show the other endings in this game anyway, eventually. But since Earthrise reached 2K, I have to follow through on my promise. But it's under the condition of this is the stream where I want to show you guys as much of the game as possible. Okay? It is very good. You should play it for yourself. It is a lot of fun. It's just very silly, very fun, very MC making bad choices. But I actually played this on my lunch break at work the next day. So if we go into the into the album, there are some CGs missing. There's some things missing here. There's some things missing here, you guys. And I got almost all of them. And we need to go and we need to collect all the CGs. Obviously, we need to collect all the little art that shows up. We need it. And I want to go through as many options as possible because I didn't see all of the options. So we're just going to start anew. Do we want to leave easy mode on? I think I know all of the correct options at this point. I might have memorized them. Whoops. But do we want to leave that on or no? It might be better for getting other endings. Because if I want to show you all the endings... Actually, I can just get all the best points. All the best options. And then I can just pick like... Oh, guys, I got the worst ending. My bad. But yeah. So, yeah. That's what we're doing. Much to my chagrin. I did put out my going live treat, right? Yeah, I did. Yippee yahoo yay. Okay. Shall we jump in? I forgot to ask. How are you guys doing? Sorry, I feel like I'm talking so slow today. How are you guys doing? I hope you're well. I hope you are well. Better than I am at the very least. Better than I am at the very least. Oh wait, the game is the wrong size. Hang on, it's bothering me. Hang on, I need to fix this. There we go, that's better. I was gonna kill me. Alright. I'm doing good. Trying to draw but doing horrible. What? No! I think trying to draw in general is a good thing. Just putting all your effort in, that's a good thing. I respect it. Hang on, I do need to drink some water, so. Yeah, I'd like to dedicate this stream to NT on Nate. Can't complain about it. Day's just over. Ah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. That's fair. Alright, I think we're gonna leave we're gonna turn easy mode off. I'm gonna show you guys how well I know this game, obviously. Well, easy mode, then you guys won't know. Which proves myself more. I don't know. I'll leave it on, and then you guys can see when I pick the correct options, and you'll be like, "Ah, Stella, you know Jeff so well." And I'll be like, hey, no. I've played this game a good couple times. I have problems, okay? Anyway, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna start brand new. So if you haven't seen the story before, you'll be able to get to see the story. Am I gonna voice act all of it again? Probably. I haven't used a pencil in half a decade. That's crazy. Well, good luck. Good luck with holding a pencil. Remember when you dive? Yeah, but I was doing that on purpose. The last time we played this game, I was doing that on purpose because I wanted to see all the options. And then the options were also different from the demo. And I was like, hang on, I'm a little confused. I thought I knew how to play this. But I want to see all of them. I haven't gotten all of the dying CGs yet. So we need to get those as well. I think I haven't at least. Hang on, let's go. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, we're at the start, so hang on. No, the dying CGs are here. Never mind, I got all the CGs where you die in the end, so we can just kind of skip through those, you know, I'm sure. But we haven't gotten this one yet. We haven't gotten... Have I gotten all of these yet? Yep. We've gotten... We're missing 2 of those, and I know how to get that. We have to self-sabotage a little bit. These we got. This one we don't have yet. We have these. We don't have all of the... Do we? We don't. We don't have the one where Cindy lives. So we need to do that. We got my boy. We're missing one here, and I'm afraid of that one. We got this one. We're missing one. We're missing one here? I didn't know that. We got that thing. I'm missing one there. So we need to get all of them. All right. Let's jump in. We're back into the fray. Back into fulfilling my middle school dreams. Oh, the room was silent, illuminated by the warm midday light filtering through the window. Do we want to reread all of it? Or should I skip through? Ah! Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there. Oh, hi. Hola. Hi. Oh, hi. How are you doing? Hi. For anyone confused, Nisa! Hello! Nisa made the game! Nisa is the one behind this wonderful, wonderful game that fulfills my childhood dreams. Well, embarrassed now. Embarrassed. Up to you. We'll probably read through most of it again since I have played it already. We're trying. So I know a celebrity in my chat. What the fuck? But I do want to see all the CGs I haven't gotten. So I think we'll quickly read through it, and I'm going to be picking the options that I know work for whatnot, and then we'll go back at the end, and we'll go back and pick the options that we have. Maybe not. We'll feel it out as we go. Okay. Vomits all over the place. Nervous now. It's funny, I haven't still shot their eye out. No, that didn't shoot my eye out. Do you know what happens in this grandpa game? English is so hard, you guys. Okay. We're starting from the beginning again. Brand new. Wait, hang on. We should get rid of this then. We don't need this right now then. Put it over here. We don't need that yet. I have 2 eyes right now. Everything's fine. I don't need... Wait, no. Actually, technically in this part I do. What CGs are you missing? I know how to get... I'm pretty sure I know how to get them. I'm just, I get nervous. Let's go back through. We are missing... We have all the dying ones. I have all the day ones. We're missing this one. We're missing 2 when we die. Which I remember from the demo. And then we're missing this one, which I think I know how we get that. We're missing the one where Cindy survives. We're missing what I can only assume what that one's from. This one I'm not sure. I don't remember what that would be. And then this one I'm sure I know where that is. It'll be fine though. It'll be fine though. But yes, I haven't shown you guys the true ending yet on stream either. So there's that. Actually, technically this part we do still put that back. We need this for just this scene. Okay. Oop. yeah, exactly. I don't know if you saw the first stream where I played the game and I was like, asked, but my chat demanded. My chat demanded I go back for it. So the room was silent, illuminated by the warm midday light filtering through the window. You looked anywhere but at your therapist. Yet you didn't... Oh my goodness, I can't speak. You didn't yet feel comfortable enough to speak freely. Attending these sessions felt like a chore, more than for your own good. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry guys. I had a really bad headache today too. Excuses. Anyway, attending these sessions felt like a chore, more than for your own good. It seemed like a way to keep an eye on you. You know you have no obligation to talk about him. The therapist watched you patiently, leaning calmly against the back of his armchair. You can talk about whatever you want. You scoffed ironically, offering no reply. Hydrate, think of it, the hydrate, take a sip. It had been 7 days, enough time for someone to change, don't you think? Instinctively, you raised your hand to the left side of your face, where a patch covered your left eye. Dun dun dun. No, it's okay. No, the English here isn't bad. I'm bad at reading. I'm bad at reading. Reading aloud is hard. He hurt you, there's no doubt about it. The police, the hospital, everyone has their version, but I want yours. You shrugged. That's fine. Silence is an answer. You looked towards the window. Your reflection silhouette was visible in the glass. Even though you couldn't see yourself clearly, your posture and expression were noticeably different from a week ago. Day 1. Woo! And we're back! Hang on, now we can... Put that over there. We don't need that right now. We're back when I have 2 eyes! Crazy. The English is good. I would know. My English is bad. I have a degree in English. I would know if it was bad. The start of your shift is like a life start button. I love all the little like cliches, fourth wall things in here. They're so silly. You have a clear routine. Wake up, work, and sleep. You have no legacy, no ambitions, no pending matters. You fulfilled your duties as a student and finished school. But you lack the motivation to pursue a dream or a goal beyond where you are now. You feel as if you don't have a starring role in the world because nothing special has happened to you. Yet. In fact, one could say you let apathy guide you. An apathy that numbs your strong emotions. A roller coaster ride? Pleasant. You trip and fall face first in public? Not the end of the world. Positive or negative, your emotional range was very low. Like a perfect blank canvas. Anyway, you try to make your life as comfortable as possible. As strange as it sounds, you work at a video store that only attracts nostalgics and cinephiles. I think last time we picked movies are okay. Maybe we love movies this time. The main reason you took the job is because you like it. You can spend hours watching movies and never get bored. The place is colorful enough not to depress you just by being there, and if you're lucky, you might run into an interesting character or two. Oh, if we're lucky, yeah. Luck's on our side today. Of course, besides the characters that already exist. The best girl! The best girl! The best girl! Absolute cinema. Catching up on last time. For a moment, I thought you wouldn't come. The best girl! She's back! Cindy, your coworker. She's not very good at her job, which is saying a lot since being an attendant at a time-lost store doesn't require much effort. But she's the owner's daughter. You're the other full-time employee, and you do well. You two don't get along great, nor terribly. You tolerate each other. Where's your badge? This happens too often at my actual job. I will be digging through my badge. Do I know where my badge is? My name tag I usually find because it's magnetic and I stick it on my bag, but do I know where my... I think I might have misplaced my badge. This is a little too real. Instinctively, you reached for your neck, and indeed, your employee badge wasn't there. It's strange, but I feel like I can't say your name without your badge. Cindy shrugged and retreated to the back room with a box full of movies. That is, honestly, looking at that line, it's so funny. Like, I won't even acknowledge you unless you have your name tag on. You are so forgettable. Moving on anyway. Somehow, what she said made sense. It was as if you couldn't remember your own name unless it was written right in front of you. Real. As if names only existed if someone else spoke them aloud. I love Cindy. We love Cindy in this house. We love her. Oh, well, you remember taking it out of your things when you arrived, so it was most likely still in the store. I know where he is, but last time we looked around at her, she's my favorite. I think, honestly, she's probably my favorite too. I think she's chat's favorite as well. Every time the doctor was around, we were like, get out of here. Where's the cute girl? Where's Cindy? Oh, the back room. Maybe you dropped it in the back room, but you only found Cindy looking at her phone next to the boxes she'd taken back. Cindy gave you a quick glance, then went back to ignoring you. You followed her example and focused on finding your badge. Nope, it wasn't there. Aisle 1. Among the shelves full of action movies, your badge was nowhere to be found. Counter. You checked behind the counter. Nothing on the floor. And aisle 2. You leaned down to try and get a better look at the floor, hoping your badge was around somewhere. You moved down the small aisle, determined, past shelves packed with horror and thriller movies, until you spotted the unmistakable piece of plastic, almost at the end of the aisle. Salazar's kind of creepy, I know. He's a freak! He's a freak! But so is Jeff, so who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? We're here to romance a serial killer, and I'm judging the man who's obsessed with his patient? Yeah, I guess I am. Maybe I'm the freak. Freak. Nate, if anyone's the freak here, it's you. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely. It's like, bro, have you ever heard of something called personal space? Boundaries? At least Jeff even respects boundaries. Jeff is like, all right, you won this round. Bye-bye. Salazar's like, so I saw you were grocery shopping. Can I help? Does he? He does! I mean, he does. Later in the game, when you push him away, he's like, fine, I guess. So, you know, maybe you gotta, you know, you take the good and the bad. Kind of obsessed with you, and a doctor kind of obsessed with you, and a serial killer, you know. Basically equivalent. Just got back from raging over Roblox energy assault. Oh no! The guy was also in the store, Stella Copium. What? No, it's fine. It's not like I have biases from when I was like 10. I should have for this stream went back and found all of my old Jeff the Killer fan art from when I was like 11 years old. Nate is worse than a fictional psychopath? No, I'm just saying he's a freak. Simple as that. Until you spot the unmistakable piece of plastic almost at the end of the aisle. Also, Jace, I hope that you're able to calm down from Roblox. It is just a game after all. And then you can kind of like just chill and relax and do something that doesn't stress you out. You were reaching for your badge, but a white hand got there first, slowly picking up the plastic piece. You looked up and found yourself facing a tall, hooded man with his face covered. He just stares. And stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes. He looked like a potential criminal or someone with a bad cold. Again, we're going to the extremes here. But you didn't have the energy to worry. You straightened up, standing face to face. The man seemed to ignore you, more interested in your badge in his hand. Oh god, do I have to pull out a Jeff voice? Is this yours? I can't, guys. Someone get on call with me if you have a nice deep voice. You're reading all of Jeff's lines. His voice, muffled by the fabric, was deep and slightly raspy. You nodded silently, looking at the man suspiciously. A hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. He does. He looks like he's gonna rob the... He's hiding in an aisle, grabbing badges, and he's dressed like this. At night, this man's 100% gonna rob the store. Oh no, our old movies, our old classic films. Blockbuster, no! You nodded silently, looking at the man suspiciously. By the way, he cocked his head. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's a little weird. By the way, he cocked his head. Prove it. Now you could finally visualize your name. Your name is... My name is Stella. My name is Stella. I think it was funny when in the demo I was like, Stella Fos. And it was just always like, hi, Stella Fos. My full name. My full government name. Obtain me some cookies and milk. Ooh, now you're a nice cozy night. A nice cozy night of romancing a serial killer and cookies and milk. What could be better, honestly? My name is Stella. The man looked at the badge in silence, and for a moment you truly thought you might have been wrong after all. But then he offered you the piece of plastic. My name's actually Blondie, the beer's historian. All right, Stella. You took the badge in your hands, giving the guy a look. Mock him, you freak! You freak! Who are you, the badge security? The man shrugged, unconcerned. I just wanted to make sure I gave it to the right person. I clearly work here. Ayo, Ato. He chuckled. Yeah, but it could have belonged to someone else. It literally has my photo printed on it. How many people look like a glowing blue star person? Yeah, okay, Jeff. I didn't have to get to go to Blockbuster, but I went to the library. Ah, that's fair. Oh, I remember when my local library got rid of all of their VHS tapes. They were just there one day and gone the next. I was so upset when that happened. Oh, we had a local Blockbuster too. It got turned into like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a bootleg dollar store. It was really weird. But they still had at the entrance the film slot and everything where you would put your VHS and your DVD back into. And they kept the aisle display where like you could get all of your candy. And I was like, I used to get gummy sharks from here every Friday. It's just not, no, it was like, I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't a dollar store because everything wasn't $1, but everything was like, it was like if Temu, which did not exist at the time, it was like if AliExpress had a storefront. It was very odd. It was very odd. I miss those days though. I miss those days. Luckily my library now has a pretty good DVD collection, but not a lot of VHS tapes. As in, we do have VHS tapes, but they're all hiding in a box in the back, and I'm tempted to swipe them. I know I can't, but I would love to. I love the voice you do. Thank you. I'm trying. I don't have a very deep voice. I was broke, Corporal. Oh no. The man waved it off dismissively. Would you have preferred if I gave your badge to just any uniformed person who claimed it was theirs? His logic was strangely convincing. I guess not. The man cocked his head with a smirk. You couldn't see it through the bandana, but you knew he was smiling. See, I'm not so bad. The fact that he said it made you think the opposite. You silently put the badge around your neck while he remained motionless in his spot. You slowly moved toward the counter. The guy stared at you as you moved, which only made your discomfort worse. You decided to ignore him, shifting your attention to one of the monitors next to you. You could, if the hooded guy from before would stop wandering around the store so suspiciously. You tried your best to ignore him, but it was impossible not to notice him. Maybe he was doing it on purpose. Hey, Stella. At the sound of your name, you looked up at Cindy, who had come around the counter to a stand next to you. Did you see that guy? He's been here for a long time. You looked where she was subtly pointing, and of course, she was talking about the same guy. Yeah, I saw him. You shrugged. A very logical reaction, right? Maybe he's deciding what to buy. He was probably just a weirdo you'd see once. No big deal. Yeah, no big deal. It's not like he's gonna be stalking us for an entire week. That's crazy. Haha, no way. Sure, I like having 2 eyeballs. Anyway, Cindy, as annoying as she was, wasn't easily flustered. He's just a weirdo. We see those every day. But this one feels different. You were starting to believe Cindy had watched many movies, and then you remembered she didn't like cinema and only worked in her dad's store. When I talked to him, he didn't seem dangerous. Cindy turned to you, surprised. You talked to him? Did he say anything strange? Yeah, he said a lot of weird shit. He asked for my name, my credit card, my social security number, my 3 sizes. And by the end of the week, he probably knows all of those. He asked for my name. That's a very strange question. Huh? Why? He picked up my badge, I guess to verify it was mine. Cindy held her chin thoughtfully. It was a little weird, I guess. Cindy looked at you in silence for a few seconds, then sighed. Hi, Tippy Lee, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Also, Nisa, I forgot to ask, how are you? I hope you are well, and thank you for making this wonderful game, by the way. If he makes you uncomfortable, I can ask him to leave. Cindy shook her head, glancing at the guy. You're probably right. Okay, I'll leave you to it. I'll go check the inventory. Sure. You settled into your designated chair, and before you could pretend to look at the receipts, Cindy spoke again. But if he does anything suspicious, let me know, okay? Thank you, Cindy. Unless she has her AirPods in and she can't hear us banging at the front door for help. That would suck. That would be pretty bad. Thank goodness that doesn't happen, right, chat? You nodded silently. Cindy didn't wait for a verbal response. She just went back to her task. You kept your eyes fixed on the monitor screen for a moment. Out of the corner of your eye, you glanced at the aisles. The guy was still there, just standing menacingly. He was looking at a shelf that held nothing particularly interesting. And then he looked at you. It wasn't a quick or distracted glance. It was direct. Meet his gaze. If someone's staring at you, chat, what you have to do is you gotta go like this. And eventually, one of you will look away, and that determines it's a test of will, honestly. It's a test of will. A girl's girl. We love her. We love her. You returned his gaze with the same intensity. You didn't know if you were doing it out of bravery, stubbornness, or simple curiosity. Spite, probably. But he didn't blink. And then, he made a slight gesture. An almost imperceptible nod of the head. As if he were greeting you. You decided to ignore him, turning your attention back to the monitor to remove the CD from the player. As you put the CD back in its case, you looked at your options. Ooh, I kind of want to see all the options for if we pick different movies, so I am going to make a save here. I'm on the last page. We don't got a lot of room for this. It's okay. I can probably just go back and be like, yeah, guys, we can pick this and it'll show you the different things. But I wanted to play through the whole thing again because it's fun. I'm beelining it for the quick ending. 1998? Who knows? Probably not. Probably not. I do really love that Jeff has aged with the game, since the original kind of like story. I think that's pretty funny. I think that's pretty fun. There are like, what is it? There's like 3 different main Jeff the Killer stories. There's the original one, and then with Jeff that people are like, it's Jeffrey Woods, and then there's Jeffrey Hodek, and then there's the rewrite, which I've not read. It's too long, guys. It's too long. I will read the new official Jeff the Killer canon eventually, but it's a long story. I could be reading Rod Rena fanfiction in that time, which I have been. There's one on AO3 that has been very good, very in character. I need to get back to writing fanfiction. It's been a long time. But reading it is also fun. I'd assume they were into me. Okay, note taken, do not stare at Lance. Do not stare at Lance. Got it. I'll breathe into their neck. Yeah. You should. No. I'm gonna reinstall. Okay, Jace, good luck. Maybe play a game that doesn't stress you out anymore. There was a really brief period in the late 90s before DVD. Yeah! I know about that. I know about that time. Do you guys remember when Netflix was a DVD rental, specifically? That was crazy. Before it was streaming, I remember those days. I feel so old. The CD movies. Yeah, no, that's fair. Fanfiction about a literal fan. It could be like the fan from Five Nights at Freddy's. Freddy's. A lot of people wrote fan fiction regarding the fan. A Netflix DVD. You should really return it. I don't have Netflix DVDs. We never ordered any, but I do still have quite a few Redbox discs. I have heard of Five Nights at Candy's. I have. Don't feel old. I'm young and I remember those. Okay, I'll take it. That's fair then. Immediately stares at Lance hot lava tube. You like what you see? Wait, is Hopper here? Is Hopper here? Did I miss him? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm not paying attention to chat. I'm so sorry. You enjoy the scares and the atmosphere that horror movies create. I do genuinely enjoy horror movies so much. I still have to go see Weapons. I still have to see Weapons. I've heard it's amazing. I have to watch Weapons. You're about to pick a movie until a sudden sound of someone leaning on the counter in front of you distracted you. Personal space, my dude. Again, the stranger was there, this time in front of you, looking intently at the CD in your hands. Yeah, I have a lot of VHS tapes. I had a huge collection of VHS tapes, and I have gotten rid of none of them, so now they all live in my garage. I love a good VHS tape. When it's kind of old and crunchy and the picture doesn't come through, you can't read what any of the preview text says anymore. Mwah, I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. What movie? Hang on. Where did I put my voice for this? It was low, and it was, what movie are you gonna put on? Hey, Phantom! You'll have to battle my evil ex. Someone jumped the killer, so I think Turnip was right. I'm playing it because I promised if the cover of Earthrise by Starset, stream Earthrise over on a Dan White's channel, linked in YouTube. You know, it's on YouTube. I promised I would play through and pick the suggestive options. And Earthrise hit 2K. It's not my fault, Ame. It's not my fault. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, by the way. Excuse me? I want to know what movie you're going to put on. Is that a crime? No, of course not, but come on. I'm undecided. Maybe you can inspire me. You looked at him in silence for a moment, then sighed with weariness. Tremors? I remember going through these and I was like, is Tremors a horror movie? The Thing, a classic. Scream, classic. See, the thing is, the correct answer is obviously the slasher movie. This was something I loved, where it was like, you had to know the movies, kind of. Meet the Fockers, my favorite horror movie. Scream's the slasher. You gotta pick the slasher. I wish Psycho was on here. I love Psycho. That's such a good movie. That's such a good movie. That's like one of the best horror movies. It's more a suspense thriller, but it's so good. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't count really as a horror movie these days. But does The Exorcist count as a horror movie? Is that movie really scary? I wasn't very afraid of it. Anyway, Tremors was one with Grant. Yeah, I know Tremors, but I'm like, does it really count? Because that's like, to me, I put that in like the big monster movies. Scream or Pulse. Yeah. Pulse. Yeah, I think Pulse is the only one I hadn't heard of. I was like, I know all of these. What is this? Scream. The original Scream is also good. Oh, a classic slasher. Interesting. Well, did that help you decide? The guy cocked his head now. Cocked his head. Now you knew for sure that he would... I can't speak. I forgot. Look, he looks at you. The guy cocked his head. Now you knew for sure that was his way of showing mockery. I cannot speak. A little. Though what caught my attention most was the genre you chose. You raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? And what about it? Horror. His tone dropped. Interesting choice. It always says something about the person who prefers it. I thought you were an English major. I got my degree in writing, not speaking. Not speaking. Yeah, no. That's definitely. I totally got that. It was awesome. I loved it because you had to know what the movies were. I thought it was really cool. I got the receipt. This is horrible. Look, Turnip. Okay. Pause. For context, if you don't know what Ame is talking about, I need to go in my DMs with Turnip. I was browsing around. I forgot what I was doing. I was looking for to see what other people did for thumbnails when they were playing this game. Because I was trying to get inspiration for thumbnails because I am terrible at making thumbnails. Right? Terrible at making thumbnails. And I came across this website solely because of what it used for the image when I saw it on Google. And I was like, wait a second. I know that image. Here. There's actual images for the game. Why is my thumbnail there? Why is it my thumbnail? I was so confused. And so I sent it to Turnip, being like, Turnip, I was just looking for an image to use like for inspiration for my thumbnail. And then she had to go and say what I tweeted out. Can I put, hang on, let me pull that up too. Hang on. This will do just fine. And then she had to go and say that stupid thing she said. Where is it? And this website, by the way, is like a tracker for visual novels and whatnot. So it's meant to track like your scores and whatnot. And then Turnip said this thing to me. She said, OMG, you're the face of Jeff the Killer, fuckers everywhere. And I said, I'm gonna cry. Don't say that to me ever again. And she smiled and I said, I hate you. And then she said, hee hee. And that's my friend. I was like, Turnip, you can't just say that to me. So friendship is now ended with Turnip, but there's the context for that. There is a guide. There is a guide. Someone made a guide for your game. That's crazy though. That's crazy though. Me personally, Flip's hair, I don't need a guide. I don't need. She's not right. She's wrong. She's wrong. You're the source of elite gaming strats. Oh man. All right. Well, my Oshi is thriving. Anyway, I'm not a freak! I'm gonna pay. I'm not listening to you guys. I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna play through the game and I'm gonna show you guys the true ending and you're gonna be like, whoa, Stella, you do know how to riz a serial killer. You do know how to riz your middle school husbando. And I'll be like, yep. Jeff the Freak, no, stop. I brought you more chaos. Don't you love it? No! Yes, I do. Anyway. Interesting choice. It always says something about the person who prefers it. Like what? That you're looking to feel something real. Or you want fear to have a face. Something you can understand, even if it means danger. His words were soft, but they pricked like needles under your skin. Or maybe I like strong emotions without putting myself at risk, like everyone else. But you're not like everyone else. Well, that phrase needed to be removed from the visual novel bingo card. He moved a little closer to the counter. He didn't invade your space, but it was as if he caressed it. Do not caress my personal space, Jeffrey. I'd like social distancing, please. You don't seem to be afraid. Should I be? Depends. Do you prefer to see horror from the outside? Or have it stare back at you? This is where, you see, we have panic buttons at my work, where if something like this happens, you press the panic button, it calls the police. I would be like, panic button. Please, cops, please, please, please. Go with it. I guess it depends on how pretty the face of the horror is. Bye, Ame. Bye, Ame. Good luck with your work. If you're a freak, then I am too. God, you know. Alas. He tilted his head slightly as if you had said something he didn't quite expect, but he didn't seem surprised either. Wow. Keep in mind that sometimes pretty things bite too. Rawr. He glanced at the shelves for a second as if looking for something, but it was obvious he wasn't. Or maybe you like being bitten. Who knows? He shrugged, as if downplaying his own words. You can't just say that to someone. I have to clarify this. You don't just say, do you like being bitten? There are people that know things about me. I don't like the context of, hang on a second, there's some dangerous art out there that has been drawn. I didn't mute yet, I'm screaming. What happened? Look. Who just says that? Look, it's funny. Anyway. Stella works at a library and uses the panic button for Dewey Decimal. We don't have the Dewey Decimal system anymore, okay? Freaky man. He's Jeff the Freaker, obviously. He extends a finger and drew circles on the counter surface. He was pretending to think, ignoring you, but aware of your presence. For your mental sanity's sake, you needed to hurry him up. Be direct. Get the fuck out of my store. Hey, buddy, could you hurry up? What's the rush? There aren't many other customers besides me. Do you even want to buy anything? The guy chuckled. I'm just indecisive. I'm not bothering anyone. Asks AI to make Stella Jeff fan. No, if you're gonna make Stella Jeff fan art, do it with your own hands. Do it with your own hand. If you're going to draw me and Jeff the Killer together. Thank you for subscribing, Nate. 10 months. 10 months, that's almost a year. That's crazy. Do you like being bitten? It's going into the book of flirty lines to tell people. Pick up lines. So do you like being bitten? Huh? No. Crazy. Thank you so much, Nate. I really appreciate it. But yeah, if you're gonna, should I drive? No. You don't have to, no. No, what I'm saying is don't do it with AI. If you're gonna draw me, pick up a pencil, 2 stick figures, and that's good enough, you know? That's even better than what AI could ever make. Get mace. I had my mace. I accidentally brought my mace to Disney World and they took it away from me. I was so upset. It was like my first year of college and they were like, you can't have this, and they threw it away. And I was like, no. No. Also, look, I'm just saying, I've drawn myself with Jeff enough. I've drawn look, guys, I'm making official. Do not look. You do not have to. If you want to, that's fine. Draw whatever you want to draw. I will never stop anyone from drawing whatever they want. But I'll note, guys, when I was like 11, I drew myself and Jeff the Killer enough, you know, to just standing together holding knives. That's good. That's good. I can still picture what it looked like. I can still picture what it looked like. That's the worst part. I'm like, I know exactly what sketchbook it's in. I remember drawing it at my lunch table in middle school, and my friends looking over being like, wow, that's really good, Stella. And I was like, ha, thanks, I know. And I always drew hair over our eyes because I couldn't draw 2 eyes. I have to go find some. I have to after this stream. If I feel ill enough. The Winnie the Pooh branded mace in the gift shop. That would be funny, though. That's the confidence of a freak. Horrible, horrible. I'm I already read that. Okay. You glance back, searching for Cindy, just to feel some security that you were on your own. Cindy! Cindy! Cindy, please! Cindy! I want to hold your hand, pretty woman! But unfortunately, you didn't see her anywhere. Then, without you asking, he reached a hand over the counter. I'm Jeff. I think it's time we formally introduced ourselves, don't you, Stella? Your gaze dropped to his hand. High five. High five, bro. It's so funny. It's so funny. Jeff laughed loudly, drawing the attention of the few remaining customers in the store. You couldn't help it, but you also laughed at your action. Hey, don't exaggerate. They're watching us. Why? Are you embarrassed for them to see you? It's not that. You're bothering the customers. Right. I didn't take you for someone who'd easily get embarrassed. Well, you're wrong, Jeff. I am. I got the relief I felt playing the... Okay, if you guys saw the other 2 streams where I played this, the Jeff the Killer Itch stream, and then the stream for this one, I was playing it and I was half asleep. The relief I felt when the line from the demo, where it was in the demo, there's a line. The demo of the game, of this one, I played it, was like, okay, Jeff, it has you pinned to a wall and he puts his knee between your legs. I was like, I'm tapping out. Just kill me, bro. I can't. I cannot. Slow your roll. We just met! As someone who works in a store, you should convince the customer to buy as much as possible, but something told you Jeff would take his sweet times. Oh, and then the line was gone in the original version, and I was like, in the final version, I was like, thank you, thank you. Let me be free. Let me be free. Does this cloth smell like chloroform? Jeff, probably. As someone who works in a store, you should convince yourself the customer to buy as much as possible, but something told you Jeff would take his sweet time. He's Jeffing it. Hi, Rob. How are you doing? Welcome in. You watched him in silence for a few seconds, observing his thoughtful posture. If he was insistent on prolonging the interaction, you were allowed to make him uncomfortable too, right? Please don't remind me of that. I'm sorry. What did I say? I said nothing. I said nothing. Nothing at all. VOD's dead. We're killing the VOD. There's no more video. Stream's dead. Bye, guys. Thanks for coming. You're doing all right. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. Goes through the beaded curtain. I used to always want a beaded curtain, and then I remember my sister got one, and they got tangled all of the time, and so it was just horrible. I don't remember which question I asked originally. What do you do for work? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, are you a freelancer? What the fuck? No! So you're unemployed? Well, technically, yes. Hey, nothing to be ashamed of. Your opportunity will come. I don't want to hear that from you. What's that supposed to mean? You figure it out. Well, you did decide what did you decide what to get? Yeah, I don't think I read that one before. Bandana? I will try bandana. I think I picked Are You Single the first time. Why do you want to know? Does it hurt? Curiosity? No, it doesn't hurt. I didn't pick this one. +2! Crazy. No, I do know what the beaded curtain separates in a video shop. I was just bringing up my own anecdote, okay? Doesn't anymore. That's what matters. Aww. He's pitiful. You weren't one to meddle in other people's affairs, but you had already established a conversation with him. You couldn't just not care. Well, did you decide what to get? Jeff focused his attention on you. Wow, it seems like you really want to get rid of me. Yeah. No, not at all. I love wasting time with weirdos who walk in circles as if they're lost in the supermarket. He's looking for his mom lost in the supermarket, you guys. She went to the next aisle without him. He's lost. Jeff's eyes widened, feigning offense. Hey, that was mean. You're gonna make me cry. He clutched his chest dramatically, then chuckled again. This time his laugh was softer, more genuine. Imagine allowing curtains to be a barrier. Crazy. Freak. I don't know if this was funny because I talked to you or because I ruined your day. The statement came out with unsettling frankness. You didn't know how to react, but you knew that in the end, Jeff had done things on purpose. Well, at least you admit you weren't exactly a delight. Sure, I'm not an idiot. I know what kind of reaction I get from people. Jeff shrugged, then tilted his head, questioning and mocking. Do you treat all customers like this, or am I special? You couldn't help but let out a small laugh at his words. You know what? I don't usually spend so much energy on strangers, but you earned it. Jeff straightened up suddenly, pleased, as if he'd been told he achieved a great feat. He's smiling. Look at those happy eyes. I'll take it. For a moment you thought Jeff meant he appreciated your words, until you noticed his eyes were fixed on the movies you had chosen to put in the player. Oh. Great. You said with relief. Finally, Jeff would take something. And it was something you knew he liked. He's gonna take something else he likes too soon. The protagonist, MC, run! You felt good about doing your job well, after all. Thanks for shopping with us. Jeff nodded, taking the movie in its bag and headed for the exit. It was a pleasure, Stella. He waved goodbye and you reciprocated with your own hand, though not as enthusiastically as his. Well, you managed to sell something to the weirdo of the day. It was an accomplishment, after all. Your workday was over. All in all, it was quiet. Night had fallen, but there was no reason to worry since you lived a few blocks away. Some things were just convenient like that. This week it was Cindy's turn to close the store. Since you two had almost the same position, you had decided that closing duties would be by turns. That's odd. I don't remember him telling my name. Yeah, exactly. No, Norman. Hang on, I need some water. So you had your things ready to go home. Are you going to be okay? Sure, why wouldn't I be? That guy seemed a bit fixated on you. Cindy has such good self-preservation. And by good, I mean the average amount. The main character here is such horror protagonist. And I love it. I eat it up. I love that Cindy is the logical person. You scoffed, ironically. Come on, me? Oh, wait, no. Come on me? Yeah, I don't get it either. I forgot how brutal she is. Okay, ouch. But what if he follows you? That's not going to happen. He left hours ago. There's no way he stayed lurking around here. X'd out. I don't know. Your danger sensor isn't very accurate, I'd say. Danger is subjective. That's not true. Why do you care so much? I thought you hated me. Cindy was surprised by your words. She averted her gaze, playing with the mop handle she had in her hands to clean before closing. I don't hate you. I just think being with you is boring. Yeah, well, you're not exactly the life of the party. I don't mean it in a bad way, really. I just feel peaceful with you. Yeah! I'm looking forward to your future visual novels. Did you have one beforehand? I forgot to check. I meant to check before stream. Please forgive me. But yeah, I love the art in this. I love how you kind of dictate the story and whatnot. Yeah, there were a couple. I want to go back and look at those too one day, yeah. Most definitely. I knew there were other ones beforehand. I'm like, I swear there were. I remember seeing something on Coffee, may it rest in peace, I think. Some mention of it. I don't mean it in a bad way, really. I feel peaceful with you. Oh. Your disregard for everything could be tiresome, but it was also comforting, in a way. You scratched your head, not knowing how to react to Cindy's words. She had never said anything nice to you until now. Cindy cleared her throat, looking away with an embarrassed grimace. What I mean is, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. You took a step towards her and placed your hand on her shoulder, smiling calmly. I'll be fine. Just because something weird happened doesn't mean the universe has decided to turn against me. Okay. You shared a final farewell gesture before you closed the door behind you. The store sign indicated it was closed, and you sighed, feeling the weight of adult life in a capitalist world lift a little from your shoulders. Or RPGs. Oh, with visuals on. Oh, okay. Ooh, all right. Maybe I'll check the. I'll probably still give them a little look though. I'm excited though. I'm excited to see what you do. I remember I tried to learn Ren'Py when I was in high school, and I gave up. So I was impressed. I'm impressed anyway. I'm only 2 weeks from retirement. Oh dear. Just a little. It was part of the routine, saying goodbye to Cindy and finally going home. You lived on your own since you started working, so you had no extra responsibilities to worry about, which gave you space to focus on your own needs. It wasn't an extraordinary life, but it was functional. You worked during the week, earned enough money for rent and bills, and rested on the weekends. Even though the street was well lit, the atmosphere remained gloomy as you walked towards your apartment. It had always been like this. Nothing to fear, right? And then the music changed. It was then you felt your arm being pulled violently to one side. Maybe you should have been more alert. You were dragged into an alley beside the street. It was slightly darker, but a streetlight nearby allowed you to distinguish what was in front of you. Since the sudden action disoriented you, you were slow to react. What the fuck? The sound of a slight blow to the side of your head interrupted you, and you realized the person had cornered you against the brick wall behind you. You glanced at the person's arm, a familiar white sleeve covering an arm reaching from your blind spot. You grew tired of the suspense and finally looked up at the person who had cornered you. You had an idea who it might be. Hi! Wow, look at that happy smile. Ooh, kill him. Stella, we meet again. Uncertainty filled you at the sight of the white, scarred face. There he is. It was Cindy. If only. If only. Where's my alternate route with Cindy just being like, actually, I've decided you're gonna stay here for the night. I mean, Jeff, of course, yes. Of course, yeah, duh. Jeff removed his hood and his bandana, revealing his face. His skin varied in colors and textures. His nose was sunken, his milky blue eyes deep set in dark circles, and you were certain you hadn't seen him blink once. Cindy, please help us. I love the addition of this, like the scarred texture of his skin. It's so cool. It's so nice. Yeah, hey, so you enjoyed Scream? It's a good one, right? Yeah, it's got Matthew Lillard in it, the purple guy. Isn't that crazy? Five Nights at Freddy's. Be relatable, be cringe, annoying. But what caught your attention most was the scar that it has Drew Barrymore in it. But what caught your attention most was the scar that ran across his mouth. It didn't look like a clean cut, and the way it distorted his expression sent a shiver down your spine. You assumed his face would have imperfections he'd want to hide to avoid stares from strangers, but considering the bizarre situation, it wasn't surprising. Jeff? Certainly. You were at a disadvantage here, so you tried to think of ways to turn the tables. Wow, who would have thought? At night, someone alone, gloomy alley, a classic. Jeff chuckled at your sarcasm. You don't drop the act, huh? Then he pulled a knife from his hoodie pocket. Now, make sure you give me a good show. His voice was raspy, accelerated, with an anxious tone. He seemed impatient. A show? Fear is exquisite, he whispered, almost and unnecessarily poetically, leaning towards you, his breath grazing your face. Hey, no offense, but your whole approach feels very cliché. Jeff tilted his head to the side. You would have sworn it was his equivalent of raising an eyebrow. If he had eyebrows. Hey, take me out to dinner for... That's what I'm saying! A carving knife? How cliche. Bro wants to be Michael Myers so bad. This isn't the time for jokes, don't you think? Yeah, well, I really don't know what motivated you to attack me. I thought we were getting along. I wanted to make him ugly. Well, considering the positive reception, I would agree. I think he's cute. I think he's hideous in the way only a mother could love, but he's cute. He's cute in the way where it's like, oh, look at, it's a pug. It's deformed. Oh, how sad. Or like when you see one of those stumpy-legged cats and it's like, oh, it's a little mutant. Get him with your stop. Not again. My poor Earthrise. Use your English major. Start correcting his grammar. Actually, I think you'll find it's whom. But I love the. I think what helps is like the lip scar and the earrings are like. He's kind of, you know, he's giving bad boy. He's a little worse than a bad boy, but you know, instant stab. Still has question. Look, I am a simple star. I have very specific taste. Okay. Black hair, long black hair, a hood of some kind, blue eyes, and would likely kill me, and has some form of scars. And very pasty white. The only thing Jeff doesn't have going on is he's not a cute anime girl. But you know, with the way people used to draw him, it got pretty close. He was pretty cute in anime back in the day, you know. My ex pulled a chainsaw. You have to up your game, Jeffo. Look, Black Rock Shooter has a giant cannon she will bust a hole through my stomach with. Nate, you stop that right now. Okay. If you do not know, I love Black Rock Shooter. If you don't know what Black Rock Shooter looks like, just Google it. Long black hair, hood, scars, pasty white skin, has weapon that could kill me. Very simple. Very simple. Blue eyes. I never will. You should. Black Rock Shooter is so good. Black Rock Shooter is so good. Jeff cosplaying BRS when? We did on stream. What was it? The drawing stream I was supposed to do and then I didn't draw at all. I was like, guys, is it Jeff the Killer or Black Rock Shooter? Decide now. I just drew a hood with general hair and I was like, I liked redheads back in the day. Fair enough. Fair enough. For me, what? Look, I just have very specific tastes, you guys. I didn't know I had these tastes, but these things do happen. Okay, we're about to be murdered right now. We have to keep going. Gasp! Hi, Stargazer! Jeff pressed the width of the blade against your cheek, the cold metal against your warm skin. Are you asking what makes you special? Is being special having you drag me into a dark alley? Wow, you must not be very popular. Jeff snorted in annoyance. Ow! He grabbed your shoulder with his hand, with the hand that had cornered you, and slammed you against the wall behind you. You felt your head hit the rough texture of the hard surface, making you wince. Fuck, I forgot about that. Harder. Jeff released you and stepped back a couple paces, as if you burned him. He's like, what the fuck? Jeff won't match my freak, you guys. His expression reflected surprise, and it was a bigger reaction than you expected. Relax, I'm just kidding. That wasn't funny. It was to me. Shut up, this shouldn't be funny. You should be afraid. Jeff approached again, raising the knife to your neck. Instinctively, you pulled away from the blade, feeling the tip pierce your chin. You're in an alley, at night, with a knife at your throat. So I'll ask you again. Are you afraid? I don't remember what the right option is. Hang on, let me say. I don't remember. Is it yes? Yeah, I do remember. Jeff hadn't made much of an impression on you. You were aware of your situation was dangerous, but it really couldn't matter less to you. But anyway, it seemed fun to see what would happen if you messed with him. For now, you decided to play along. You know what? Yes, I'm afraid. Jeff recovered his spirits, extending his wide smile. Oh, he looks so happy. Oh, look at that happy smile. Ah. He lowered the knife, but kept it in his hand. He wasn't threatening you. Maybe he wanted to keep having fun with you. Good, good. That's what I wanted to hear. Typical. Now, what scares you about me? Evidently, Jeff enjoyed seeing fear in his victims. For now, you managed to keep him happy enough to maintain a conversation with you. But maybe he wanted to dig deeper. Perhaps he liked knowing in detail what he provoked in his victims. That's funny. Can you accept the challenge of indulging him? He's gonna fucking kill me. Ding ding, we have a winner. What's the prize? Jeff didn't seem to appreciate your sarcasm, but he took it well. I could think of a few. This is more fun than I thought it would be. Anyway, why are you attacking me? Jeff stared at you in silence for a few seconds, his smile static. You felt like demanding he blink. I think killing you will be fun. Great. You had hoped he was just a simple thief going through an angsty teenage phase and only wanted to scare you, but it turns out he was a madman who genuinely intended to murder you. You hit the jackpot. And I thought I had won your heart. Oh, that takes a lot more than just one day. It takes 7! Actually, it takes 5, but... That seemed like useful information. But for the future, you should focus on surviving now. I know. Let's play a game. Play what? A simple game of tag. What happens if I win? I'll let you go. Blink, motherfucker, blink! 5 Nights at Jeffers, a Bonnie and Clyde murder spree. That's just what the song Partners in Crime from Set It Off. Partners in Crime. There were a lot of Jeff the Killer, Jane the Killer videos to that song back in the day. A lot. That's what you'd like me to say. He was an idiot, a very dangerous idiot. You had to choose carefully. I chase you. Jeff stumbled over his words, not having expected that response. He looked so bothered. Jeff straightened up over you, analyzing you in silence. His face strangely expressionless. You assumed because with his mouth mangled as it was, he was condemned to have the same expression permanently. Suddenly, you felt your neck squeezed tightly, making it hard to breathe. Instinctively, you raised your hands and pulled at Jeff's arm, an impulse from your body to try and fight. Fear me. The complaint sounded almost childish, despite coming from a threatening man. You tried to respond, anything, but your vocal cords were being squeezed too tightly. You managed to hear his murmur before you felt the pressure on your neck release. Look at him, his stupid face. Look at his little face. He's such a silly little guy. He's got Voldemort nose. You should pull him closer for a kiss. Not yet. We're not there yet. Also, I think the main character has very little air at the moment. Let's not waste it on locking lips, you know. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Take a sip. Remember, he said it takes more than one day to win his heart. We'll get there. His hand remained on your neck, but only pressed enough to immobilize you. You coughed and gasped for air, trying to recover your breath. But then you realized Jeff was again almost on top of you, knife in hand. You felt a pang of pain in your cheek, but it was for an instant. Jeff made a clean cut on the skin of your left cheek. You felt the tickle of a thin line of blood running down to your jaw. Why aren't you afraid? Jeff examined you in silence, as if looking at your reaction would give him a satisfying answer. It wasn't as if you didn't really feel anything. You recognized the situation was dangerous. Your body knew it from the strong pounding of your heart. But as it had been from the start, you didn't care. He wanted you to fear him, but since he was threatening your life and you didn't truly care about dying, consequently, you didn't fear him. Give up. You lowered your gaze, but not out of fear, rather out of weariness. What would you leave behind if you died? Not much. So you don't care anymore. I'm sorry, Jeff, but I don't have fear to give you. Jeff remained silent for a second until you noticed his smile suddenly widen. Put that tongue back in your mouth. Put it away. Stop it. Is Jeff's last MC's. That makes sense. Because at that point he's kind of already head over heels. And it is that last kind of day that determines those last days that are like, oh, what ending do you get? Wait, can we make a deal here? I don't think so. He slowly leaned towards you and licked your wounded cheek, wiping away the line of blood. Freak. His breath brushed against your skin, warm and damp. The touch of his tongue burned on the wound, making you hiss. You could accept him licking you. He was just being weird. But you couldn't shake off what he wanted to tell you with that action. I forget what... Is it tease him? Yep. Lick me? How romantic. I'm melting. Maybe if you tease him enough, he'll leave you alone. You had to try. Jeff growled through his gritted teeth, slamming you against the brick wall again. You let out a groan of pain from the impact. Why don't you fear me? I don't know what you want me to say, Jeff. Jeff lowered his head, seemingly disappointed. You glanced around hesitantly, not knowing what to do. But then he straightened up again, his smile so wide his lips were taut. There's nothing I can do if you don't fear death, but I can make you fear me. He raised the knife again, but not to stab you in a vital spot. Instead, he slowly brought the tip to your face, level with your left eye. Here we go. So we'll do this, Stella. You swallowed hard at the distorted vision of the knife tip millimeters from your pupil. I'm going to hunt you. Every time I catch you, I'll hurt you. And every time you avoid me, I'll back off a little. Jeff's eyes trembled, almost white, like two spotlights in the dark. Wait, you lost the first round. Jeff dictated, pushing his hand forward. The blade dug into the corner of your eye, almost grazing your eyelid. You screamed with all of your might until you felt your throat tear. Blood flowed like a small waterfall, and with your sudden body shake, blood splattered. Jeff laughed, satisfied with your reaction, and pushed the blade deeper, burying it into the soft flesh of your eyeball. You choked on your saliva, the verge of vomiting from on the verge of vomiting from the unbearable pain. Your hands flailed at Jeff's chest, but you didn't move an inch. Jeff violently shook the knife handle, moving it deeper into your eye. He shook the knife a little more and pulled, managing to yank out your eyeball, still connected by the veins. What's happening? Is anyone there? Like heavenly bells, you managed to hear voices of other people coming from nearby, but you no longer had the strength to stand. Ew. Yoink. The Empress treatment at Canada event. Yeah, it is the Empress treatment, that's true. You collapsed to the ground, your left eye socket bleeding from the raw wound. Your vision was blurry and damaged. There was no way to trust what you saw. You could only focus on what you heard. Remember our game, Stella. Jeff murmured softly, his voice echoing from behind you. You managed to feel the footsteps of several people heading your way, so you surrendered to exhaustion and pain. That's inspired by an anime. Ah, nice! Corpse Party. That's a classic. There was recently some controversy, like releasing Corpse Party on the Nintendo Switch too. I don't remember what it was. It was the 3 Corpse Party games, and it was like taken down for some reason. It's like, these games have been around forever. What do you mean they're being taken down now? But MC's I just manga go sharing it. There was something I was thinking of. I was thinking of there is an old no sleep called Symmetry. If you guys like body horror, Symmetry is great. The worst part, there is a read-along that I used to love. And it was by Cryotic. And he's not a good person. But Symmetry, it's a no sleep. It was excellent. So the eyeball removal reminded me of that. That's a bit of a spoiler for Symmetry, but it was very good. The unsuspecting fans. I remember I watched the gameplay of Corpse Party for the first time. And And I think it was PewDiePie playing it, and the translation was like, oh, gotta go put on my hemorrhoid cream. And the character said, gotta go butter up my pooper. And I was like, what the fuck? What game is this? I came here because I love Eve and Witch's House and Mad Father. Watching the anime, yeah, I remember watching the anime and being so confused because I'd played the game and the anime is kind of different, but the ending of the anime was, I was like, oh god, we're here, I see. All right, hang on, we gotta bring this back. I've lost my left eye privileges. Should I play the game with my left eye closed? Technically, I have to, because of the mirroring for VTube Studio, it would be my right eye, so maybe not. Left a different man. Yeah. Yeah. All right, day 2 though. Day 2. We gotta get to day 7. We gotta get through this whole game again. You had never felt so much pain before. Sure, you'd stumbled, scraped your knees, or burned your fingers with boiling water. Normal things. But this was another level. It wasn't the physical pain that bothered you most, but the kind of pain that made you aware that everything that was happening mattered more than you wanted it to. Speedrun strats. One of the Dead Space games. Oh yeah, my friend Turnip loves Dead Space, and she hates things under like the skin and things going inside the body. I think she told me about that. The kind of pain that wakes you up, forces you to exist, rips you from the comfort of feeling nothing. To top it off, you wanted to sleep. Sleeping had always been your best plan in any situation. Real, so real. But of course, life loves to ruin your plans. Are you awake? The voice was masculine, soft, with that educated tone that inspired confidence. You didn't wake up immediately. You felt your body heavy. You felt your body heavy with fatigue. But after a couple of uncomfortable breaths, you managed to force yourself to see. Okay, I didn't get some of the CGs for this day, so I am gonna just slap down a save file real quick. Just so I can come back. I'll save when I get on, but just so we need to not romance Mr. Jeff the Killer at this point. So that he's like, you like doctors, that's crazy. You like doctors more than you like me? I'm jealous, I'm killing you. I'm gonna Jeff the kill you. That's not what he sounds like, but you know. You reel with the horror of realization you'll never pay off the medical debt from this episode. Oh no! Oh no! MC definitely does not have good insurance. White surrounded you. It took you a few seconds to realize you were on a hospital gurney. Rough sheets, the smell of disinfectant, and the fluorescent light of LED bulbs. He's insecure! Oh, he's just like me for real, guys. He's just a little guy. The good thing, if there was anything good, I really like the vomit. The whole, he's insecure. Blech. We only like secure, confident people in this house. The good thing, if there was anything good, was that you were receiving medical care. Hopefully, they wouldn't let you die stupidly after everything you went through last night. Finally, you focused on the source of the voice. In front of you was a man in white coat. Young, well-groomed, with a kind face. Do you know where you are? Heaven. I think I have an angel in front of me. The doctor chuckled. I see you have a sense of humor. That's a good sign. I would have said something more original, but I don't have much energy. Sorry, excuse me. I'll take it. Not every day someone calls me an angel while I work. He jotted down a few things on the papers he carried. He seemed more amused than worried. Your voice was hoarse and your throat hurt. You swallowed hard, trying to soothe the pain. The doctor gave you a serious look, as if telling you to take it easy. Do you remember your name? We gotta say, look guys, we're just trying to get the missing CG where he Jeff the kills me, okay? I will pick the actual options after. The doctor let out a slight chuckle, shaking his head. Answer seriously. It's Stella. Your voice came out hoarse and broken, but clear enough for him to understand. The doctor nodded, concentrated. Evidently, he was asking you those questions to find out how disoriented your head was. Very, apparently. All right, do you know why you're here? You didn't answer immediately. The image appeared on its own. A scarred face, sunken eyes, a distorted smile. And the laughter. That damned laughter. Of course you knew why you were here, why you were there. Someone attacked me. The doctor approached and took your hand firmly. He didn't ask if you wanted the gesture. He just did it. This place is safe. He can't hurt you now. Why do you assume it's a man? Are you saying women can't attack people too? Sexist. Sexist man. Tell him you're Jeff. Steal Jeff's identity? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Jeff's kind of a wanted criminal. You stared at his hand over yours. You didn't know what was worse, the pain or how strange it felt for someone to comfort you in such a proper way. Good service, you thought. Maybe they'll bring you free coffee later. He noticed your silence and quickly pulled his hand back. Freakazoid, I tell you, freak. He cleared his throat, embarrassed. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm your doctor, Paul Salazar. It took you a second to process. Nice to meet you, Dr. Salazar. I'd say I would have liked to meet you in another situation, but, you know. He offered a brief smile, unsure whether to laugh or apologize again. I'll explain your situation a bit. He straightened up, becoming more serious. You have head injuries. We need to monitor you for vomiting, dizziness, or loss of consciousness. You also have some minor cuts. You don't need stitches, but no scratching or touching them, understood? The exact moment he said it, the itch attacked you. Damn suggestion. The most important thing now, you suffered asphyxiation. I would say that's the second most important thing. In my opinion, I think the loss of my left eye is the most important thing. You suffered asphyxiation. Don't strain yourself. Don't talk much. If you feel dizzy or have trouble breathing, let us know. He's Spanish. That makes sense. You nodded in silence, settling slowly into the gurney. The fabric of the gown scratched your skin a little. The mattress smelled of disinfectant. Everything smelled of disinfectant. And about your eye. His tone changed, as if he was about to deliver bad news, very bad news. I'm sorry. We couldn't save it. Cold, as if someone had opened a window in the middle of winter. Instinctively, you raised a trembling hand to the left side of your face. Just bandages. Just emptiness. You had imagined losing things, objects, relationships, time. But this was different. Losing pieces. You'll be able to live a normal life, he said quickly, as if wanting to remedy your situation. You'll lose some depth perception, but it won't impede your life. Later, you can opt for a prosthesis if you wish. Now, the important thing is that it heals well. He noticed your silence. Your lack of reaction made him uncomfortable. He leaned slightly towards you. Are you okay, Stella? Yeah, I'll be fine. I mean, I won't be fine. Your voice dropped, as did your gaze. No, I'm not okay. You didn't say it with drama or tears. You just said it because it was true. For once, you didn't have the energy to pretend. Dr. Salazar nodded slowly. You don't have to be. The silence felt heavy, but not uncomfortable. It was rare for someone not to try to fill the space with empty phrases. I thought the doctors were more methodical. Dr. Salazar smiled faintly, as if he understood more than he was saying. Not all doctors are a cliché. No, some are weirdos. For the first time in a long time, you felt less alone. Some people really liked him. Yeah, he's a fun character. He is a fun character. I just like making fun of him. He's a clingy little freak. Just a little, but something was better than nothing. Is there anyone you'd like to call? Any family, a friend, or a partner? You didn't want to admit your life was solitary, but you couldn't just lie to your doctor. You just don't talk to my family. Yeah, Nisa Complex made the game! He's not even he's just a janitor that wandered in. I mean, considering the security here and how they let Jeff get in and out, I'd believe it. I understand. Dr. Salazar scratched his head awkwardly. Precisely why you didn't want to say anything in the first place. There must be someone in this city you're in contact with, right? A coworker? I forgot he was saying that. Talking about work reminded you of a certain person. What time is it, Doctor? Dr. Salazar shook his wrist and glanced at his watch. It's 4 a.m. Why? There's someone I can call, but it's very early. Someone attacked you. They'll understand. You pursed your lips into a line with doubt. You didn't have much closeness with her, but you couldn't think of anyone else. All right. I'll give you her number. You wrote a phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to him. Staff members will be coming by to monitor you. You can ask them for whatever you need. Okay. Dr. Salazar nodded slightly at your affirmation and headed for the room door. But before leaving, he turned to you. When you feel better, you can talk to the police. For now, rest. I just watched The Good Doctor! That's fine, that's fine. Your nurse remote. Nurse Jeff gave... I don't want Jeff giving me a bubble bath. Thank you very much. I'm good. I'm good. Based on his reaction later, I don't think he wants that either. Anyway. I went to wink and I forgot my eye was covered. I just... You can't really wink with one eye, you know? It's all winking. And with that, the doctor left the room, leaving you with your thoughts. You vaguely remembered hearing people approach you when you passed out in the alley. They surely scared Jeff away. The important thing is that you're safe and monitored. There's no way Jeff can reach you, right? It wasn't strange that you worried about it, since the last thing he told you was that he would hunt you down until he found you. But again, you were in a hospital, so it was supposed to be safe. All that thinking exhausted you again, so you settled into the gurney to rest. A few minutes. You wanted to sleep. Even if just for a few minutes. As you slept, you could have sworn you felt a caress on your cheek. It was soft and delicate, fingers tracing your right cheekbone, moving down your jaw lightly brush your lips. Opening your single eye, you scanned the room, looking for whoever might have touched you while you slept. But you only saw Cindy. Stella! Suddenly, and to your great surprise, Cindy wrapped her arms around your shoulders, leaning in for a tight hug. You froze. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Oh, thank goodness. Cindy pulled away from you, treating you with a delicacy you weren't used to. Is it your imagination, or is it as if Cindy were playing the role of your best friend? She was by far your best friend. She was... Okay. This is a little odd. This should like be some far from your best friend, but you'd only known her for a while. Okay, you were the one who gave Salazar her contact, but only because she's the closest person you have on hand. What's with all the affection? A ray seemed to strike Cindy, making her recoil with a dismayed expression. I don't know, but it's like you suddenly became very important. Ah, classic visual novel protagonist. So you weren't before? Okay, one thing is you were thinking about yourself. Yeah. One thing is you thinking that about yourself personally, but it hurt a little to hear someone else say it. When I found out what happened to you, I came right away. I didn't want you to be alone right now. How are you feeling? Inspired by Halloween, Mike Perez is here. Yeah, that's how I felt with it. Halloween is my favorite classic slasher movie, and so I really like the comparison there with Jeff the Killer, because Michael Myers is kind of like you could be staring at him, and then like the camera cuts away and suddenly he's gone. But he's also always lurking in the background. If you watch the original Halloween, there are so many scenes where Michael Myers is in the background doing something, driving a car, just lurking around. He's like haunting the movie until the end, like when he actually properly shows up, you know? It is so good. So it's like, he's haunting the narrative. You'd do anything to get out of the closing shift tomorrow. Oh no. I'm a surgeon! Oh no! Cindy sat in the chair to your right, this time maintaining a more cordial distance. Understandable. You only worked in the same store. A little pain, but I think overall I'm fine. Cindy lowered her gaze with concern, then raised it to you. She sighed heavily, bringing her fingers to her forehead. I told you to be careful. That comment was unnecessary. Was she trying to blame you? As if what had happened to you was your fault and not the bastard who ripped out your eye? I remind you, I was attacked. It's not my fault. I don't mean that. Now you're supposed to be a caring coworker? What a bad joke. Stella! It wasn't the volume of her voice, nor the fact that she called you by your name. It was her heartbreaking tone that made you stop. I don't understand myself either. I didn't think you mattered so much to me. Hey, you were on the verge of dying, and I was terrified. It's like you've started to develop a gravitational field, and now several people are revolving around you. Jeff, Salazar, Cindy. It only took a madman to stalk you and rip out your eye, right? Jeff's a psycho Gary's too! Okay. You leave him alone. He might be a Gary Stu, but he's my Gary Stu. So what if he wasn't original? So what if the original story was like, I got bullied and then I kill people now and I'm crazy. He is very beautiful to me. He is very beautiful to me. I need you to sign these liability forms. Oh no. Terrible, terrible. No, Cindy's a good girl. We like Cindy. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm worried about you. Can you stop being an idiot about it and just accept it? You couldn't help but fell silent at her declaration. You'd be lying if you said your heart didn't beat fast. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. Cindy looked at you in a comforting silence. I'm not one to say these things, but thank you for worrying about me. Cindy lowered her gaze, then smiled faintly. You're not doing a very good job on your own, so I don't mind doing it for you. Yeah, you're bad at your job at work, okay? Cindy smiled faintly, but then her expression changed. The one who attacked you, was it the same weirdo from the store? After a light knock on your room door, 2 people appeared. He got on fire and survived. Yeah, exactly. That's true. He got chemicals, fire. In the original, he takes... Isn't in the original story he takes like a hair curler and burns off his eyelids? He cuts a smile into his mouth and he's still somehow able to talk. He's got plot armor. A killer, a coworker, a doctor. All fine by me, you know. It was Cindy that attacked you? No! I would never. Perfect timing to interrupt your conversation. I hope you die in a fire type shit. Funny enough, also happens with Michael Myers in Halloween 2018. Good evening, Stella. We're Lieutenant West and Detective Sean. I don't remember who's who. Can we ask you a few questions? You looked at the police with your one eye. A man and a woman, dressed in formal attire. The man spoke, showing his badge, and the woman, Detective Sean, did the same. They looked at you seriously, but at the same time, they didn't seem very worried about you. Rather, it seemed they were more interested in what you had to say. Your doctor told us you had visitors. If it's more comfortable for you, we can do the interview with her present. Stella just woke up. They need to rest. Cindy respecting my pronouns. Oh my god. Queen. Cindy spoke over her shoulder to them, uninterested in their presence. The sooner we talk, the sooner we'll catch whoever did this to you. Heat rose from your chest to your head, into your eye socket. I said that's so weird. Please forgive me. You didn't know if it was a response from your body or just anger towards Jeff, but you managed to hide it. It's okay, Cindy. I'll answer what I can. The detective seemed to relax a little at your words. They stood on the other side of your bed, Wes standing next to you, making eye contact to convey more trust, while Sean took out a notebook to take notes. Classic, good cop, bad cop. Let's start with the most important thing. Did you see your attacker? Oh, yeah, it wasn't pretty. Could you give us more details? Like his social security number? You were joking, obviously. You were in a hospital bed, with one eye missing and on painkillers. You were allowed to have some fun. They asked if it was a man or a woman. Height, build, clothes. I know, jeez, nobody appreciates a joke. Wes Craven. Ah, pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good. I should have picked up on the Wes Craven thing. I used to really like Nightmare on Elm Street. Sean coming in for Friday the 13th. That makes sense. That makes sense. When is Jeff getting his own little, like... It sounds more like... But okay, they can say it's Kiki Mama all they want. When's he getting his own little stinger sound effect? He deserves one. When are we getting Jeff the Killer in Dead by Daylight? Honestly, I feel like Slender in Dead by Daylight would be good, but I guess because of like the rights to the characters, it's a bit harder for internet horror. Makes sense. We can have Kaneki Ken, but we can't have Slender Man. So upsetting. Like what? I would assume it's because of like, do we know who wrote the original Jeff the Killer story or made the original photo? I don't think we do. If I remember correctly, I think it was anonymous. So I have to assume it's something to do with that, where you can't properly license the character, but who knows. It was a man, white, tall, I don't know, maybe 6'3". He was wearing a white hoodie, terrible clothes for a criminal if you ask me. You glanced at Cindy, easy since she was on your right side. She had a thoughtful expression. Most likely she had concluded you were talking about Jeff, or as she knew him, that weirdo from the store. Any special characteristics? His face was messed up, if you know what I mean. The three of them looked at you in silence for a few seconds, and you felt pressure to give more details. He had many scars. His mouth was ripped. Cindy looked so disgusted with the description that she seemed about to vomit. Wes and Sean exchanged a silent glance, then looked back at you. All right, did anything unusual happen the day of your attack? I think the normal amount of weird that we can all have in a day. Stop messing around! Cindy scolded you, not shouting, but using an elevated tone of voice that made you pout. There was a weird guy who showed up at the store. What would you define as weird? Cindy rolled her eyes. Wow, you didn't see Cindy as someone who rebels against the authority. He went on and on for over an hour. He was very interested in Stall. Over an hour? Jeez, he wasted our time. Wes directed his attention to you, raising an eyebrow. Did you interact with him? Oh, it was very awkward. He kept staring at me and pretended to look for something to buy for an eternity. I wanted to believe he was just another type of stalker. You waited for a reaction from the detectives, but they looked at you with the same seriousness as before. You turned to Cindy, and she was gently shaking her head. She's like, no, stop, please. That was terrible taste in my taste. I like horror movies, too. I like horror movies. I haven't seen a lot of newer horror movies. I like classic horror movies a lot more. Yeah. Tough crowd, huh? Did he say anything about himself? Any motive or why he left you alive? The question surprised you. It was as if they were surprised you had survived. Well, she wasn't entirely wrong to ask that, since it was precisely Jeff's threat that had kept you alive. You might have revealed that part of the information by a slip of the tongue, but Cindy interrupted before you could say anything. What kind of question is that? We're building a profile of the suspect. Any detail can help us. The guy literally has his face covered. He's full of scars. What more do you want? How can you not find someone like that? Miss, you need to calm down. No! For a case like this, with that physical description, you should already be looking for him. The longer it takes, the further he might be. The room fell silent for a few moments, and you felt awkward about the argument. You're right. We'll stop for now. But, Lieutenant, Stella needs to rest. I do. Thank you very much. This is very obnoxious. Wes guided Sean towards the room exit, turning back to you one last time. Get well. You nodded in silence, watching them leave. Again, you were alone with Cindy. This time, the silence was heavy with many questions. Questions that surely would have been useful for catching Jeff. Cindy mumbled to herself, but then noticed your gaze on her, so she straightened in her seat as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, Stella. They'll find him. I don't know about that one. Should he mention Jeff's promise? It would probably be the smartest thing to do, but for now, you've allowed yourself to ask just one thing. Hey, Cindy. You don't like cops? Cindy started in her seat, her face paled. She averted her gaze, rubbing her fingers indecisively. It was clear she didn't want to answer. It's okay, forget about it. You brushed it off with a smile and a wave of your hand. Fortunately, Cindy seemed to relax. I'm going to get breakfast. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, will you bring me something? Sure, what do you prefer? Let's go with a salty snack this time. Cindy nodded and stood up. She headed for the room door, but before she could grasp the handle, someone else opened it. Cindy moved aside, letting a doctor in. Cindy, use your eyes! Use your eyes! She gave a brief greeting, glancing at him before leaving the room. Glance harder, Cindy! You watched the doctor enter the room in silence, carrying a metal tray. You remembered Dr. Salazar's warning that they would come periodically to monitor you. He began to move his hands, preparing whatever was on the tray. You guys ready to die? Hey, TJ! Hi! How are you doing? Doctor has put you on a salt. No salt! No salt! No! I love salt, though! I like sweet and salty. I kind of just like food. He began to move his hands, preparing whatever was on the tray. Be nice. Hello. The doctor didn't respond, blatantly ignoring you as he went on about his business. Anyway, with your throat felt dry. Excuse me, could I have some water? The doctor suddenly froze and stayed like that for a few seconds. Then he moved again. You could only see the doctor's back from your spot. You heard the unmistakable sound of water being poured. The simple sound made you thirstier, most likely because your sore throat begged to be refreshed. So real. Water. She's under the curse of the script. No! Nisa, why? Nisa! How could you do this to her? Like a puppet on strings. I need a Cindy game. All right, I gotta write some Cindy fan fiction. Her going off and solving like a crime or whatever. Sorry, I had an idea. You tried to sit up, but your body felt very heavy. You felt a hand on your back, helping you to straighten up. Look at all those earrings. Look at him. He's so handsome. You think he did that himself? He like took an ice cube and a needle and was like, oh yeah, that's good, after robbing a Claire's or something. The touch was soft and attentive. It made you realize how vulnerable you were. Then you felt the rim of a glass at your lips. You drank water slowly, your throat burning but relieved by the coolness. You didn't just take a sip. When you finished, you sighed with relief, glancing at the doctor attending to you. His bangs covered his features, and he wore a disposable mask. Well, well. Where had you seen that before? Thank you, doctor. You decided to feign ignorance. Maybe that would buy you some time for someone to show up. Perhaps a real doctor, or Cindy. The doctor didn't respond and went back to his previous spot, doing whatever he was doing. After drinking water, you felt better and could speak. According to Dr. Salazar's instructions, you shouldn't talk much, but you felt well enough to maintain a conversation, even if unilateral. Flirt. If I had known they took such good care, I would have come more often. It was quite obvious that this doctor had no interest in getting along with you. You didn't know whether to take it personally or not. You would expect to have been treated with care in the hospital, but everything indicated that wouldn't be the case. Oh, I see. I didn't introduce myself first. I'm Stella, and who do I have the pleasure of meeting? The doctor continued to remain silent. He was starting to annoy you. One more try. Maybe you could get some words out of him if you insisted one last time. I already know Dr. Salazar. Are you his student, perhaps? His colleague? Oh, I'm something much better than that. The doctor returned to your side, pulling down his disposable mask to his chin. Hello, Stella. Enjoying your stay at the hospital? What a shame. I'm not a fan of this place. But you seem to be. You had no time to speak when Jeff pulled out a scalpel. Wait, Jeff, listen to me. No, there's nothing to say. You prefer doctors, don't you? You don't need any more explanations. Jeff thrust his arm towards you, piercing your throat with the tip of the scalpel. You choked on your blood, gurgling, unable to scream or speak. I'm not as good as a surgeon. Jeff whispered against your ear. You inhaled with difficulty, coughing up blood. But I'm not lacking in passion. The scalpel blade slid from your neck to your collarbone, opening your skin like a zipper, the blade so deep you felt the metal clash against your bones. Ooh! What a description. I love it. He laughed with enthusiasm, amused by the sight of you writhing in pain as blood gushed from your neck and spilled everywhere, soaking the hospital gown and the sheets beneath you. It hurt, but for some reason not that much. You felt a tingling sensation where you were wounded. Most likely, you were on painkillers. Good thing. Of course, being slashed with a scalpel wasn't the way you would have preferred to die. But certainly, the fact that you didn't experience the true pain made it better. Maybe they'll catch Jeff once someone shows up, given how he kept lingering beside you, laughing like the madman he was. In the end, did he kill you because you were nice to the doctors? Can't be that he was jealous? No, that couldn't be it. Maybe he just hated hospitals, as he had said. You died! Oh, well, we died! Yay! No doctor could save me! Yay! We got the CG's load. And back in. Now we have to say, I hate doctors! I hate them! I hate them! Oh, hang on. Hang on. Why is it not? Oh, here. I'm in a hospital. The doctor nodded and wrote something on the papers he was carrying. Good. That's a good sign. Are you writing that down out of professionalism or because you need to fill space? The doctor raised an eyebrow at you, as if he hadn't expected such a blunt comment. But far from looking offended, he seemed intrigued. Both. Your voice was hoarse and your throat hurt. You swallowed hard, trying to soothe the pain. The doctor gave you a serious look, as if telling you to take it easy. Do you remember it? Okay, and then we said, My name is Stellafos. It's Stella. I will be fine. I don't have family. Question. I already picked all these options before, so. Say the truth. Oh, sounded sweet. Cold. I fucking hate doctors. Mock. Distrust. Complain. Tell them what happened. Okay, we already saw all that. So, for what just happened, Jeff just put some banana juice inside us, essentially. He's overloaded us with potassium, so I'll go back. Just so for people who haven't seen it. Stella, we don't say hate. I hate Vietnam. Lily, we don't hate. I hate Vietnam. Pathetic knife work. Jeff, you suck. Jeff, what a surprise. I didn't know it was you. I don't appreciate your sarcasm. Hang on, I gotta get back down there in my throat. Your heart pounded, a response to the proximity of the person who had ripped out your left eye. Your body was afraid, but your mind wasn't. So, did you come to give me special care? Jeff chuckled, pulling a syringe from his pocket. Something like that. Wait, what are you doing? He brought the syringe to your IV and injected it into the tubing. Relax, it won't kill you. It will make you feel... I can't get that gravel. A little agitated. I can't get it. I can't get it back. A little agitated. The moment he said that, you felt your heart start to pound faster. You began to breathe rapidly, as if you had run a marathon. Instinctively, you brought a hand to your chest, clutching the fabric of the hospital gown. You... bastard. Jeff clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Have some respect for your doctor. I can't get the voice back. It's gone. It's gone. Jeff reached his hand towards you and held your chin between his fingers, lifting your head to look at him. Feeling weak and tired, you let yourself be held, too drained to scream for help or break free from his grip. Remember, we're playing. I'm in the hospital. How do you expect me to escape you? You're a cheater. You gasped in frustration, lacking the energy to speak properly. Consider it a warning. Jeff shrugged, unconcerned. Suddenly, an alarm began to blare, and the sound of rapid footsteps came from outside the room. That's my cue. Jeff put his mask back on and stood up. I hope you improve your strategy. It'd be a shame if you ended up boring me, Jeff said before disappearing among the small crowd of nurses and doctors who entered and headed for you. We have severe hyperkalemia! Administer calcium glucinate intravenously! 10 milliliters of 10% solution slowly! Now! Excuse me. Amidst instructions and medical jargon you didn't fully understand, you eyed Jeff suspiciously as he retreated as if nothing had happened, hidden in plain sight. Was it really that easy for him to infiltrate? Either Jeff had a superhuman ability to go unnoticed, or the people in this hospital were inept. Good doctor. Yep. He says all those big words that I understand. You wanted to believe it was the first option. Anyway, they were able to treat you quickly, so you felt considerably better. If you notice compromised kidney function, order urgent dialysis. Dr. Salazar was giving instructions to another doctor. One you were now sure was a resident. The resident nodded at Dr. Salazar's orders and withdrew, leaving you two alone. That could be my sister. My sister going to med school. I'm very proud of her. Justin says, hey, sad Victorian girl. Yeah, Jeff's, well, he's... Well... I had to go to the bathroom in a hospital once. They started knocking on the door because of the tattletale heart mod. Oh no. Horrible. I got to go to the ER once. It was actually a lovely experience. I was in a lot of pain, and then they gave me really good drugs, and they were nice to me, and they brought me a nice comfy warm blanket, and they were all very nice and kind. A woman offered to bring me cookies. The bed was very comfortable. I kind of miss it, I won't lie. Every now and then I'm like, damn, that hospital stay was great. Strangely enough. Okay. Dr. Salazar rubbed his temples and came to your bedside. His gaze reflected concern, so you couldn't help but look away, feeling guilty. Vicky, it's fine. Vicky! I feel like I'm here. Yeah. I sometimes people have so many different names, and it'll be like, oh, there'll be two people in my chat and it's like, name is blah 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 something, it's the same word, and I'm like, I'll figure out a nickname for these people eventually. Vicky! Perfect. We'll remember. Been locked in my brain. It's a mouthful. It's okay. It's okay. Stella, you suffered. Oh, how are you doing, by the way? I didn't get cookies. I got sodium restricted diet option. Not me. They gave me lots of yummy snacks. They offered. I wasn't hungry, but they offered. Stella, you suffered severe hyperkalemia. Do you have any idea what might have caused it? You bit your lower lip at the question. You were having a hard time convincing yourself to trust anyone with the whole Jeff situation. Okay. This is where the next thing is. So we're going to save over this. Let it die, let it die, let it shrivel up and die. We gotta trust the doctor. Just for now. But his quick actions and attentive care convinced you that he was trustworthy. The truth is, my attacker came. He did something to me. Put something in my IV. Dr. Salazar's eyes widened in surprise, then lowered his gaze with pity. I'm so sorry, Stella. This is supposed to be a safe place, and I failed you. Why are you crying? I failed you. You took the doctor's hand in yours and tried to offer a comforting smile. It's not your fault. I know you're doing your best. Dr. Salazar looked silently at you with intertwined hands. At your intertwined hands, then stroked the back of yours with his thumb. You couldn't help but feel your cheeks flush slightly. It's not a very conventional idea, but I can get you out of here. To a safe place. And there's his sad shrug. I guess. He's crying. Got it from a girls' night out as the designated driver. Ah! The responsible one, I see. Enjoying the game. Yes, I am enjoying the game. I've played this game before, but I hadn't gotten the true ending on stream. So I'm here to get the true ending on stream. And also, I promised... Again, for everyone who does not know, I helped on a cover for the song Earthrise by Starset. It's linked on my YouTube. You can find it there. But I covered a song called Earthrise. I sang. Yay, I sing. Whoa, crazy. And I said if it reaches 2,000 views, I don't remember how the conversation came up, but I said if it reached 2,000 views, I would I would play it again, and I would pick the suggestive options towards the end of the game. And lo and behold, it reached 2,000 views. So here I am. Ha! Send help. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. That didn't sound very professional. It was almost as if he wasn't acting seriously like a doctor, but rather trying to charm you. But you no longer trusted the hospital. Anything else sounded better to you. Let's do it. Dr. Salazar quickly handled the paperwork to discharge you, gave you your clothes, and wheeled you through the hospital corridors. Where are we going? To my house. Wow, invite me to dinner first. Dr. Salazar chuckled behind you, pushing the wheelchair. I performed surgery on you. We've already skipped a few steps. I've seen your insides. Is there a link I want to see? Yeah! Let's see. Where would Earthrise be on my Twitch? Hang on. It should be if you go... Where's my channel? It should be if you go... Shut up, myself. My YouTube is linked on my About page, my About tab on Twitch. And if you go there, if you scroll down just like a little bit, there's a song covers playlist, and that has the song cover, so... What? Did I say something weird? And is the doctor is the attacker in the room right now? Oh no! I think about the Salazar inspired by Durham is perfect and comforting man. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. He's got a very comforting kind of teddy bear thing. Yeah, no, I know the doctor said he didn't say that. I said that. I put words in his mouth, okay? He said, I've performed surgery on you. We've skipped a few steps. And I said, he's probably seen my insides. You sing a 4-part aria. I don't have the voice for an aria. I don't have the voice for an aria. Do you hear this voice? Do you hear my voice? I don't. Do I sound like I have that anime girl Hatsune Miku singing voice? The answer is nope. At least you could think things with humor. You arrived at the elevator. Surely nothing bad will happen here. Dr. Salazar let you in first, leaving you with your back to the doors. Did you see Cindy? Yes, nice girl, although a little nitpicky. Those are your words, not mine. You fell silent when you heard the elevator doors open. You waited silently for someone to come up and press a button, but instead you heard a muffled sound and a struggle behind you. You looked in the mirror in front of you, and you were surprised to see that Dr. Salazar was no longer behind you. The elevator doors were open, revealing a dark hospital hallway. Doctor? You called, trying to get a response, but nothing. Too bad. That voice made you shudder. Jeff? Who's cheating now? After the mockery, Jeff takes a step forward, revealing himself at the threshold of the elevator. Our game is between you and me. No one else. But it doesn't matter anymore. The game is over. Ah! Hang on, back up! Personal space! Jeff walks into the elevator, looking at you from the mirror. His tone was mocking, but his eyes were bloodshot. Slowly, he pulled out his knife, and just as slowly directed it towards your stomach. You gasped in anticipation. You knew what was coming, yet anxiety overwhelmed you. In the same slow and calm way, Jeff buried the knife into your stomach, passing through your clothes and into your core. You doubled over in pain, but Jeff forced you to straighten up, after wrapping his arm around your neck. What is that? Oh, wait, hang on. That didn't go through. Thank you so much. Was that the Blood Ripper? The Blood something something. Thank you for following. Welcome to the star system. It didn't show up in my OBS. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Wait, it got small. Ah, there we go. I fixed it. Windows likes to resize things sometimes. Why do you keep playing scary games? It's not scary. Also, hi, 6. It's not scary, it's just a little gory. You doubled over in pain, but Jeff forced you to straighten up after wrapping his arm around your neck. You felt his breath through the mask against your ear. You clenched your teeth so hard it hurt your mouth. Shh. Go to sleep. He said the thing! He said the thing! He said the thing! Johnny said the thing! It's freaky. Stabbing and choking. Jeff. Whew. Is it hot in here or is it just you? I'm kidding. Whistles and points like the meme. Liposuction on you. Oh no, your body, not my body image issues. He whispered, burying the blade deeper inside you. The pain was so much that you couldn't scream, but the way he treated you, holding you in a hug while comforting you with whispers, gave you the impression that he was taking some consideration. He could have been much crueler. Maybe he was being a little considerate because you were a brief playmate. You died. Final 3. You didn't play along. All right. Now let's not die. Do we trust Dr. Salazar? Hell no. You decided it was best to deal with it on your own. The fact that Jeff was able to walk into a hospital and inject you with something under guard told you that the protection in this place was not safe. I don't know. I was unconscious the whole time. Dr. Salazar leaned towards you, placing a hand on the side of your head. Also, did I ask how you are? Hi, 6. How are you? Whatever happened, you can trust me. Yeah, no. You've managed to survive so far. You can continue to do so without anyone's help. Oh my god, is that Dark Vine the fan artist of Fear Me and Jeff the Killer's dating sim and also a lot of other really cool art? Oh my god. I don't know, what did you wake up to? Maybe you should go back to sleep. Sleep is pretty great. It's also kind of Jeff's thing, isn't it? It's kind of his whole thing, you know? Scared for my life. Nate, what the? But how are you? Hi! Welcome in, welcome in. Is it or do I have the usernames wrong? It's always a chance. My memory fails me often. Nothing? Sure, Nate, it's nothing. What? I want to eat the fan art that Darkvine creates. I want to eat it right in my mouth. It's 12 a.m. 12 a.m. You're waking up at 12 a.m. Do you work the night shift? Wait, that wouldn't work. You must work very early then. Crazy. Well, I hope you rest. I hope you rest well. I love them too. They're so good. They're so good. It's only 7 p.m. It is. Wait a second. It is 12 a.m. Hey, East Coast, East Coast. Or somewhere in Canada. Or South America. Yeah, but it is the Eastern Standard Time Zone. So Eastern Standard. It's 2 a.m. Ah, okay. 5 a.m. here. 5 a.m. Why are we at 5 a.m.? It's Russian? You're Russian? Russian? 12 a.m. 12 p.m. then? 12 a.m. Do I have something backwards? Do I not know numbers? 12 a.m. here in the United States of America. Whoa, crazy. 12 a.m. Is it 12? If I think too hard, I'm gonna hurt myself. Anyway, I hope you had a good sleep. Okay, fair. Okay, never mind. 12 p.m. That's about when I wake up too. It's fine. That's about when I'm not working. That's when I wake up. So fair. No, you're good. You're good though. Welcome in. I hope you had a really good sleep. I hope you had a very good sleep. Okay. We gotta get through this. I gotta show you guys the true ending and embarrass myself. Call it a feeling, but something told you Jeff wasn't going to attack you anytime soon, so you had to form a plan. Jeff didn't hurt you as much as he did before, so he probably meant it when he said it was a warning that he could do something worse to you, and it's up to you to prevent it. So no, you didn't have to trust a doctor you just met. Doctor, I'm telling the truth. Dr. Salazar looked at you for a few seconds, unconvinced, then sighed and distanced himself. Okay, try to rest. You nodded silently, but unlike before, the doctor called someone from outside the room. A nurse quickly arrived. Be alert to the monitor. If there's any change, report it. The nurse nodded at the instruction and stayed in the room, near the heart monitor you had connected. Clearly, Dr. Salazar didn't trust leaving you alone. I will come periodically. You didn't know if he said it to the nurse or to you, but you nodded anyway and lay back on the stretcher with a tired sigh. Surviving a sadistic killer was exhausting. When Cindy arrived and Dr. Salazar told her you had a minor seizure, she became so concerned that she considered staying with you for the rest of the day. Even though you had appreciated the gesture, you weren't entirely happy with it, so you convinced her to go to work, asking her to cover for you. Anyway, Dr. Salazar gave you a week of rest. Jeff the Warninger! Oh no! He comes with a warning label, parental advisory, you know? Since you were kept under observation, you had to spend the rest of the day and night in the hospital. But when the next morning came, everything was ready to discharge you. Day 3! We made it! The next day you were discharged. And luckily you had the transportation issue covered. Go ahead, Stella. Lieutenant West opened the car door for you, while Detective Sean took the driver's seat. Day 3! Give it up for day 3! Woo! You got up from the wheelchair you were taken to the hospital entrance in. Stella! You turned at the sound of your name. Dr. Salazar, what is it? Dr. Salazar took a moment to breathe, then handed you a business card. My card. Crescent Hill General. Pine Road, East Ridge. Yippee! I thought we got a week of rest. Apparently not. No, we have to take the week off. They're letting us out. They're like, hospital bills are expensive. Get out of here. Get out of here. My card. You can call me whenever you want, or if you need anything. You took the piece of paper and playfully shook it. Who would have thought I could get someone's number if I get hurt a little? Dr. Salazar's mouth dropped open in surprise, then he cleared his throat. His cheeks flushed. This is professional concern. Wes raised an eyebrow at the doctor, who awkwardly scratched his head and retreated. Has that doctor been inappropriate with you? Not at all. He's been quite nice. Wes shrugged and gestured back to the car. This time, without interruption, you sat in the back seat. When Wes got into the passenger seat, the car started and drove off. Most of the time, there was silence, until you suddenly saw Wes nudge Sean. She cleared her throat, looking at you in the rearview mirror. So, Stella, how are you feeling right now? It surprised you that the more distant cop was trying to talk to you, but you didn't have to be rude and reject her efforts. Well, mostly because of the painkillers. You couldn't help but caress the clinical patch covering your left eye socket with your fingertips. Wow, I can't speak. Sean paused, then replied, You may have scars, but they are proof you survived. I've never went to an emergency room. That's fair, that's fair. It usually depends. It usually depends. Like, the emergency room, like, they rarely keep you with a hospital stay. It's, or I guess, no, urgent care. No, yeah, emergency room. The ER, yeah. I don't know. But usually they don't, if it's severe, they'll keep you overnight to like monitor you, but if everything's good, it'll be like, and you're good, bye-bye, you can leave now, get out. It's only when it's something like really severe that it's like, okay, you stay here now. I don't know. It's losing an eye severe. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. I go to the public hospital. Ah, okay, okay. Sigh. Shout out to the American healthcare system. You couldn't help but be surprised for a moment by the encouraging comment, but you had to admit it made your day. Thank you. Sean looked straight ahead, focused on the road, but something made you think she felt calmer. Easiest pirate to cosplay. Yeah, we can cosplay a pirate anytime. Talk like a pirate day, we're gonna be ready for. Will your girlfriend come to see you at your home? Your mind froze for an instant at Wes's question. Excuse me? Miss Cindy. Oh, you didn't know whether to be offended or embarrassed. She's just a coworker. We're not even that close. Oh, I thought. He turned to Sean with a look that asked for help, but he was completely ignored. I saw her very attentive and protective of you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. It also strikes me that way. But it's nice to see that someone cares about me in this city. You're on your own, I understand. Yeah, but I deal with it. We can ask for protection for you. Yeah, it's not gonna do anything. Oh, like watching where I live? Yes, now we assume your attacker is on the run, but we can't assume he won't come back to finish the job. Wes shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Elise. It's okay, I don't mind. In fact, having protection gave you a sense of security, considering Jeff would come looking for you. You were aware that you were hindering the investigation by concealing key information, such as Jeff's name and the game he initiated. But after witnessing how easily he got away with it in the hospital, something told you the universe was on his side. Honestly, it makes me feel better. A shiver of danger ran down your neck, as if your body sensed Jeff's presence nearby. The memory of the sharp pain of your eye being ripped out made you settle deeper into your seat. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was affecting you more than you cared to admit. We're here. You saw your building's entrance from the car window, making you sigh with relief. You can flirt with the cops. Perfect! That's what I was gonna try. I didn't try it last time, but finally, you can go back to your bed. We'll be on alert. We'll notify you of any updates. Jeff's not in the trunk! He just pops out of the trunk and breaks down the back window like, only me! Me, only me! We'll be on alert. We'll notify you of any updates. This is my number. Call if you need anything, and I assure my concern is strictly professional. Thanks. Elm Street. Ah, I see there. I see now, yeah. You took the business card with your fingertips, seeing the name printed WS. Flirt. Can I have your number, detective? You saw in the rearview mirror that Sean's eyes widened in surprise. Excuse me? The lieutenant gave me his. Can I have yours? Sean glanced at Wes, who shrugged. Well, excuse her. She doesn't have many social skills. Sean elbowed Wes, who chuckled lightly. Wallace! That's cute. Sean remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly took out her wallet. Ah, I see. This is my number. Call whenever you want. I mean, whenever you need it. You saw out of your remaining eye that Wes had raised an eyebrow at Sean's murmurs, and she looked away from you. Damn, everyone wants the almost murder victim. Crazy. Funny how every person who gives it up, they don't want to be social with you. I don't want to talk. This is strictly professional. Do not call me. Understood. You nodded firmly. You closed the door and stood on the sidewalk for a moment, watching. Well, hang on. I want to flirt with the other one too. I want to get them both. Oh, W. Could that be William? Wes chuckled, his deep, vibrant voice a sweet sound to your ears. No, but good try. At least if I can know there's a Mrs. Wes waiting at home. Wes was surprised for a few seconds, then let out a light laugh. You heard Sean let out a groaning sigh from the side. The W is for Wallace. Happy? You raised your... He's into it. He's like, this is funny. This kid's funny. You raised your hands in surrender with a playful smile. You opened the car door and took a moment to say goodbye. All right, geez, it was a pleasure, detective. Sean waved goodbye as if rushing you. Wallace, can I call you Wallace? Wes raised an eyebrow with a sarcastic smile. You already did. It was a pleasure, Wallace. He chuckled softly again, waving goodbye to you. See you around, player! Damn, okay. You closed the door and stood on the sidewalk for a moment, watching the car blend into the traffic. Sorry, I don't date one-eyed chicks. Damn. Call them at the same time. I have 3 phones laid out and I put each of them on the line and I just let them talk to each other. I would believe it if Jeff teleported into the trunk. I will admit it. You closed the door. Okay, I read that, didn't I? You sighed with relief, turning towards your building's lobby. When you reached your apartment, it was just as you had left it 2 days ago. The apartment was furnished and you had a few belongings, so there was no mess, but definitely leaving the place for 2 days had caused some dust to accumulate. Date requirement must have 2 eyes. Dang it. It's all over for me. So the first thing you did was sweep and dust. You opened the windows while shaking the sofa cushions, then dusted the TV. You threw out all the bad food in the fridge and cleaned the inside. You went to the bathroom where you cleaned the surfaces until you couldn't see a trace of dirt. Finally, you reached your bedroom. It was emptier than you would have liked. You would have... I said posters last time. Let's say lights. Extra lighting and aesthetics would be nice. Anyway, now you don't have time to worry about that. You can also flirt with Cindy or Salazar on day 5. That's true. I haven't done that, have I? We gotta get Cindy. We gotta pick Cindy this time, though, because I need to see her live. You have to deal with the most important thing. You locked all the windows you could reach, then went to the entrance and double-locked the door. You peered out a window and saw a patrol car parked on the street across from you. You sighed, sitting on the sofa, recovering your breath and the sense of security you had lost a long time ago. Technically, Jeff couldn't reach you. He shouldn't. But you can never be too sure for the convenience of the script. To distract yourself, you turned on the TV and changed channels until you found one you were interested in, until you landed on a news report showing a very familiar scene. Is that the street where the video store is? You turned up the volume with more interest. A person was attacked at 9 p.m. on Thursday with serious injuries. Medical sources reported that the victim is recovering. Descriptions of the attacker indicate a tall, white male, between 20 or 30 years old with scars on his face. He wears black and white clothes and frequently covers his face. The suspect is attributed with 27 murders, but investigators estimate the real number could exceed 100. It was pretty obvious they were talking about your attack. You felt your hands lose strength the more you listened to the journalist, the more you learned about Jeff. He had killed so many people? Did he really leave you alive? You vaguely remembered Wes arguing with some people outside your hospital room. He was surely chasing away journalists who wanted to talk to you. Better that way. You would have less chance to mess up. If they had put you in front of cameras with microphones in your face and journalists looking at you hungry for information, you would have revealed information that wouldn't have been convenient for Jeff stalking. Because everything indicated that no matter where you went, Jeff would find you. Feeling the sweat run down your face, you went to the bathroom and washed your face, sighing in front of the sink. You looked at yourself in the mirror, and for the first time, you witnessed your current appearance. Your expression was tired, not haggard yet, but close. Dark, finger-shaped marks surrounded your neck, making you swallow. But then you noticed the patch over your left eye. With trembling fingers, you unhooked the elastic straps of the patch from your head, revealing an adhesive patch. You removed that piece, and all that remained was a gauze. Patiently, you removed the gauze, to finally see what Jeff had done to you. After removing the piece of cloth, you saw your eyelid drooping, and when you tried to blink, your eyelid trembled, revealing the inside of your eye socket, covered with pink, shiny skin. You felt curious and extended your lower eyelid to get a better look at the inside of your eye socket. It's strange, because somehow you feel like your eye is still there. What was it called? Phantom sensation? If you looked to your right, you felt your left eye do the same, even though it clearly wasn't there anymore. It's one of my best works. You froze at the voice. Your vision cleared, and in the mirror's reflection behind you, you could see Jeff's silhouette. You turned suddenly, your heart pounding, but there was no one. You took a moment to catch your breath, then brought a hand to your face. Were you really starting to hallucinate? It seemed Jeff had made quite an impression on you. Could it be that you were truly afraid? Last time we said no. What if we say yes? You didn't want to admit it, but it seemed to be the case. Your fear wasn't precisely of dying, it was of receiving more harm than Deafening. Oh no! The suspect enjoyed streaming video games and singing. You went to the bathroom, took a massive dump. Oh no! Horrible. All that thinking about that madman was making you tired. You went to the kitchen to eat something. You had a couple of good donuts stored in the cupboard. You drank some of your juice. You drank some juice and took your painkillers, then went to bed. You wanted to go to sleep feeling safe, thinking you'd be fine. But since someone is reading this, that won't happen. You heard a creak, which woke you up immediately. You didn't know if it was because you're a light sleeper or because you're alert, but you were glad it was. You stayed in your spot for a moment, hoping it was just your imagination again, but you heard another creak. This time you knew it was because there was someone in your house. Save. You think I need to save? I know this, I know this. I'm fine. You have to hide! Bed. You crawled as silently as possible under the bed and waited. You heard soft, continuous creaks. Suddenly, you saw feet crossing your bedroom door, and your breathing stopped. Black combat boots advanced slowly, surrounding your bed. You watched, praying he would leave soon. The person stayed for a few more moments, then retreated with the same slowness. You felt you could breathe again. You stayed for a few moments, then started to think about what to do next. I did do the double bed already, so we're good there. Bathroom. You tiptoed to the bathroom and locked the door. You got into the tub, taking shelter behind the curtain. You waited patiently, listening to the sound of someone opening doors and moving things. I do like the art of him hanging under the bed like, hello, how you doing? Hello under there. He's so silly. Listening to the sound of someone opening doors and moving things. Suddenly, silence. Living room. Stealthily, you went to the living room and hid behind the sofa. You waited patiently in silence, hoping the time would pass quickly. Although, you were in a very exposed place. Closet. You went into the closet and stayed silent, listening to your heartbeat in your ears. You waited for seconds, which felt like eternity, as you heard someone opening doors and moving things around. Yeah, the first time I was like, ah, ah, ah. Your hopes were fading. You couldn't go from one place to another all night. How could he be so persistent? Exhaustion was overcoming you. You felt your legs losing strength. You had slowly felt your knees leaning against the wall. I need water. Thank you for the hydrate, Lance. You no longer cared if Jeff caught you. To hell with him and his stupid game. Suddenly, you heard a heavy sigh from somewhere in your apartment. Slowly and stealthily, you peered through the closet opening. Jeff was in your living room, subtly lit by the moonlight filtering through the window. He had the knife in his hand, which made you think you were lucky to have avoided him. I know you hear me, Stella. You win this round. Your exhaustion vanished for an instant, replaced by euphoria. Why is he suddenly so zesty? That's zesty? That's he was hard? I like it. He looks so teasing. He looks so teasing, like, I know you're in here, but I'll let you go. Ha 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 ha. But don't forget, I'll be watching you. That was a fact you already knew. It looks good, though. You did good. Round of applause. He had visited you in the hospital and followed you home. He looks so unwashed. The question is, does he shower until he meets, up until he meets the main character? Who knows? You no longer felt, hang on, I didn't read that. It goes without saying that you no longer felt safe anywhere. You heard the main door open and close, and that filled you with a relief that made you fall unconscious. Anyway, how could that maniac have fooled the police? One of three options. 1, he killed the police. That's the most tedious scenario, as it would involve many more police. 2, the police didn't see him, which caused you immense disappointment. And 3, Jeff is very good at slipping away. You still didn't know how he did it. Maybe you'll find out in the future, or maybe not. Time would tell. Day 4. Alright, there's a CG we need to get in this day too. The next day was strangely calm. The night before, you barely got any decent sleep in the closet, it must be said. The relief of feeling that his stalking had ended, even if for just one day, drained your body's strength. So you woke up in the cramped space of the closet with an aching body. The first thing you did upon waking was look out the window, and you didn't know whether to laugh or cry when you saw the same patrol car from yesterday in the same spot. Did Jeff really sneak into your apartment so easily? You checked the locks and they weren't broken. That meant Jeff, besides bypassing the police, didn't force his way in. What the fuck? Everything was becoming too convenient, especially for a suspense story. Before you were sure Jeff was a human, but now you were starting to consider other options. You secured the front door again and considered buying a new deadbolt. But first things first, you had to eat breakfast. You opened your fridge and disappointment flooded you when you saw it was practically empty. There were 2 wrinkled tomatoes, a half-empty juice carton you checked by shaking it, and half a lemon. You remembered throwing out the spoiled food the day before, but you also hadn't gone grocery shopping. You prepared to leave, grabbed your wallet, and headed to your apartment's entryway, fiddling with your keys. You took one last look inside your apartment and left, locking all the doors. A moment of doubt stopped you, and you checked the light bulb in the upper corner of your door. Excellent. Jeff's superhuman ability to get into your apartment was called spare keys. You couldn't believe you had actually forgotten that. Dummy. The mini market you visited was 2 blocks from your apartment, on the opposite side from the video store. It didn't have many things, but was enough for desperate times like now. You looked for essentials among the aisles and refrigerators. We'll go with the normal option this time, before I pick the vegan. Walking to the checkout, you felt a movement in the corner of your right eye. A white movement. Your heart raced, but the presence of many people restored some confidence, so you subtly followed the movement. You approached the snack shelf. Among the price tags, colorful bags, and shiny containers, you could perceive a white glint hidden on the other side of the shelf. You leaned around the corner, slowly peeking out. You could make out the posture of someone crouched, wearing white clothes. Stella! The call of your name startled you, making you drop your groceries. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You watched in amazement as Dr. Salazar knelt down, beginning to pick up your groceries. Dr. Salazar? You can call me Paul. I don't think I will. Okay, Paul, what are you doing here? You didn't know if Jeff's stalking was starting to affect you more than you like, but you convinced yourself you were just taking precautions. I like his outfit. Yeah, he looks so comfy cozy. Looks very comfy cozy. The plaid is so soft too. I'd wear that. You didn't need another stalker on your list. My shift ended a few hours ago. I like coming to a coffee shop nearby, and I couldn't help but see you through the window. I hope it doesn't bother you. Stalking me! Salazar chuckled softly, awkwardly, as if trying to shed a bad image. He's totally Jeff Brother. What if he is? He's homicidal Lou. Crazy. He's just missing all the scars for it. Liar. Yeah, exactly. I got off my shift and I saw you across the street. Aha. No, you were following me the second I left my apartment. I know it. Oh, okay. You knelt too, finishing picking up your things. How are you feeling? How's your... It's the better stalker. He's better than Jeff? I don't know about that one. How's your, eye? You instinctively brought a hand to your left eyelid, covered by the patch. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Are you going to want a prosthesis? It depends. Can I choose the color? Of course. You can choose the color and size of the iris, the pupil, and even the sclera. That's great. I'll think about it. Jeff will kill you. Yet. And... That's great. I'll think about it. Dr. Salazar nodded with a faint smile. Can I help you with your shopping? Thanks. You're very kind. Anything for my patient. Salazar helped you carry your things to the checkout and you paid. You left the store and stood on the sidewalk for a moment. You held one of the bags in your hand while he carried the other. Are you doing your groceries? It's for my breakfast. Salazar looked at you with surprised eyes, then shook his head. It's already noon, Stella. And so what? That's what my mom says. I get out of bed before noon and she's like, wow, you're up early. He's inspired by Lou. If I remember correctly, wasn't Lou originally trying to be a doctor? Yeah, I think. I don't remember. Maybe not. And it says, yeah, Nope. Hot lava tube putting it together. I'm just here to buy it as essentials. Trying embarrassing purchases. No! I'll eat what I want, man. Don't judge me. You flinched at the scolding. Hearing it from a doctor made you feel more guilty. I know, there were circumstances, but now I'm on it. I was attacked, sir. Sir! I'm missing an eye! Can you not see? I think I'm allowed to eat my breakfast at noon. He looked at you in silence for a few seconds, then cleared his throat against his fist. I could invite you to breakfast. What? I said I wanted to invite you to breakfast. You saw Salazar's nervous posture and the obvious blush on his cheeks. You tilted your head, curious. Like a date? Salazar coughed into his hand, but quickly recovered. I wouldn't want you to misunderstand, but yes, I guess so. I'm inviting you on a date. You stood in silence for a moment, considering the proposal. You always had the option to flirt with people you met, but that didn't mean you were serious. It was fun to see other people's reactions to your teasing, and maybe there's a little hope in you that it would lead somewhere. And now you had the option to go further. Save, because we need these CGs. Against my better judgment, we'll accept it. I'd love to. Hey, why are you missing an eye again? I don't remember, honestly. That's crazy. Lance, do you remember? Because I don't. Probably misplaced your eye. Yeah, I couldn't find it when I woke up. Hi, Zuzu! Salazar's expression brightened at your response. Tentatively, he raised his free hand towards you. You took his hand in yours, intertwining your fingers with his. You walked in silence down the street, letting him guide you, since he was the one inviting you. Suddenly, in front of you, a child fell on the asphalt and let out a heartbreaking scream. I forgot. Eyes don't grow on trees. No, look. It's hard to keep track of things. Okay. The parents quickly approached, picking him up off the ground and revealing that his knee had a bleeding wound. Let me see. I'm a doctor. You watched Salazar approach quickly and seriously, pulling a hand sanitizer from one of his pockets. You smiled faintly at Salazar's attentiveness. Perhaps you needed an attentive man after all. One who respected life. Hi, Seth! How are you? Common misconception. Eyes are actually root vegetables! That's so... you learn something new every day. Incomparable with... Well, you didn't have to think about him anymore. Suddenly, a great weight knocked you to the ground, immobilizing you. You felt something wet fall on your cheeks. It was warm. Aww, we made him cry. You looked up and witnessed an expression you never expected to see. Jeff was crying inconsolably over you. How could you, Stella? Am I not enough for you? He cry baby. He's a little crybaby man baby. You felt your voice crack with bewilderment. Fortunately, it seemed everyone had witnessed everything, which meant it would all be over. Loser! Nice piercings though, right? Jeff would be caught and you could go back to your life. Am I not enough for you? Jeff's thunderous scream jolted you from your thoughts, and it was too late when you saw him raise a knife and plunged into your chest. Stella! Stella! With each pronunciation of your name, you earned another stab, which made your body convulse and shed more blood. And his expression didn't change. It was full of pain. With your blurred vision, you managed to see Jeff being held and immobilized on the ground, still screaming. Your eyelids felt heavy, and you closed... Your eyelid felt heavy, and you closed it. You sighed one last time, with relief that Jeff had been caught. At your expense, of course. Stella! You felt your cheeks being held by wet, sticky hands. You heard Salazar's heartbroken voice, holding you desperately. Stay with me! I'll help you! Stella! You smiled faintly, feeling the warmth of Salazar's embrace. That's what you wanted, right? You died! I'm not ready to be tied down to one single killer right now! None of you won. Everyone loses. It's exactly why you gotta bottle up your feelings. Poor Jeff. And we're back. Reject. Fuck you, Salazar. You weirdo, you freak. Fuck you. Get out of here. I'm sorry, but I can't. Disappointment reflected in Salazar's expression. Oh. Do you have someone else? It's not that. I have things to do today, but we could go out another day, okay? Salazar's grimace didn't seem to change at your words, but with your expectant silence, Salazar smiled faintly. I understand. Another day it is. At least let me walk you back with your groceries. You pondered his words for a moment. Definitely, it wouldn't hurt to have him accompany you. It would feel safe, in fact. Sure. Sorry, better stalker, but you just won't kill Stella. What real shame. Real shame. If he cared about me, he'd kill me. If he cared about me, he would kill me. I'm just saying. I'm not seeing someone else, but someone else seeing me. True. Jeff's probably like right there's like, you see the cars on the road? He's probably behind one of them or sitting at that umbrella there, like hiding his face behind a menu. Just saying, he's probably lurking right there. He's up on the roof. He's hiding behind the street light very poorly on the balcony. True, that could be it too. And he leaps down. Sure. You led the way and you walked in silence all the way. You arrived at the entrance of your building, and seeing that Salazar had no intention of leaving you there, you continued guiding him until you stopped at your apartment door. Here we are. Killing us is hot? Question mark? Just to stop. I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth. Salazar remained looking at the door for a few seconds, then smiled faintly as he extended the bag he was carrying towards you. It was a pleasure seeing you, Stella. Likewise, I mean, Paul. Salazar's smile widened, regaining some of the energy he had lost from your rejection. You can call me whenever you want. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, fine. Sorry, Stella. Stella and other freaks. He's a Gary Stu. That's true. I mean, he's wearing the most basic, boring clothes. A white hoodie and black pants. Like, he fits right into the crowd. Sorry, I need some water. Salazar headed for the exit, not without turning back for a moment to wave goodbye to you. You returned his wave and stayed in the hallway until you no longer saw him. You sighed softly, returning to the reality of your situation. Right, you needed to be careful. You unlocked every lock and entered your apartment, locking it again. You also made sure to hide the spare keys inside your apartment. You left your groceries in the kitchen and put everything away, then thought about what you would have for breakfast. You started the coffee maker with the new coffee you bought and put 2 slices of bread in the toaster. You hadn't realized how late it was when Salazar pointed it out to you. You must have been very tired to have slept almost 10 hours after Jeff entered your apartment in the early morning. You had peered out the window again, and the patrol car was still there. You didn't know if it was the same one or a different one, but at least you had protection, right? Wrong. What a joke. With your coffee ready and your toast, you sat at the small table and called your dining table. You were halfway through a bite when you heard a knock at the door. You quietly looked at the door in silence. Stella, it's me! You relaxed when you realized it was Cindy. Wow, you're quite popular today. You went and opened the door, making space for her to enter. Cindy quickly came in. What brings you here? It wasn't a surprise that she knew where you lived, and as it wasn't the first time she had visited. Since she and her father, your boss, were the only 2 people you knew in the city, if something unexpected happened, like a bounced check or some mishap at the store, they would personally notify you at your apartment. Did they catch the guy? You shrugged. Nope. You need to take this seriously. Even if they've arranged protection for you, it's not 100% safe to rely on that. So you saw the patrol car outside. Cindy brought a hand to her forehead. Yeah. There were also many journalists at the store. It leaked that you worked there, so I had to close temporarily. Oh, I'm sorry. Cindy sighed, taking a seat on the sofa. None of this is your fault, Stella. I should have accompanied you that day. You joined her, sitting next to her. Don't say that. You had no way of knowing. Cindy cleared her throat, changing the subject. So, do you know details about your case? Oh, well, it seems they know who he is. Cindy's interest was piqued. Really? Who? A guy with a body count of 27? I mean, victims. Cindy looked at you expectantly, ignoring your joke. It seems she hadn't seen the news. Of course, when would she have the time, having to deal with chasing away invasive journalists? It seems I'm the first victim he left alive. Cindy let out a gasp. Just what we needed, a serial killer fixated on you. She wasn't wrong. They didn't say he was a serial killer. If he's murdered more than 3 people and has been doing it for years, he falls into the category of serial killer. Okay. Did you see if he felt pleasure attacking you? Oh, yes, definitely. You remembered how he insisted you admit you were afraid, even wanting to know the details. Oops, maybe you should have kept that to yourself. Cindy put her fingers to her chin, thoughtfully murmuring to herself. And he would fall into the category too. I'm bad with backgrounds. I like them though. I like them. I like how there's like almost there's like a really soft blur on them. I think they're fun. And it feels small enough to be like a little apartment. Cindy? Yeah? Can I ask you something without you getting angry? Okay. How do you know so many police terms? She listens to true crime podcasts. Cindy froze, looking at you in surprise. Then she sighed heavily. I never wanted to be a clerk in my dad's store. Yeah, nobody wants to be. Cindy gave you a reproving look at your sarcastic comment, but continued. I studied criminology for 4 years, and then I entered the police academy. The video store pays good too. The apartment is nice. Yeah, sure. I like him too. That's why I said nice apartment. Yeah, it's nice. Wow, you didn't expect that. Cindy didn't give the impression of wanting to be anything in life, much less a cop. As long as I can remember, I wanted to be a detective, and then I worked hard to graduate with honors. But when I entered the academy, my dad's store was robbed. They caught the culprits, but since one of them was a lieutenant's nephew, they let him go free. The system boasts of being fair network, but it has too many loopholes. I dropped out of the academy and have been working for Dad ever since. She's so real. She's so real. We love Cindy. We love Cindy. Fuck the police. I hate the police. The police have done nothing in my life but make it frustrating and a living nightmare. Hate the police. Love Cindy. Beautiful. You know who else hates the police? Jeff the Killer. Puts him on the good list. That's another pro. Wow, who would have thought? Cindy grumbled through clenched teeth. Don't be condescending with me. I hate nepotism. I'm gonna go work for my dad. Oh, it feels more like she gave up in life in that case. No, not at all. It just caught my attention, that's all. That explains why you were so harsh with Lieutenant West and Detective Sean. Cindy snorted, looking away. Do you think they're doing a good job? Well, I don't know what they're doing now, but I have a feeling they're trying hard. She's depressed. Yeah, she gave up. She's sad. Cindy lowered her gaze, dispirited. I hope the system doesn't fail you like it failed me, Stella. I think that's the second nicest thing you've ever said to me. Cindy raised an eyebrow. What was the first? That you feel peaceful with me? Yeah, well, I still think that. You two fell silent for a moment until you broke it. I'm glad we're getting along, Sin. She smiled faintly. Me too. Well, it's time for me to go. So soon? I just came to check on you. From what I see, you're fine. Hating the cops not in the social justice way. They keep trying to stop me from killing people away. It counts. It counts. Pros to Jeff the Killer. Can and will kill you. Hates police. It's a good list. It's a good list. I just came to check on you. From what I see, you're fine. But Cindy turned to you, questioning. What is it? No, you couldn't tell her about Jeff's game. No, nothing. Go home safely. Cindy looked at you for a couple seconds in silence, then left. Seeing that you were on your own, you sighed heavily. I also like with Cindy, like her lips is like the Kim Possible style lips. That feels so nostalgic to me. Cons to Jeff the Killer. Probably smells. Can kill you, will kill you. Took your eye, stalker. Put stalker on the pro, thank you very much. How dare you take that off? My mama says that stalking is only, it's just research, you guys. It's just research, and when it's publicly accessible, it's fine. It's fine. Things my mom has actually said to me. Not in that context. She'll look into my extended family is kind of fucked up. And so she'll sometimes Google them and like go through like public records, obviously, but like whatever she can get access to be like, oh yeah, wow. Here's all of this dirt that I've dug up, and I've gone through all the court files and whatnot and all the police information regarding your aunt or whatever. And I'm like, oh, Mom, you're stalking. And she goes, it's not stalking. It's research. No one tell you. No one. Then she always goes like, don't let anyone tell you any different. I'm like, Mom, you're a bad influence on me. I guess it is a positive for Salazar too then. He can have 1 pro. 2, he has comfy vibes. He has comfy vibes. We can appreciate comfy vibes here. There are so many cons. There are a lot of cons, but you have to point out the pros where you can. This is all in jest, by the way. This is all in jest. Please, please no one come to my house and kidnap and stalk me and stab me. I do not want that. Thank you. Please do not do that. Unless your name is Black Rock Shooter, in which case we can cut a deal. Pros, he would never cheat on you. Loyal, extremely loyal. That's hard to find these days. That's in men, extremely hard to find. You spent the rest of the day in your apartment. You felt like it was going to be a quiet night. What? Did I say something? But when night came, you changed your mind. Jeff said that every time you invaded him, he would go away. So technically, you should be safe tonight. Looks up for him to change name. Cons, he's Jeff. Fair point. Pro, extremely loyal. Con, Jeff the killer. It's a bit rough. It's like when you have a character named like Casper, the friendly ghost. You go, oh, he's a friendly ghost. Great. Jeff, the killer. Oh, we're getting into some dangerous territory there, Jeffrey. I never said you did. I think you taking it personally, Lance, says something about your character, though. So technically you should be safe tonight. But on the other hand, it was Jeff you were talking about. The guy is a cowardly, cheating maniac. You can't trust his words. So you decided to go out. Where? It didn't matter. You just went somewhere with a large crowd where it would be impossible to attack you. So you arrived at a street full of bars. This still looks so much like Miami to me. I'm like, this is South Beach. This looks like Miami, South Beach. That kind of area. Starlight Hotel. Yeah, Miami. Okay. I live in Florida, so I'm like, guys, it's just like Florida. Kind of Dexter. Looks like Barcelona stripped me. That's fair. Look, I'm a filthy American. I live in the big ass state of Florida. I don't leave the United States very often. It's a big country. Florida's a big state, okay? It's hard to get out of here. Lights painted the streets with colors and music gently. Actually, I could pull up. There is a street. There's an exact street I'm thinking of. I could pull it up. I've been there. It looks just like it. That looks like an American flag. Okay. Lights painted the streets with colors and music gently escaped from the venues. You shrugged and picked a bar to enter. The place was quiet and had a considerable number of people. Perfect. You didn't want to go to a half-empty place. It would be like a deer going to a meadow. But not a crowded place either. That's the last thing you needed in your paranoid state. So you sat at the bar and prepared to order. Last time we picked beer, let's pick wine. You sat waiting patiently for your order. And that's when you felt someone take the seat next to you immediately. Hi. Just sits down, it's just like, what are you doing here? Notice that he sits on our bad side. Is that our bad side? No, that's our good side, right? That's our good side. We'd be looking to the right. He's so respectful like that. He's so respectful like that. Seriously? What? I can go wherever I want. This is a public place. Canvas Pro for this background? Ah, a Canva Pro? Dang. Honestly, okay. I'm not saying that with Canva, I inspect Element and then I grab the actual file from the website, Canva, for the, for anything I'm using on Canva that's Canva Pro and I don't have Canva Pro. I'm not saying I steal the assets, but I'm just saying that's 100% possible. It's good though, I like it. And don't you think if I just scream I can get you arrested? Jeff looked at you over his shoulder, disinterested in your threat.
Sure, you can do that, and by the time a cop comes, I can rip out your other eye and run away again.
Just use the free trial. Ah, that makes sense. I forgot they have a free trial. That works too. A lack of piracy. Very respectable. It's Jeff the Kyler. Oh boy. You're a coward.
I'm many things.
The bartender approached and Jeff gestured to him to take an order.
Whiskey. Neat.
Oh, old school or just showing off?
Who am I showing off to? You?
Tease. You seem to try very hard to get my attention.
I don't. Shut up.
I'm the first person you've left alive. I guess that makes me at least relevant to you. Your words seem to catch his attention.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the first.
Oh? The bartender arrived with your order and his. This bartender, I swear, this bartender is a professional at minding his own business. A professional at minding his own business. Jeff wrapped his fingers around the glass and pulled his bandana down slightly. You could see a bit of his profile. Bartender's blind. Probably literally. We're on the look for someone who wears black and white clothes and has a face covered in scars. His name is Jeff the Killer and has been noted for 27 murders, possibly 100. Yeah, keep an eye out for this guy. He could be in the general area. This is the local news. He sees nothing. Jeff took their eyes too. Oh no! He came beforehand. He was like, I know where they're gonna go. It's time to prepare. It was strange to see him so calm.
It was a beginner's mistake. The girl was nice to me and she suffered the same as me, so I felt sorry for her. Jane.
Jeff took a sip, then swirled the drink in his glass.
I don't know if she's still alive, but last time I saw her, she wanted to kill me, so I don't care anymore.
He's using us eyes for ew! Ugh, gross. Wow, you being compassionate. That's new. And what did you two suffer from, if I may ask? He pointed to his own face with his index finger.
The burns.
Ah. Can I ask how it happened?
In an accident, and I spilled acid on myself.
Mock him, you fucking loser. Accidentally? Do you mean you spilled it or threw it on yourself?
A bit of both.
Wow, wow. Jeff snorted. He seemed annoyed, but you sensed the amusement in his voice. Oh, shut up. You're not one to judge me. What's that supposed to mean?
You figure it out.
Jeff took another sip of his whiskey. Anyway, why did you come here? I thought you wanted to keep this between us without an audience.
Relax, I won't hurt you. I'll keep my promise.
For now, right? You rolled your eyes and drank your own drink. You both sat in silence for a while, listening to the bar's music and the chatter of other people. How was your day? So what did you do today? Was it stalking me in the grocery store? How was your day? Jeff turned to you in surprise.
I didn't do much.
He turned his gaze back to the front.
I went shopping. I walked the streets. I rested a little. And I came to this bar.
As you listened intently, you saw the corner of Jeff's mouth curl into a mocking smile, and you realized, so it was you following me! You glared at him, but far from being annoyed, Jeff seemed to enjoy causing that reaction in you. You took a sip of your drink, and he did the same. Every time he finished drinking, he pulled his bandana up again, covering his face. You both paused, a moment to calm the previous emotion. Are you really not going to do anything to me tonight? He's blushing. Oh! Jeff rested his cheek on his hand, bored. I kind of like him. Yeah! He's just a silly guy. He looks like he's having a good time. He looks like he's having a good night out, you know? Jeff rested his cheek on his hand, bored.
Why? Now you're afraid of me?
It's not that. I just wouldn't appreciate going back to the hospital so soon after leaving. Jeff clicked his tongue.
Don't worry. Just enjoy that I'm not gutting you where you are.
Okay, that's not reassuring. Jeff sighed, turning to you. His eyes, sky blue, milky like a cloudy day, stared fixedly at you.
I promised I wouldn't do anything.
I promise I won't do anything. Suspect. No, we gotta flirt. We gotta flirt with him. This is the time to get that romance level up. Get that romance level up.
Couldn't you be this cute most of the time? It's a waste of time to act crazy all the time. You thought Jeff made a gesture of raising an eyebrow because he doesn't have eyebrows, duh. And what about being a killer? Yeah, that too. Huh. Jeff returned to his spot in silence, as if he hadn't expected you to answer. You couldn't see it clearly, but you could swear that beneath his dark eyelids you could see a distinct pink tone different from the sores on his skin. You both fell silent again. This time you felt calmer, as if you had shaken off the previous awkwardness. Why are you doing this, anyways? Jeff looked at you questioningly. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know if you hate me or like me. I don't know if you want to kill me or observe me. I don't know either, clearly. I lose control when it comes to you. Jeff let out a dry chuckle. I was always good at improvising, but since I met you, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Inquire. You were always good at killing people? What's different now? You're an enigma. I thought I understood all of humanity. That's why I hated it. With you, it's like I want to find out more. Caught my attention, I'm sure of that. He slowly brought his hand towards you. You didn't move. You didn't know if it was out of fear he would do something, or if you wanted him to reach you. Jeff's fingers wrapped around your neck and squeezed gently. It wasn't choking you, but his grip was firm. I'm still thinking about what to do with you once I get bored of our game. Hi, Andy! He pulled you closer, his breath grazing your face as he spoke softly. Because I get bored easily. I am not making that sound. It is not happening. Jeff's eyes widened, letting go as if you were contagious. He stared at you in astonishment for a couple seconds, then stammered. I fell for that again. He grunted under his breath and continued drinking his whiskey. Freak him out! Freak out the freak! He can't match it! He can't match the freak! He grunted under his breath and continued drinking his whiskey. Hey, so what's the plan? Huh? Are we going to chat like friends even though you ripped out my eye and are stalking me? This bartender has the blind and deaf. Oh my. No wonder Jeff came here. He must have been like, thank God, any other bar I wouldn't have walked into. Jeff snorted a laugh, raising his glass. I'll drink to that. Toast. Whatever you say. You raised your drink and clinked. Hang on. Turnip! I should have let that message be blocked. I saw your name and said and thought, oh, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. I love Turnip. You pain me, Ornip. You pain me. I told them about that, and they all laughed. They all laughed. They all laughed at me. You raised your drink and clinked it against his glass in a small toast. Bartender cleaning a glass while he holds back. Kids these days talking about ripping out eyes. Young love. He stared at you in silence, thoughtfully. You're a very strange person, Stella. Do you like that? Jeff chuckled softly. We'll see. Thanks for leaving me alone tonight. Your standards are very low, aren't they? Hey, I said thanks, not that you magically became just decent just because you said one good thing for me. Objectifies Jeff's body and slap him on the butt. Oh no! This isn't a dark romance. Are we sure about that? Perhaps. Sorry, I need more water. Jeff raised his hands in surrender, his posture unconcerned. I'm in a good mood, that's all I can say. Does it have anything to do with me rejecting the date with Paul? Think what you want. You smiled faintly and drank your drink. You both fell silent listening to the bar music. Jazz was relaxing, and strangely, you didn't feel bad. It was incredible how you could go from fearing he'd find you in your hiding place, and in another moment, it seems you two are having a... Oh? Was it your idea, or did this seem like a date? Dating the guy who ripped out your eye and threatens to kill you? Maybe it is a dark romance after all. Are you jealous? What's that got to do with anything? I couldn't help but notice that you really hated it when someone was nice to me. Are you the jealous type, Jeff? You're playing with fire, Stella. I don't know the option here. Flirt. No, it's mock him. Why? Because it's senseless to provoke a serial killer who has me in his sights? Maybe you weren't mentally well enough to mess with someone so dangerous, but you definitely had enough common sense to recognize how screwed up the situation was. Ask him if he likes to be bitten! Hey, Jeff, you like to be bitten? I don't have the teeth to bite anyone. I don't have canines. I mean, look at my teeth. Look at my VTuber teeth. You think I'm gonna get a good bite on Roland? Poor Roland. Don't bite Roland. I hate to see you go, but I love watching you. I hate it when you leave, but I love watching you go. I got him a little I don't have sharp teeth, but I do like vampires. We could pretend. It could be Halloween. Oh dear, what did I just knocked something over. I don't know what it was. It's fine. Gives you ideas. Cook. Okay. So you understand what I mean. Don't get too comfortable. I'll come back for you tomorrow. All right, sure. I want to see the other options too. Because I know they're all like... Where do you get your money? What happened to your mouth? What happened to your mouth? Very personal, don't you think? You came to kill me at my house. I think I have the right to know a little more about you. This bartender, I swear. Amazing. A little nibble. Don't you dare judge me. I'll try. Jeff grumbled under his breath. I cut it myself. Seriously? Why? Jealous and Maka's too bad. Ah! Is that the only one? That's two. Jeff let out a frustrated groan. I was an angsty teen. It was another time. I was going through something. Judge him. Oh, so that's the only one that got... So I picked right the first time? Hee. Oh, technically I clicked the wrong one, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Go back. All right, sure. Ah, I see. He is the jealous. He's the jealous, high maintenance type. Dear God, what a piece of work. What a piece of work. Ugh. We're gonna need some couples therapy for these two. MC and Jeff, oof, they're gonna need help. You're stalking me. For a moment, I forgot. Spending time with you as a normal person wasn't so bad. I could even call it a date. You were just talking, but you could see that your words created a reaction in Jeff. Do you think someone like me can experience normal things? Like a date? Yes. Yeah, sure. He stood silently for a second, then placed the empty glass on the bar and rose from his seat. It's to become obsessive Ask him his last name. I will be the obsessive partner in return. Not hard for me to do, I will say. Solely because when I take interest in a subject, I take interest in a subject. Please see my obsession with Black Rock Shooter. I did a 6-hour stream explaining what I would consider the basics of that franchise. I have problems. I'm aware. If I know one thing, it's being obsessed. In a healthy-ish way. Healthy-ish. I was only codependent on Black Rock Shooter for a couple years. Like 10. It's fine. Bring it to Jeff's... Oh, goodness. I will shift all of Jeff's furniture 1 inch to the left, and then he will stub his toe all the time. And he'll hate me for it, and then he'll kill me. That won't be good. If he doesn't kill the therapist, it's working. Fair point. Fair point. He stood silently for a second, then placed the empty glass on the bar and okay, I read that. You followed his movement, turning from your stool. Good night, Stella. Good luck tomorrow. Jeff made a gesture to approach, raising his hand towards you. You saw he wasn't pulling out the knife, so you leaned towards him. Kiss his cheek. Mwah! 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 You held his hand in yours, but you pulled him closer and rested your cheek gently against the side of his face, covered by the bandana. He looks shocked. He's like, what the fuck? See you later, Jeff. He whispered softly. Oh, it's a whisper. See you later, Jeff. You whispered softly, close to his ear. He didn't respond. In fact, you felt a spasm in his hand. Jeff slowly retreated, hiding his eyes behind his bangs with his hood. You watched him disappear through the bar door, and then you realized there was something in your hand. It was a crumpled piece of paper, and when you smoothed it out, you saw it was a bill. Stained with blood. He's shot! He's just a little guy, He's just a little guy. Pro, paid for the date. Pro! He gave me 20! He gave me a Mr. Jackson and everything! So we did have money to pay after all. Anyway, you couldn't use that bill. They'd look at you with suspicion. I don't know. This bartender seems very in his own lane. The bartender, they are like completely in their own world. Speedrunning Stockholm Syndrome? Yes, and? Yes, and? His business! Oh my god! Another business card that has his phone number on it. We collecting the business cards of everyone. Top shelf liquor and he only paid for well. Yeah. Well, we can't expect too much from him. You decide to stay a little longer, reflecting on everything that had just happened. I thought you guys were talking about Roblox. Oh god. It's like when it's like, I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft. Now you knew for sure that nothing bad would happen tonight. But you had to be careful. Tomorrow the game would resume. Oh boy! Oh boy! Cindy time! You woke up as usual in the safety of your room, the only difference being that you couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night. You still had the blood-stained bill Jeff gave you. He surely gave it to you knowing you couldn't spend it. He did it on purpose. It was strange. From your own experience, you knew he behaved erratically. Of course, somehow you had managed to interact with him in dangerous moments where your life was at stake. But that didn't mean it wasn't incredible that Jeff, as unpredictable as he was, had established some sort of relationship with you. I should call my ex. He's changed. Oh boy. Lava, be careful. Lava, be careful. Lava, no. Lava, no. What CG? I'm just missing the one where she lives. Because, I messed up the first time where it was like, oh, pick Salazar or Cindy. And I was like, well, of course I'm going to pick Cindy. And then someone in my chat was like, was it Lance? I think it might have been good old Holy Lance. Was like, watch it be the one who you pick is the one who dies. And I was like, oh no. And then it was, so I went back and then I realized I had to go back further because I didn't romance good enough in the bar. So I had to go back and then I still picked Salazar just in case and I didn't go back to get Cindy's CG. It was me. I'm very smart. You are very smart. But that didn't mean it wasn't incredible that Jeff, as unpredictable as he was, had established some sort of relationship with you. You could admit there were times when his company, when he wasn't trying to bury a knife in your guts, wasn't so unpleasant. It was as if Jeff had two sides. One was the deranged killer, and the other was an arrogant guy who never grew out of his edgy phase. Oh no. Was this the Stockholm Syndrome? Another box checked on the visual novel bingo card. Anyway, today you had to be more on guard. Jeff would return and he already knew the layout of your apartment, so you were at a disadvantage. Maybe you would have a better chance if you went to a hotel tonight. He'd most likely track you down, but the chances of him attacking you would decrease greatly. It sounded like a strategy, frequently changing your location. Suddenly, your doorbell rang in the middle of your reflection. It couldn't be Jeff. Right? He's not the kind of guy who rings doorbells. How funny would it be if it was him? No. Yeah, no. It's better not to risk it. Stella? You jumped at the muffled voice of Dr. Salazar from the other side. Well, as the saying goes, chills and thrills. You unlocked the door and opened it, letting him in. What are you doing here? Salazar fiddled nervously with his hands. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but worry. Hi, Captain! Hello! Hi! I'm gonna get you one day. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, Captain. I'm gonna get you. Anyway, I fixed him. He's not the only one in prison for arson. Okay. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Take a sip. Time to rearrange your... Yeah, we just want to shift everything and then he'll trip over everything. The modern Demon Slayer fit. I can see that. I can kind of see that. Vivisect the Doctor is a gift for Jeff. A gift? Oh dear, I can't speak. Interesting. Huh? Some detectives contacted me. They asked about your eye. Okay. Stella, I don't have it. Excuse me? According to the report, when you were transferred to the hospital, they recovered your eye. Why would they pick up a useless eye? Salazar cleared his throat. It's protocol, both police and medical. Everything found at the scene must be kept. Okay, I understand that, but why do you mean that you don't have it? That's the strange thing. Your eye is registered at the hospital, but when I went to check, it wasn't there. See, that was threatening. Yes, I'm aware. It was intentionally threatening. You could guess who might have taken it. I think your attacker is obsessed with you. Have you felt like you're being followed lately? No. Oh, the sweet and naive doctor has no idea. You simply shrugged. I guess so. I have reasons to think he'll come for you. Wow, this doctor was doing a lot more than just operating on you, apparently. He was offering to be your shining armored prince. So does that mean you're here for me? Are you here to take care of me, Paul? Don't you think that's favoritism for your one patient among many? Salazar's lower lip began to tremble slightly. Oh, hang on, he's sad. Surprising you. Oh, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. I don't understand it either. You had a sense of deja vu, as if someone else had told you something similar. The title card drops. Yo! Anyway. Salazar is running an organ donor. No, I hope not. Khan has emotions. I shouldn't have committed to no. I still don't feel well, though. My tummy still hurts. I don't feel well. You wouldn't hurt just a little guy, right? I'm just a little guy. Yeah. Hee. Jeff wouldn't make me do an uwu voice. You're incredible. I've never had a patient like you. Ever since you woke up and we talked, you've given me... Oh, goodness. That's a big word. Tachycardia, sweating, confusion. It seemed like you were making him feel sick with so much medical jargon. But you got the idea. Is this what they'd call love at first sight? Okay, you were in a complicated situation. At least Jeff had to fall. This man tripped. This man tripped and fell on his face. Jeff had to like look around the pit. He was like, can I make this jump safely? I don't know. And then he went, wee! Salazar tripped, fell into the pit, and he's still falling. Where's your mace? Shh. Not every day does your doctor come to your apartment and confess his love for you, but you had already gone through too many unusual things to be surprised. He came to my house. God, no, Paul. Paul, before you could answer, there was a knock at the door. Pro cool flannel! That is a pro. That is a pro. Flannels are pretty great. What are the chances? It's me! You turned to Salazar with a twisted smile. Excuse me, I have to get that. Stella. Suddenly, he gripped your hand firmly, which confused you. His usually calm eyes gleamed with desperation. You didn't know what to think. Candygram! The knocking on the door grew more insistent. I am your singing telegram. I'll call the police if I don't get an answer in one. You broke free from Salazar's grip and rushed to open the door. I'm coming! Jeez, I'm in something here. Cindy looked at you seriously from the moment you opened the door. She entered with a pile of papers in her arms. This is urgent. We have... What the fuck? Cindy stopped in the middle of the living room, looking confused at Salazar. Who remained leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Nice clue reference. Hey! You got my reference. There we go. I make a lot of those. Stellagrams when? Good question. Who would want a Stella cameo? No one. What's he doing here? Oh, he came to see me? She raised an eyebrow at you. What for? He was worried about me. Salazar averted his gaze uncomfortably. Florence Nightingale syndrome? Salazar blushed. What's that? When the caregiver falls in love with the patient. Oh, so it is. Stella. Salazar protested, his cheeks still flushed. You shrugged nonchalantly. You came on your own. I thought it would be just us two. Whoa. Creepy. Cindy walked into the kitchen and put the pile of papers on your table, glancing sideways at Salazar. An elf! I'm not an elf! I'm not an elf! I'm a star! I'm not an elf! Ah, I'm not an elf! Cindy walked into the kitchen and put a pile of papers on your table, glancing sideways at Salazar. My booty call, what's his face? Oh no. Oh, right. What did you come here for, Sin? I found out some things about the weirdo from the store. You sat down, looking at the papers with curiosity. They ranged from printed news articles from websites, newspaper pages with highlighted paragraphs, photos of people and reports. Where did you get all this? I have my ways. Cindy sat next to you, pointing at the papers. This guy, Jeff, is involved in many murders and also arsons. He's been a fugitive for at least 15 years. He doesn't have a specific victim profile. They range from street drunks to suburban families. He follows the same modus operandi. He stabs the victim in vital spots and cuts their mouths with a kitchen knife. The worst weapon, if you ask me. Thank you, Cindy. Very, very nice comment. You rolled your eyes at her comment. Continue, please. Cindy frowned, spreading the papers to see them all together. The strange thing is that he's never been caught. The guy is very careless. He wears white clothes, easy to stain, has long hair, doesn't care about leaving DNA, doesn't wear gloves, leaves his fingerprints everywhere. They're looking for him in several regions and he's never been arrested. He has no address or family, and his past and who he used to be are not even known exactly. What strikes me is that for a simple guy, his level of convenience surpasses normal. He manages to escape fire, avoid security cameras, even knows how to climb walls. It's like he has the script on his side. Oh, that'd be so crazy if only we were in a visual novel. That's impossible, though. Script? What are you talking about? I don't mean it literally. It's like the universe is on his side. Ugh, that was close. We don't need another character with narrative self-awareness. But now that Cindy mentioned it, it was true. They supposedly gave his physical description on the news, and yet he managed to follow you during the day or go to a bar at night. It was as if he was invisible to others. We're hallucinating! No plot twist that he's actually part of your imagination or that he's a ghost. Aww. Jeff is just very elusive. All the more reason you need to be careful, Stella. He'll come back for you. He already did, and he'll do it again, but you can't say that out loud. What are you talking about? I think he's obsessed with Stella. Cindy looked at you seriously. If that's the case, you can't stay here, at least not on your own. So what's the idea? Do you plan to stay with me 24/7? Oh no, it is. It's not the most elegant solution, but I'll make sure you're okay. I can protect you. Suddenly, Cindy and Salazar looked at each other in silence. I'll stay with Stella. I'm their coworker. We've known each other longer. I'm their doctor. I have a duty to look after their well-being. Cindy Con doesn't exist. No! Cindy Pro is Cindy, the best girl. Better detective work than detectives. Cute! Damn, true. True. Jeff Pro, now he has an Oshi! But what if I get jealous of him having an Oshi? What if I'm jealous of him having an Oshi if that Oshi's me? I don't know, guys. But poke that. No, you're so... Ugh. How dare you? You hurt me. What you're doing, coming to their house, is totally unprofessional for a doctor. You could say you're stalking Stella. How did you know where they lived? Did you see it in their file? We met yesterday. It was pure coincidence. I'd even say it was fate. I don't think so. I think you were stalking me. Cindy snorted an ironic laugh. Are you going to talk about fate? Seriously? Guys, can we just relax for a moment? They both fell silent and looked at you. You looked at them with boredom. Are you going to let me bathe? I'm still in my pajamas. Suddenly, both looked away, their cheeks flushed. Oh, sure. Ooh, hang on, I clicked out of the game. I'm sorry, go ahead. You retreated from the kitchen and went to the bathroom. You didn't expect so many visitors, nor that they would come to your rescue. It almost seemed like you had put on pheromone perfume or something, attracting so many people. In the end, they decided to stay with you during the day. The plan to go to a hotel had fallen through, as it could be said you were trapped inside your apartment. If you showed any interest in leaving, Cindy and Salazar would jump up and follow you like baby ducks to their mother, so you couldn't afford to go to a hotel with 2 other people. Plus, you didn't want to owe them if they offered to pay. Being watched was becoming tiresome. Until night fell. With every minute, your nerves rose because the darker it got, the greater the probability that Jeff would arrive. It's getting late, Cindy. You should go home soon. Me? What about you? Don't you have a job to do at the hospital? My shift starts tomorrow. Yes, well, I know Stella better. If anyone would stay tonight, it should be me. What's safer than a doctor? I don't know. Jeff did break in to the hospital where you were working. I don't know. Cindy and Salazar glared at each other while you waited. I don't want both of you here tonight. Having you all day was enough. Then you decide. What? Either we both stay or one, but not none. To corner you, they knew how to work as a team, didn't they? Cindy! I choose Cindy. She smiles with satisfaction, and he sighs in disappointment. Okay, I understand. You'd rather spend the night with someone you know better, and someone who went to the police academy. That inspires confidence. Salazar heads for the door. You follow him to open it and say goodbye. Thanks for coming, really. I guess I needed to feel cared for. Salazar looks at you out of the corner of his eye and smiles slightly. I'll always be there for you. He gently strokes the top of your head. Like a pet? Salazar disappears behind the door, and you are left with Cindy. Do you want dinner? Sure. Would you rather cook or order something? I know a good Chinese takeout restaurant near here. You nod. Okay. She takes out her phone, and the ornaments hanging on it jingle with every movement. Any allergies? Anything you don't eat? Nothing to report. Cindy nods and places the order. While you wait on the couch, you remain silent. Flirt! So, you did a whole police investigation just for me? Cindy glares at you. What? Hey, thank you for the follow, Deus Machina. Welcome to the star system. I almost thought I said that wrong. What's your point? Salazar Pro can grow facial hair. Unlike Jeff, I'd say facial hair is a con. I don't like the look of facial hair on anyone. I have to say. It's a con. It's a con. It's a pro for Jeff, con for Salazar. Gotta say. It's a pro, Stella. It's a con. What's your point? Oh, nothing. It's just that you're apparently willing to do several things for me. Like spend the night. Cindy looks away, but you notice her cheeks flush slightly. He has the option. I don't want him to have the option. Don't get your hopes up. You spend the next few minutes waiting for your order, and when it arrives, you serve it in the kitchen. Cindy eats slowly, picking at her food. She seems to be thinking about something else. Ask, what's on your mind? Cindy looks back at you, then rests on her cheek on her hand. Maybe it's not such a good idea to stay here. Why? That crazy guy might know where you live by now. Oh, he definitely does. Staying may be too dangerous. Cindy was really perceptive, wasn't she? She seems to be the character with the most common sense. But that's not the point. Jeff is a coward. He only attacked you when no one was around. Besides, the game is between you. The game is between you. He doesn't have to involve Cindy. So everything's going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. You say it out loud, not only to reassure yourself, but also Cindy. She gives you a faint, reluctant smile, but ends up sighing in defeat. You win. Let's have some small talk. How are you feeling about work? Before all this. I think it's fine. I'm sorry, but I'll have to be away for a while. I don't blame you. We're temporarily closed anyway. I don't know about you, but I can live without movies. I couldn't. I love them. Anyway, my last memory of theirs is not very pleasant. I still had both eyes. Cindy grimaces in discomfort, trying to look away from your eye patch, failing. Seeing the empty plates, you make a move to get up, but Cindy stops you with a gesture of her hand. Don't overexert yourself. Go get ready for bed. You raise your hands in defeat. Whatever you say. You watch as she gets up with the used dishes, utensils, and glasses, and goes to the dishwasher, starting to maneuver with the water and detergent. You stay close, admiring the shape of her small back and her moving arms. So, I only have one bed. Cindy pauses for a second, letting the water run. Okay, be cool. Looks like we're having a sleepover. Cindy nods and goes back to her business. You head to the bathroom where you shower and put on your night clothes. For a moment, you stop in front of the mirror. You're a little nervous about spending the night with Cindy. You'd never seen her that way before, but now you couldn't help but thinking you were kind of lucky to be spending the night with a cute girl. Of course, nothing will happen. She's not even your friend, technically. Or you could say she is? With that in mind, you leave the bathroom and return to the kitchen to look for Cindy. Tuck me in bed, Cindy. Watch those hands. Oh, boy. Just a little, like, around the ankles, you know. Do you guys like having, like, the blankets tight? Or do you like them being kind of loose and floppy? I like when the blankets are really loose because then I can kind of cocoon myself in them. And I'm a very still sleeper. When I sleep, I stay in one position. But I really like to kind of, you know, cocoon myself. Can't redeem hydrate. She said, oh, thank you, thank you. Hydrate taken. Like I'm tight? That's fair. Kind of like hotel sheets. I can see that. I think if like you moved a lot, and if I moved a lot in my sleep, I'd probably want it to be like a nice, crisp, stiff sheet. Super heavy. Yeah, I like being cocooned in a nice heavy blankie. Ugh, nothing's better. Ugh. With that in mind, you leave the bedroom. Oh, I did that. Okay. The bathroom is free if you want to use it. Very tight. It's fully. Ah, okay, okay. Interesting. She had been here before, so she knew where everything was. Okay. You nod silently and head back to the way you came, this time heading to your room. You took a place on the bed, making sure to leave Cindy some space. You heard from your spot the lights going off, turning on, and then the water running. A few moments later, Cindy enters the room. Silently, she slips under the sheets next to you. You smell the scent of her perfume. It's sweet. You can see that her eyes are shining, even in the dim light. Why do you care so much about me? What changed? Unexpectedly, you feel her hand brush against your cheek, gently caressing it with her thumb. I realize that you are important to me. Pro, that drawing, right? Oh my god, I love the art in this game. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I need to roll like a hot dog at 7-Eleven. Oh no, you need your freedom. That's fair, that's fair. Loose and floppy? Yeah. She laughs slightly. It's weird. I feel like I know you, but I can't think of a specific time I spent with you. But still, I care about you. Your heart races at her words, feeling the air between you two turn warm. Good night. Rest well. You close your eyes, concentrating on your breathing and hers to fall asleep. Soon, you succeeded. You weren't sure if you were dreaming when you thought you heard the noise, but when you reached out to Cindy, you realized she wasn't in bed. You got up and quietly left your room. You heard nothing, but that didn't calm you. You immediately reached the living room, where you witnessed the worst case scenario. Jeff, no! Jeff, please, leave her be! Jeff had Cindy held by her neck, covering her mouth and pointing the tip of his knife at her waist. When did Jeff get in? And when did Cindy get up and confront him? That must have made noise, but you had no idea. Con trying to... Yeah, that is a con. That's definitely a con. It seems Jeff was very good at what he did. It's so over. No, it's fine. Stella, I said I'd be back. Yeah, I can see that. I advise you be careful with what you say. Someone could get hurt. Jeff brought the knife closer to Cindy's skin. Negative 10,000 points. Yeah, that's true. Don't hurt her. Oh? So you care about this bitch? Hey, don't call her that. You keep proving my point. So you won't mind if I do this, will you? Jeff made a cut on Cindy's side, and she let out a muffled groan against his hand as the blade cut her skin. Wait! This is between us two, remember? You shouldn't involve her. Jeff slowly buries the tip of the knife in Cindy's side. She let out a scream that was quickly muffled by Jeff's hand. That smile, that damn smile. Don't call Cindy that, True. You watch as the two struggle until Jeff pulls the knife away and Cindy falls to the ground. Stella, go away. Don't bother, darling. Jeff stretched a mocking smile. There's a new jurisdiction. Jeff ignores Cindy's body and walks towards you, his milky eyes shining in the dim light. You manage to run, maybe lock yourself in the bathroom of your room. But your wrist is held by Jeff, preventing you from moving. It's funny. I don't want to hurt you. Not like before, at least. Why would that be? Maybe you like me. Maybe it's because you like me. What? You know, you're interested in me? You have a crush on me? Like the other 2 freaks from today? You just said the first thing that came to mind, hoping he would stop. Oh, I see. Jeff leans towards you, his smile stretched more than usual and his wide eyes fixed on you. I want you! You! Jeff lets out a shrill laugh. You don't know whether to smile or be horrified. That explains a lot. The grip on your hand tightens and he pulls you closer. Wait, what are you doing? I've already discovered what I want. I don't want to play with you anymore. A part of you felt relieved at his words, but when Jeff pulled you towards him, causing you to crash into his chest, you felt cold. I want to have you for myself. Then you realize he's leading you to the exit. In an instant, you saw Cindy's body still motionless on the ground, and a pang of worry went through you. What about... Don't think about her. Your cheeks are cupped in 2 large, cold hands, and you feel something wet splash against your skin. By the smell, you can tell it's blood. Jeff's bangs brush against your forehead, and all you can see are his eyes. Just focus on me. You've seen what he's capable of. He didn't just hurt you, he hurt everyone. That made you consider his words deeply. Day 6! Been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. The sensation beneath your body was hard and rough. The mattress was evidently very old and of poor quality. Even though you had woken up, you kept your eye closed, reflecting on what had happened to bring you where you were. Jeff had dragged you, forcing you to run with him. The cold of dawn entered your lungs, while the streetlights illuminated your path. You traveled many streets. You didn't know how far he was taking you. At your request, you occasionally asked him to stop to rest. Jeff agreed, and while you caught your breath, he watched the surroundings. As soon as you felt better, he took your wrist and dragged you again. Finally, you arrived in a dilapidated neighborhood full of trash encampments and houses in poor condition. Jeff's house was no exception. You remembered him saying it's where he was staying for the moment, and as he invited you into a small, rundown house. Since it was night and he didn't want to turn on the lights, assuming there was electricity, you couldn't see the interior well. But from the smell of dampness and dust, plus the crunch under your feet, you could assume the place was not in good condition. Fortunately, Jeff offered the bed specifically for you, saying he had things to do. Are you still pretending to sleep? You cursed internally at Jeff's voice. I like this CG so much. He's so cute. Look at him. He's just a little guy. He looks so cute. Put this on the list of pros. A cutie patootie. A cutie patootie. Look at him. Look at him. Guys, look at him. He's adorable. Yeah, he is. Guy. Look at that face. Just look at that face. He's so cute. If it wasn't it for scooping out your eyeballs, it's my... Fine. It can be your list. I'll make my own. You opened your eye and found something you didn't expect to be the first thing you'd see that day. Good morning, Stella. Jeff was leaning on the edge of the bed, inches from you. He stared at you fixedly, tracing every inch of your face. Morning. It was strange to be with Jeff and for him not to intend to hurt you. Sure, the bar thing had happened, but you were still on guard because of what he did last night. It was also curious to see him without his usual white hoodie. Seeing his bare arms and the silhouette of Jeff's waist felt like seeing a Victorian woman's ankles. Jeff nodded slightly at your greeting, maintaining a smile. No need for so much caution. I don't want to kill you anymore. Well, that sounded reassuring. But it was Jeff. The guy was anything but trustworthy. I don't believe you. Jeff chuckled, touching the tip of your nose with his index finger. He booped us! Let's go have breakfast. He avoided you, didn't he? He stood up and remained standing by the bed, looking at you expectantly. Bam. You stood up, and you found yourself in a very large but quite dilapidated room. There was no furniture beside the bed, but at least the window wasn't broken. What happens if you fall for one of your victims, Jeff? I won't allow it. Yeah! If anyone else, someone's got to keep him from doing that. What if some other movie store clerk flirts with him? Can't let that happen. Then you realized you were only in your sleepwear and barefoot. Did you really run through several streets without stepping on a nail or a piece of glass? Luckily you didn't get tetanus. I don't have shoes. Jeff looked away thoughtfully. Wait. Jeff disappeared through the door, and you heard movement from the other side of the room. Soon, Jeff reappeared with 2 slippers, each of a different size. That's what I found handy. Then we'll look for clothes for you. You accepted the slippers with resignation. They weren't torn or dirty, just a bit dusty. They were mismatched sizes. One fit you well and the other was loose, but it was better than walking on tetanus. Thanks. Jeff smiled broadly at your gratitude. He's so happy! He's just a happy guy, guys! Cut him some slack. Makes me think of it's like, he's the best guy around. What about all the people he killed? What about the murder? What murder? What murder? Pro smiling, con smiling. Whoa, high standards. Jeff smiled. Okay, we said that. What did I? Jeff smiled broadly at your gratitude. You can even see a blush creep upon his face. Come. Jeff took your wrist, his grip firm, but it didn't hurt. He pulled you along, but unlike other times, it was gentle and calm. He led you through the house to what would be a dining area, with a table and 2 chairs. There was a mini fridge and a kitchen in the adjacent room, but you doubted they worked. I brought breakfast. A skim milk latte. Oh, wait, no, he says that. A skim milk latte. He extended a paper cup to you, and you took it. It was warm. How did I know your preference? He smiled. His smile turned mocking. Come on, Stella, you're smart. I don't know about that one. Of course. It was because he'd been following you for days. He surely found out those things by watching you. Don't think I forgot the edible stuff. I also brought you a muffin. I love muffins! Pro knows your Starbies, bevy. Pro, bring me muffin! Muffin good, yummy yummy! Okay, I'll get to the point. Are you trying to be an attentive boyfriend or something? Jeff tilted his head interrogatively. What are you talking about? You ripped out my eye, you snuck into my hospital room, you broke into my house. Do you want me to forget all of that? I'm back, did I miss a lot? Well, we're towards the end. Kind of. We're on day 6. We just got to day 6, so. You haven't missed me blushing from embarrassment, so. Yeah, you can't argue. He bought muffin. He bought coffee. Pretty good guy. Check out those arms. I used to love wearing tops like this. I need to get back into I just hit my mic, I'm so sorry. I need to get back into working out and actually doing stuff with my arms again, because oh my god. I remember I was so vain when I was younger. I would just stare at myself in the mirror looking at my biceps and shoulders ooh. You could hurt someone with these things. Not anymore though. After college, I let myself go, and now my arms are a bit flabby. Whoops. A muffin. Thank you. You drink the latte. You're lactose intolerant. Oh no. I mean, who hasn't? That's true. Do you want me to forget all that? How am I supposed to believe you love me if you've put me through hell? Jeff looked at you with curiosity, then headed to the mini fridge. I don't want you to forget what I did. He mumbled softly, pulling a jar from the mini fridge. Also, I didn't say it, but welcome back, Darkvine. Just see it from a different perspective. He placed the jar in front of you. Inside, there was a thick, transparent liquid, yellowish. Inside at the bottom, you saw a dark red stain mixed with black. Then he turned it. It was your eye. You felt cold. Your eye is so pretty. I couldn't help but keep it. Jeff came towards you, holding your cheeks between his hands. Hydrate. Jeff voice, it is a little tough on me. You're so right. What flavor's the muffin? It looked kind of like a blueberry. Honestly, I like pretty much any muffin. Muffins are just amazing. They're delicious. So, you said your eyes are beautiful. They are, aren't they? Well, technically, oh yeah, he does have both eyes here, so. Jeff came towards you, holding your cheeks between his hands. But now I have something better. You. He caressed your skin with his thumbs, lowering his eyes to your lips. What we have is special, and I'll make sure you see it too. Lemon poppy seed is one of the best muffins ever. You are so right, Lava. Oh my god. You felt a shiver run through you. You came to the conclusion that you had no escape. Physically, it was almost impossible to escape Jeff. Even if you tried, by the way he expressed himself, You didn't think he would hesitate to chain you to his side or cut off your legs so you wouldn't run. You couldn't ask for help either. Jeff would kill anyone who approached you. You knew that from experience. You're insane. You're crazy. Jeff let out a strident laugh, lowering his hands to your shoulders. Completely. Okay. I'll eat your stupid breakfast. Jeff smiled broadly, leaning towards you. For a moment, you thought he was going to kiss you, so you closed your eye, but then you felt a light touch on your forehead. Chocolate chip. So chocolate chip is great. I had a chocolate chip muffin for breakfast today, so. Jeff kissed your forehead for a few seconds, then released you as you sat at the table. That is juicy sound. You followed his example and sat down. In silence, you drank the latte and ate the snack he brought you. Where did you get this? Don't you think I know about food chains? There's a coffee shop branch a few blocks from here. Did you have breakfast? Jeff blushed slightly, smiling affectionately. Yeah, hours ago. Sorry I didn't join you, but our schedules are different. What a fever dream to wake up to! Hi, Greg! Yes, indeed! Good morning! A Batman comic where some random prisoner befriends the Joker, and the Joker hunts him down to be his friend. That's so funny. I like that. Sorry I didn't join you, but our schedules are different. We'll have dinner together then. What if you join me for dinner? Oh, I'd love that. You heard him sigh softly. Wait, did you pay for this with money? Jeff tilted his head, as if raising an eyebrow he didn't have. How else could I have gotten it? I don't know. Armed robbery? I'm not that careless. They're already looking for me for murder and arson. I'm not adding robbery to that list. And where do you get the money? Well, it'd be a waste not to keep the money from some of the people I kill. The way he calmly admitted to killing people was chilling. Jeez, you're pathetic. It's not enough for you to kill people, you rob them too. Hey, at least those murders aren't attributed to me. They're outside my modus operandi, so they're considered robbery. That's no reason to be proud, Jeff. Nothing you say is a reason to be proud. You're adorable when you judge me. Oh no, he's completely fallen. But you couldn't let your guard down, nor take advantage of it. However foolishly in love he may seem, he was still a maniac who, from what you had recently learned, was more calculating than he appeared. Have you ever been in love before? I think once, if you can call it that. Oh, with whom? A woman I spent 3 nights with. Gross. Not that way. It was intimate in another way. We talked all the time. I felt she understood me. What about you? See, that I don't understand the reference of. I'm trying to remember. But it's like, I'm probably just forgetting, like, some of Jeff the Killer lore. It was so cringy, and I tried to abandon so much of my cringy self before I was like, fuck it, I'm accepting who I was. Yeah, I was a Homestuck. I was a brony. I was a creepypasta fan. I liked Undertale. I was a Tumblr kid. Leave me alone. What about you? Have you ever been in love before? Well, yes, there's this lovely woman named Black Rock Shooter. She has very similar features to you, believe it or not. What if I say yes? Because last time we said no. But that's in the past, right? Either Nina and Jane. Oh, yeah. Well, Jane before, it was like, oh, hey, it could be Nina. Because Jane he mentions before at the bar where it's like, there was someone I let live before or whatever. She had the same issue as me. And now she wants me dead. I'm like, that's Jane. That's Jane 100%. Maybe it is Nina. I forget Nina exists sometimes. Good point. Right, he's the jealous type. Obviously. Does that affect the score? No, it doesn't. Yes. Obviously. So what's your preference? Man, woman, both? It doesn't matter. Jeff chuckled softly, pleased. Wait, I have to wonder, what happens if you say woman? I can't help being a man. But I won't let you judge us for that. He's just like, well, shit. Anyway. Jeff chuckled softly, pleased. You're like me. I don't care either. I love you because you're you. The more I know about you, the more I like you. Can I know things about you too? Of course. Do you have a family? Obviously, I had it at the beginning. A mother, a father, a brother. but I lost them. Did you kill them? Jeff let out a dispirited chuckle. You know me better than I thought. Do you have any friends? There was a time where I lived with some guys. I think this is so funny. It was a big house. There were several of us. Each had their peculiarities, but they're the closest thing I can call friends. They sound weird. They were. The owner of the house was expressionless. One of them was a cannibal. I think you can call him that. Another spent his time playing video games. One dressed as a clown, and a couple of them spent their time filming. Is it the Proxy family? It's the Slender Mansion! It's Eilish Jack and Ben Drowned and Laughing Jack and then Masky and Hoodie. Oh god, and Slender, of course. So yes, they were weird. How old are you? I won't tell you. Oh, come on. At least give me a range. How old are you? I have to wonder what happens if you say less than 20. But you're of legal age, right? Oh, of course. Good. I don't date minors. Pro! Put that on the pro! Pro! Put that on the list of pros. Don't pick 20s. Alright, I'm older than you. You really are not going to tell me how much? Jeff grumbled. So older, huh? Shut up. You're in good shape. Even if you're not that young, you look good. Ignoring how messed up his face was, of course. Look at him! He's a cute little guy! He's nervous! He's nervous, you guys! He's bashful! Come on, he's a hag! Sorry, that got me real good. Oh man. Ignoring how messed up his face was, of course. Jeff said nothing, but you noticed his cheeks flush. Are you happy with everything you asked? But it stands. Oh dear. It depends. I have one more question. Why do you kill? Jeff looked away, thoughtfully. At this point, it's like asking a bird why it flies. Braid his hair. I want to! It's perfect for braiding! Look at that. It's what I am. But it started with something, didn't it? What happened? Jeff shrugged. I was a kid when it started. When I started, the world was meaningless and I hate humans, in general. I wanted to make the world a beautiful place. And it was like that for years. It's fucked up. Fucking weirdo. Wow, that's fucked up. Don't even tell me. No wonder you're so messed in the head. Flattery, love. He called me love? Oh. Sir. Fastest ways to a star heart. No, I'm kidding. Why do you kill? When it all started back in... I forget where Doofenshmirtz is from, and I had Balloony. She said I'd love it. I didn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When I met you, I started to feel things I thought I had forgotten. The words wanted to escape your mouth. Would you consider stopping killing? For me? It was late. You said it. It was too late, you said it. The tri-state area! Again, you weren't a saint wanting to give a moral lesson to an obviously immoral person, but it was a question asked out of genuine curiosity. Drussel Stain, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Wow, bigger Phineas and Ferb fans than me. It wasn't a request, you just wanted to know. And fortunately, Jeff didn't seem to take it badly. We could reach a compromise. Just in case. You couldn't help but feel your heart race. Okay, you had to admit that until now you doubted Jeff was really in love with you. But if this madman said he might consider changing just for you, it was impossible not to be moved, even a little. That's very sweet. Thank you. It was better to be on his good side anyway. Who knew what would happen if you treated him badly or broke his heart? Something told you he was very vindictive. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Jeff grew serious and went to the window, peering out slightly. It's a cop. Did you forget to pay rent? Jeff bit his fingertips thoughtfully. I don't pay rent. Ah, you're a squatter. Stop joking. The knocking at the door became insistent. You answer it. What? I'm being looked for. They can't see me. You'll have to talk to him. But I'll trust you. Without waiting for an answer, Jeff disappeared into the house. You shifted uncomfortably, heading for the door. Everything's going to be fine, Stella. You've lied to the police before. It'll be a piece of cake. You opened the door in front of you. You opened the door and in front of you stood a uniformed police officer. Good morning. Sorry to bother you so early. It's okay. We're monitoring the area. It's just routine. Have you witnessed any unusual activity lately? We have to save because I want to see what happens when I tell the truth, and I've never done that before, so. Let's tell the truth. Let's see what happens. Let's get that ending. We're getting all the endings today, you guys. The truth is, you lowered your voice. I was kidnapped. He is inside the house. The police officer looked at you in silence for a few seconds, analyzing if you were telling the truth. Then he drew his weapon and opened the door. Wait here. He entered stealthily, leaning his shoulder against the surfaces as he went into the house. You waited at the main door, a heavy silence in the air. Suddenly, you heard the first gunshot. Then the second and third. From surprise and uncertainty, you froze in place. Stella! Jeff's scream made you tremble. He appeared from... Aw, we hurt... Wow, wait, he got hurt. Oh no, wait. I thought he was just gonna kill us in the police officer. Oh no. He appeared from the hallway, leaning against the wall with a wound in his side. Oh shit. Jeff lunged at you, crushing you with his body. You're coming with me! He sounded angry, but more than that, he looked hurt, surely because you betrayed him. He gripped your head tightly and buried his thumb into your remaining eye. Oh shit. Ow. You let out a scream of agony, feeling the pang of pain invade you from head to toe. Your arms thrashed against him, but it did nothing. You felt his thumb dig deeper, piercing your eye socket. You had no strength left to fight. Your voice choked with pain. The last thing you heard was one final gunshot. Ending 6. You betrayed them. That's not very sexy. It's okay, don't worry, we can fix it. We lie. I haven't seen anything. Alright. Try to be careful, this neighborhood is dangerous. He probably noticed you weren't exactly from around here. I like that, that was pretty cool. Killed Stella Foes, Nate's Oshi! Oh no. Oh dear, we're getting close, I'm not. Not my Oshi! Oh no! One-eyed Stellar. Rolling high! Yeah, that was an endgame. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get all of the endings, except for the ones I got previously, which were just like the you bored him or whatever. Like, oh, you died, whatever. I could go back and get the endings where Cindy / Salazar, depending on who you pick, die. And then it's like, oh no, oh well. Earbud ending. He probably noticed, oh yeah, the one with Cindy, where it's like, Cindy, let me, wait, open the door! And she's like, la 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 la, mopping the floor. He probably noticed you weren't exactly from around here. Close all windows and doors tightly. The police officer made a gesture with his cap. I apologize again for the inconvenience. You saw the police officer leave, and when you no longer saw him, you closed the door. Cindy, don't leave me here! Cindy! Michael! You sighed heavily and turned towards the direction Jeff had gone. Jeff? You can come out now. You received no answer, so you took a few steps forward. From the darkness, Jeff ran towards you and embraced you tightly. Stella! He wrapped you in a tight hug, even leaning to one side to lift you a few inches off the ground. How are you doing, by the way, Roland? I'm sure he's just hungry. Yeah. You're amazing. Oh, yeah, I try to be. You didn't know whether to take compliments well, as you had just broken the law. You had the chance to turn me in, but you covered for me. Yeah, I was there. I don't care if you treat me coldly. I adore you anyway. I wasn't... Wait, what? Jeff placed you on the ground and distanced himself from you. This music is picking up. Good morning, Roland. I hope you slept well. I think looking at the relevant pros and cons, we can agree. Still made the right choice with PRS. Yeah, I had Jeff, and then and then I saw Black Rock Shooter, and I was like, so women. So Black Rock Shooter, how are you? I don't know. Black Rock Shooter's got a bunch of cons. Black Rock Shooter's women, nice. I like one woman. Her name is Black Rock Shooter. She's just perfect. She's perfect. Cons, I'll never know. Jeff placed you on the ground and distanced himself from you, but his hands remained on you. I didn't take you for a pushover. I'll lick your feet if you want. Gross! I get the idea that wasn't necessary. Jeff chuckled, raising his hands to your neck. He tilted his head, looking intently at the marks his fingers had left. Oh god, I remember where we are now. Oh god. Wait, no. Looking intently at the marks his fingers had left on your neck, which had faded over the days. You refrained from saying anything, feeling the air change to something more intimate. As I can't. I can't! I get flustered very easily. Bro! Your eyes met Jeff's for an instant. His normally small pupils were slightly dilated. He leaned in and lowered his head to your neck. All you saw was his black hair over your forehead. Let it. Go away! Get away from me! You felt the first kiss on your neck send a shiver down your spine, and the second made it worse. Jeff took his time, slowly and calmly, kissing your neck from one end to the other, caressing the skin of your throat with his lips softly. You clenched your lips to make no sound. Perhaps the whole situation was playing tricks on your mind, because the dilapidated house didn't seem like the worst place for this to happen. Go away! Back up! Please! Please back up! Hydrate! Please! Thank you for the head pats. This is what you guys wanted! This is what you guys wanted! That's not hydrate. It is. Someone... Cons doesn't know personal space. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Take a sip. Guys, is it hot in here? Guys, is it hot in here? Stella, no. You did ask for this, dear God. You felt him slowly pull away and lean over your face. His long, messy hair obstructed your view, but due to the closeness, you could see his bright eyes and the cut of his mouth near you. You saw his eyes fixed on your lips, so you weren't surprised when he finally kissed you. The touch was soft, but you could feel his lips were dry and cold. Even so, it wasn't that bad. His hands moved up to your jaw, holding you firmly, as if he wanted to prevent you from escaping. You felt the possessiveness in his touch, but it wasn't aggressive. Rather, he seemed careful. Gathering courage, you raised your hands and wrapped them around his shoulders. Jeff groaned softly against your lips as he felt your fingers entangle in his hair, breaking away for only an instant to kiss you again desperately. He lowered his hands to your waist and held you firmly. I don't wanna! Oh, we have to get the whole seat. We have to get all the CGs though, right guys? We have to get all of them. We have to get all of them. I can't. I can't. Breathe. I can't. I get embarrassed very easily. Make sure to save. Oh god. You stuck out your tongue and lightly... I can't speak. And lightly licked Jeff's lower lip. He sighed and opened up his lips, giving you access. You deepened the kiss and felt Jeff melt against you. His fingers on your waist and his lips against yours trembled. You caressed his tongue with yours. The touch was soft and warm. Wet. What lip? He's got a little lip there, see? You felt your breath intertwine with his. He pulled you closer, the brush of his hands feeling warm on your body. Okay, I can breathe. Oh, until you felt him move his hand up your chest. I can't! Normally you wouldn't care. The two of you were kissing. It wasn't strange he was getting excited. When you felt a poke in your thigh, you decided to stop. A dilapidated house wasn't the best place for that. Even if you were in a horny mood, you had standards. Oh god! You slowly pulled away, your mouth and his joined by a string of saliva. His eyes were blurry and his breath was ragged. Okay, that's enough for today. Jeff let out a whimpering groan, not wanting to let go. What? Why? I'm not going to go any further with you in this place. There might be cockroaches, rats, or tetanus. What if his name was Jeff the Freaker and he drooled? My face hurts. There might be cockroaches or rats or tetanus. Okay. Jeff released you from his hug, but remained close. I wanted to show you how grateful I am. You can thank me in other ways. Jeff's face lit up. Can I lick your— No! Get me some clothes! Oh, right. You shook your head, disapproving of his antics. Jeff is starting to out-freak the freaker. Breathe, for fuck's sake. I get embarrassed easily! This is that! Jeff whimpers. He did. Jeff went to a corner of the room and picked something up. Here, while I get you some clothes. He offered you his white hoodie. Too white. How do you keep it so clean if you're always killing people? It's always unfortunately so. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're safe. Oh, I'm fine. How do you keep it clean if you're always killing people? Shouldn't it be stained with blood? If it turns out he also has the superhuman abilities to not get stained, the story will be classified as fantasy. I have several of those. I'm not stupid. I know I can't walk around with the same bloody hoodie everywhere. Is this a pro or con? Oh dear God. I mean, the amount of people that have when I was a cosplayer and like I posted a cosplay to Instagram, I got a lot of DMs asking for feet stuff, and I was like, nope. Nope. Not happening. No, not happening. I got asked for worse too, and I've said nope. And by no I meant I blocked them immediately. But why white ones? Wouldn't red or black clothes be better? I have a brand. A brand? Yeah, how else would people know it's me if I wear different clothes? Oh, he's not very smart. Let's drop the subject. It's going to give me an embolism. You're adorable. No, I'm aware it exists. I don't usually put myself in these situations. You put the hoodie over your pajama clothes, and fortunately, it didn't fit you snugly. Jeff looked thin, but his shoulders and chest were wider than they appeared. Like what you see? Ah, you were staring at him for a moment. You're not my type. Sure, yes. Sure. A guy with a burned face and cut mouth is hot. Even if you say it to make fun of me, it doesn't affect me. I like how I look. A man with confidence. Now that's hot. Jeff remained silent, but you managed to see his cheeks blush. Aw. He's just a little guy. He pulled out an identical hoodie to the one you were wearing and covered his face with the bandana and hood. We're going to a store? Better. A mall? You were kidding. You knew you couldn't go out like that. A guy who collects trash has a lot of clothes. He'll give anything for a bit of brandy. Gross. Relax, we'll wash it. I don't know, 5 times so you're at peace. What a precarious lifestyle. What did you expect from a criminal? Day 7! Give it up for day 7! As promised, Jeff washed all the clothes he got from an alcoholic on the street several times. So now you had a t-shirt, your own hoodie, sweatpants, and sneakers, which, despite being your size, were mismatched. Who would have thought you'd get a downgrade in a horror romance plot? But at least spending time with Jeff became enjoyable. You both spent time talking, reflecting on things, learning from each other. You even fell asleep while talking. Oh, hi. So it wasn't strange that he was the first thing you saw when you woke up. How long have you been looking at me? Since I woke up. You looked at him expectantly. 5 hours. Okay, this was getting out of control. You didn't expect to attract the attention of a killer who would become your stalker overnight. In fact, it overwhelmed you. Did it really take you a week to love me? Is that so hard to believe? I don't know much about romance, but you're the first person to make me feel this. I want to be by your side always. I hate anyone who comes near you. I can't stand the idea of anyone else hurting you. Hey, 7 Fun Days! How you doing? Oh my goodness, hi! I hope you're well. You still want to hurt me, Jeff? Jeff's smile tensed at your words, and the air grew heavy. That was a question that needed to be answered. The thought of being with Jeff and him wanting to hurt you, it left a bad taste in your mouth. Now that we're good, I have no reason to. Did that mean that if things were bad, he would hurt you? Jeff raised a hand to your cheek and caressed it with his fingertips, his eyes scanning every corner of your face. And what about what you did to my eye? Jeff chuckled and you felt frustrated that he wasn't taking you seriously. What would an apology be good for when damage is already done? Then, that had some logic, but it didn't mean you didn't feel resentment. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm happy to see you. Jeffrey is an interesting choice. Look, I was 11. I was 11, okay? I was 11. I was sad and angry at the world. I was 11! And then I was also 11 when I saw Black Rock Shooter. It doesn't matter, that's in the past. Yeah, but it still hurts. Oh, is that a Lion King reference? Doesn't matter, it's in the past. Real. He slid his fingers under the elastic strap of the eye patch, gently pulling until he unhooked it from your head. You had removed the adhesive patch and gauze, so when he removed your patch, he had exposed your empty eye socket. Besides, I think you look better this way. Look, we were all cringe once, not me though. Yeah, you're cringe now, there's a difference. I'm still cringe, I'm very cringe and free. You didn't know whether to feel complimented or manipulated. Either way, his touch was soft and delicate, his fingertips caressing the area around your left eyelid. It's one of my best works. I love this inclusion of this line, by the way. It's one of my best works because that's what the main character hallucinates Jeff saying when they're like in their bedroom, not in the bedroom, in the bathroom, and they're like, "Oh God, what? Huh?" And it really just shows like how in their head, how in their head he gets. He's in there. He's got them all wound up in the brain. All paranoid and freaked out and rewritten and rewired and Stockholm syndromed. His words sent a shiver down your spine. You felt your mind was very confused. You didn't know what was right or wrong at this point. Tell him. Am I losing my mind, Jeff? Jeff smiled affectionately, caressing your lower lip with his thumb. It's better than going crazy together, Stella. You remained silent under Jeff's fixed gaze. You were getting used to him observing you and not blinking. In fact, you wondered if he even had eyelids. Be subtle. By any chance, are you an insomniac? Jeff seemed content with your question. Did you notice? I've had insomnia for years. That's why these dark circles formed. Oh. So you have eyelids? Jeff snorted sarcastically. Why does everyone think I don't have eyelids? Well, for my part, it's because I've never seen you blink. Cursed. Happy? Yep, definitely no doubts now. Of course, seeing him blink made him seem more normal. Look at you, so obedient. I thought you liked giving orders more than receiving them. I have no preference. I know what I want, and I'll do anything to get it. But I'm willing to receive whatever you give me. Flirt. Are we talking about something else? There it is. There, I was missing this one. Ugh. Jeff's cheeks flushed and his gaze dropped. Take it however you want. You chuckled at his answer, and at least Jeff seemed satisfied with your reaction. You raised your hand and gently ran it over his left arm, caressing the marks and scars through the fabric. What happened to you? Such a cliche line, I love it. No, wait, he has eyelids. I know. You missed it? Oh well, you blinked and you missed it. Jeff sighed, unconcerned. A mix of occasions. Some are burns from fire and acid, others are cuts from fights. Fights? Jeff, I didn't take you for that kind of guy. What did you expect me to do? Let myself be stabbed? No thanks. And who would you fight with? Many enemies. So you've left even more people alive. I only left you and the girl I mentioned before. The others either escaped or are simply seeking revenge. Wow, you're quite the bad boy. Jeff chuckled softly, his voice vibrant. Good thing he took it with humor, since technically he was everything wrong with the world. Hey, Stella. Yeah? Do you like me? Jeff, I don't go around kissing just anyone. He sighed, relieved. Jeff made circles with his fingers on the sheets while pouting. Would you still like me if I were a worm? Jeff, I'm not calling you a good boy. You kill people. No, that's exactly. Would you still love me if I were was a worm? It is. Con! Wow, it seems he's the high maintenance type. Con worm. Yes. Of course, I adore worms. I don't appreciate my sarcasm, I know. You never do, and you still love me. Jeff straightened up from the bed and stretched his back. He let out a satisfied groan and stood up. I'm going to shower. Oh, God. The jeans in the shower. It's never not funny to me. Should I give context? No. Yes? No. Roland, do you remember jeans in the shower? I don't think anyone else would. It would be Yumi and Kino. I don't know who else. Maybe Psycho Monkey does. It's been a long time. One of the good things about that house was that it had water, albeit somewhat illegally. Jeff mentioned something about bypassing the water. The meter. The fact you had water was enough for you. Shower scene. 70s music intensifies as he prepares the shower. Hang on, I need water. Join him. I'm coming with you. You also stood up, but his hands on your shoulders stopped you. If you come with me, it'll be hell for me. But I thought, hell! Okay, geez. He let go of you, and you noticed his hands trembling slightly, and his breathing was agitated. Ah, that kind of hell. Just drink all of the water. You stay where you are, in the room. Jeff gave you one last look before leaving. He's shy. Well, we knew that. You looked around, trying to find a way to stop him. You didn't... Hang on. Yeah. You didn't have your phone with you, and the house had no Wi-Fi. Fortunately, it had electricity. So you decided to explore the place. Alright. Everything is tinged in red. Everything's fucked up. It's like, oh boy. Context, if you would... Does anyone not want to know the context of jeans in the shower when I talk about Jeff the Killer? I'll keep it... I could keep it brief, but... Please do. Okay. This is some cursed knowledge. It no longer... Okay. Years ago. We're talking like 5 years ago. I was talking with my dear friend Kino. Kino, who made my... That caught me off guard! That caught me off guard! Not his worm. Oh no. Okay. I was talking with my friend Kino. Kino is my friend. He made my BGM, my stream on the starting soon and ending screen. A very good friend of mine. We went to Off-Kai together. He's wonderful. I sent him a fan fiction because he was doing some stream. I sent him a fan fiction and it was Black Rock Shooter x Jeff the Killer. And I thought, this looks ridiculous. Do you wanted fan fiction to read on stream? Here you go. I didn't read it beforehand, I'll say. I read it a little, and I was like, sure, this will be great. And he gets to reading it, right? He gets to reading it on stream. And I am very well versed in the world of fanfiction. I read fanfiction a lot. I wrote fanfiction a lot. No, I'm not telling where you can read it. It's still out there, though. It's still out there online. And it got to a scene where it was Mato and Jeff, and they were in, like, the Slender Mansion or whatever. And Jeff was going to shower, and Mato joins him. And at one point, it mentions Jeff taking his jeans off. And the focus of that moment became, he's wearing his jeans in the shower! His jeans in the shower! His jeans in the shower! And my favorite part of that moment was at the beginning of that chapter, it said, warning lemon. Warning lemon. And I immediately knew what the issue with that was. I said, uh-oh, don't read that. And he said, what's a lemon? And he just kept going. And I was like, no, you have to stop. And then he learned what a lemon was. People don't use the citrus scale in fan fiction anymore. But if you were an avid reader of fan fiction, what's a lemon? Well, does jeans in the shower not give enough context? To be clear about it, the citrus scale in terms of fan fiction was the spice level, as one might call it today, how spicy it was. An innocent soul lost to not knowing the limit. Yeah. So it was smut. So if it was a lemon was smut. Lime was suggestive. Like either like very flirtatious and leading up to it, or the aftermath. I'll just have to Google that. The fanfiction no longer exists anymore. I found the original link. It is not archived on the Wayback Machine. It's gone. The person took it down. It's gone. There is no more jeans in the shower fanfiction. My Little Pony Twilight fanfiction? No. It's lost media now. It's lost media, you guys. You know how I love that. Anyway, let's look around the house. You went to the living room and inspected the furniture. The sofa was hard, the TV cable was broken. You didn't have much to do here. Bedroom. You walked around, avoiding the debris. There was nothing besides the bed. Kitchen. You checked the mini fridge. There were many energy drinks. That explained the insomnia. You stayed by the door, listening to the sound of the shower. There was a faint hum from the other side of the door. You only had your imagination with you, so you resigned yourself. I wonder what he's humming. What song do we think he's humming? It's like an SCP con energy drinks, very fair. Gotta rewrite it? No way. It did have a scene. It was basically a rewrite of the original Jeff the Killer story, but Mata was there and completely out of character. So it was like, oh, Jeff and Lou were at the bus stop and they're getting bullied, and then Mato shows up and she pulls a katana out of her school bag. Staying Alive, something by MCR. See, I was thinking Sweet Dreams. Just like, Who am I to disagree? See, Darkvine gets it. Is she a Chuny? Who? The katana scene. Yeah, the katana scene. Yeah, I think Mata was a Chuny, but yeah. All right, we have to go here now. We gotta go down. We gotta go down, down, down. It's a race to the bottom. They fall.
Round and around and circle the drain.
So hit him with the whole tidal wave. Okay. There was a door you didn't know where it led. You know what he could be whistling? Or humming? He could be going... That's for my BRS people. Considering this was practically an abandoned house, something told you it wouldn't be nice to go in. But curiosity was stronger. You opened the door and the creaking echoed through the walls. It was dark, but luckily there was a switch nearby, so you pressed it and the place lit up. In front of you, some stairs extended downward. Of course, the creepy basement wasn't missing. There, hang on, I need some water. Of course he's a knife fan, even though that song is Sing Love, so. You were lucky that Jeff wasn't one of those who chained people in the soundproof basement. God bless. For now. You went down quietly, leaning on the railing as you descended the worn steps. Silence filled the place, your footsteps echoing on the cement. The light also came on downstairs, so you could see the place clearly. It was spacious and cold. The walls were stone and there were some exposed pipes, which explained the damp smell. But there was another smell in the air. You didn't recognize it at first, but you went to a corner where there was a dilapidated piece of furniture. You leaned in to get a better look. Yikes! Fuck! You recoiled in horror, witnessing a corpse. With courage, you looked at it from a safe distance, because the scene was too horrible to view up close. You recognized from the short hair and size that it was a man, but his face was totally unrecognizable. It was swollen with greenish skin. You noticed with the white powder on it, and it wasn't too hard to understand that it was lime. If it weren't for the lime, you would have noticed the smell from the beginning. You felt bile rise in your throat, but you covered your mouth instinctively to prevent it. Throw that away. Yeah, you didn't throw it away. You can't dispose of it properly. You walked away from the scene to get some air. He kills people. He doesn't get rid of the bodies. That's how he keeps getting. That's how people know how many people he's killed. What the fuck? Jeff, did he do that? It would be ideal if he had nothing to do with it, but realistically, it was most likely Jeff. Was that the original owner of this house? Jeff had admitted to getting money from his murders, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do the same with accommodation. He chose the dangerous neighborhood on purpose, because if the police showed up, they'd be more occupied with other suspicious activities typical of the area. It was a clear hideout in plain sight. But what about Jeff killing the homeowner and putting him in the basement? It was horrible, no matter how you looked at it. Jeff killed many people, among them innocent people. He Jeff kills them. You never saw a hint of remorse from him, and you became his accomplice. You knew you weren't responsible for Jeff's actions. But if you didn't question them, weren't you just as horrible as him? You should feel absolute rejection towards someone like that. You should be incapable of chatting pleasantly with someone like that. But why can't you hate him? You love him! Or you just like him. You know, he's just a funny guy. You slept with him. That's a quote no one's gonna get, Stella. Stockholm Syndrome! It couldn't be. You really fell so low as to fall in love with a ruthless killer. You had truly lost your mind. Anyway, you couldn't stay in the basement. Jeff would surely wonder where you were if he didn't see you, and he might get upset about your discovery. You went up the stairs quickly, but carefully, given the deterioration of the steps. You reached the hallway just as Jeff came out of the bathroom. His hair was still wet, so he was drying it with a towel. Mama, I'm in love with the criminal. And this type of love isn't rational, it's physical. Mama, please don't cry, I will be alright. All reason aside, I just can't deny I love the guy. I know that song. There were a lot of Jeff the Killer videos to that song. Whoops. I think being evaporated by the bunny drone is a better fate than this. Criticize of lime. Yeah. Thank you. And now it's cringe. Hey. There you are. I was looking for you. Yeah. He rubbed one end of the towel against his head and shook his long hair. Are you bored of me yet? His smile was amused, accentuating his sarcasm. Never. I would never get bored of you, Jeff. You're not saying that because of his good qualities, which are very few or non-existent. But at least Jeff seemed happy with your answer. He kept rubbing his wet hair, which didn't seem close to being dry. Is it too optimistic to think there might be a hairdryer here? Jeff looked at you with sarcasm. In this dump? Obviously not. Then leave it to me. You held out your hands to him, pointing at the towel. He looked at you in silence for a few seconds, questioning. But then he seemed to understand and his expression brightened. Of course! Jeff handed you the towel and hurried to sit in the living room, looking at you expectantly. He's like a little dog. He's like a little dog. Just like sits patiently, bats eyelashes like... You approached and stood behind him. He turned to give you his back. His hair flowed before you, shiny and straight. You began to rub the ends gently, sometimes squeezing the towel to remove the excess water. Your hair is very straight. Puppy slash kitty. Yeah, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. My pet, Jeff the Killer. Before it was a bit wavy, before it was a bit wavy, but after the accident it stayed like this. Ah, right. You weren't clear on exactly what happened, but you have a general idea. It was also brown. Do you have photos? Jeff snorted, amused. From that time? No, not at all. Maybe on my old Tumblr account. You're so emo. I don't... Ugh. You chuckled at Jeff's protest. He raised his head and looked at you from his spot. His gaze, usually distant, looked at you with tenderness, a humanity you saw for the first time in him. He continued rubbing his hair, this time on the top of his head. Anyway, I look better now. Really? Con, Tumblr. Tumblr is not con. Thank you very much. Jeff the Killer have a... Yes, he would definitely have a MySpace. He would definitely have a MySpace. Yes, back then I was very plain. They compared me a lot to my brother. They said we looked a lot alike. That makes sense, if you're brothers. Were you two close? Yeah, we were. Actually, I don't even know if he's alive. I thought your family was dead. My parents are, I'm sure of that. But Lou, not so much. How do you know? It's complicated. I understand. Is this another one of your adventures? You could say that. There's so much about you that I'm having trouble keeping track. Jeff chuckled. You don't need to know every detail about me. Better focus on enjoying me. He straightened up and turned to face you. Which part of me do you like the most? Okay, the first time I picked Bald Spot, and it's really funny. It's still really funny. Bald Spot. He read the BRS fanfiction, decided the show must go on. Oh no. Guys, what are we picking this time? Last time we picked Bald Spot. We could pick any of them. It is really... Bald Spot. I don't have... He brought a hand to his head, feeling the part where he had no hair. That's not a bald spot. Okay, hairline. Not that either. It's part of my scars. Jeff grumbled, pouting. You're very vain, aren't you? Jeff shrugged. Oh. Hey, yo. Hang on. I want to see what the other ones are, because I didn't see the other ones. His eyes. My eyes. You sure know how to flatter. What else? Smile. You really like it? That makes me so happy. Buddy. Be careful, Stella. Same thing, huh? Okay. I like Bald Spot. Bald Spot. Okay, hairline. Pro with the chick. Poor baby. He's just a little guy. He's such a little guy. Someone needs to arrest this man. You're very vain, aren't you? Jeff shrugged. You wrapped the towel around his head, gently pulled, making him lean slightly towards you. You looked at him in silence and saw that it caused a reaction in him. His cheeks flushed and he briefly looked away shyly. He really fell for you. You can almost trust him. Hey, buddy. How about that body? Did you go in the basement? You couldn't tell if he sounded angry or not, but his tone had hardened, which brought back bad memories of your previous encounters with him. So you killed him. Prince of all hairlines, Vegeta? I can change him. Look, I'm already codependent on Black Rock Shooter. I can't have two. Is that really news to you? It's not. It's just that it surprised me, that's all. Jeff looked at you in silence, thoughtful. His expression, usually smiling and maniacal, was strangely calm. In fact, he was a little scarier when he was serious. Jeff, have you really thought about the situation? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. You pointed to the whole place, the broken walls, the floor covered in rubble and dust, the broken furniture. You two? Also, what happened yesterday with the police? If I stay with you, are we going to live like this? Jeff's eyes became bloodshot and his mouth twisted into a grimace. Before you even realized it, he trapped your cheeks between his fingers and squeezed, pulling you towards him abruptly. It hurts. There are no conditions for this. No if. You're going to be with me, period. Jeff dug his nails into your skin, making you hiss. He really was still the same. Should I rip out your other eye so you understand? Negotiate. I didn't mean anything by what I said. I just wanted to visualize our life together. Calm down, bro. Jeff released you and kept his distance. He's still crazy, guys. I don't think I can fix this one. Yikes. You felt yourself breathe again and your heart calmed. We're going to have to move constantly to avoid the police. I guess I could improve the places we stay. He brought a finger to his chin, thoughtfully. Maybe alternate between houses and hotels. Con! Stella can't fix him. Oh dear. I guess that is a con. But I can't promise you luxury. I understand completely. Jeff smiled, satisfied with your answer, standing up from the sofa. What do you say about breakfast? Sure, but what? I got some eggs. I cooked some already. Side note, who's fixing Stella? Black Rock Shooter, obviously. I think she might be making me worse, though. Interesting. No, definitely not. Black Rock Shooter made me better. Oh, thanks. Are you gonna eat with me? Jeff chuckled, putting his arms around your shoulders and leading you to the kitchen. I thought you're both broken. Shh. It's fine. The double negative cancels out. You've completely messed up my schedule, so yes, I'll join you. Jeff's working a 9-to-5 job. He has a crew cut. He only gets to kill every other week. Aw, poor boy. Poor guy. You arrived in the kitchen, and he went to the mini fridge. He bent down. Consequently, his shirt lifted slightly, revealing the skin of his lower back. Unlike the rest of his pale skin, it was free of scars, or so you could see. You raised your hand and pulled at the hem of his shirt, trying to put it back in place. Jeff's body tensed, and he slowly straightened up. What? Jeff was empty-handed, and he looked at you expectantly. No! Not again! Are you hungry for something else, Stella? You were alarmed in your spot. I was fixing your clothes! Jeff looked at you in silence, then looked away. Okay, it's not that bad, it's fine. Is that your idea, or is he disappointed? Mock him. No, that flirt. Wow, I didn't expect that. Do you want me to touch you that much? Jeff shifted uncomfortably in his spots, shyly. You shook your head slightly, approaching him. Jeff leaned on the edge of the counter, watching you intently, waiting for something. You placed both your hands on either side of his body, looking at him from your spot with a sly smile. Are you being shy? Yes. No. I just want to receive what you give me. A sensor bar? No, we're not. Ask if he likes to be bitten again. Do you like to be bitten? Your smile softened as you approached him. The distance between you was too small to maintain. He looked at you for a few seconds, then leaned towards you. You received the kiss calmly, having expected it. Jeff's lips felt a little softer against yours, but they were still cold. His hand rose and gently held your jaw, his fingertips grazing the skin of your cheek. You felt your breath quicken slightly, and he gently bit your lower lip, deepening the kiss. Oh god! Now I'm the one being bitten. Oh fuck. We're back here again. Promise you guys will stream Earthrise and Ash again. I suffer for you. I suffer for you. You will? Okay, good. Okay. Jeff the bit you. Someone turned into an anime boy. That happened very quickly. I'll stream them both right now. Thank you. Jeff likes it when you suffer. Probably. Okay. Caress him. He's biting his lip. You slowly slid your hand under Jeff's shirt, feeling his warm skin under your fingers. You caressed softly, feeling faint ridges. Sir? Sir, are you okay? Stella. He pulled away a few inches from you, looking at you with need. I'm just testing the waters. Accompanied by your words, you slid your hand towards his back, gently squeezing his skin, caressing the hollow of his lower back. It's the sounds that got me. I was like, what the? Hang on, I wasn't ready for that. You like simple touches? Can't imagine what you'd be like doing other things. I'm not saying that. His voice, gently raspy, softened at your touch. Considering that was enough for him. Oh, okay, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't that bad. The sounds caught me off guard, but we're fine. Another CG down. I think that's all of them about. Considering that that was enough for him, you took your hands away and stepped back a couple paces. You looked at his condition, and you were surprised to see he was slightly agitated. Jeff the Rizzler. Do you have experience with this, Jeff? Not much. I see. What about you? I think the main character is someone who is just a pure flirt and has nothing going on. Nope, but imagination helps. Jeff sighed, straightening up. He approached you and gently kissed your forehead. Let's have breakfast already. He's gonna Jeff the Riz you. Oh no, it's working. You sat at the table, waiting for him to return. In reality, you found yourself slowly getting used to Jeff's company. When he was in a good mood, he treated you well. But when he got angry, he really brought out the worst. That was a reason to worry. Jeff approached and placed a plate with your breakfast in front of you. The table was still a bit dirty, but the plates and utensils were clean. You watched him eat in silence. You could see a bit of food poking out from the wound in his mouth. You have some food there. You caught his attention and pointed to your own mouth to signal it to him. Jeff brought a hand to his face and noticed the small mess he had. Oh, this happens. Yeah, this wasn't working out perfectly for you. Not only was Jeff untrustworthy, he was violent, volatile, and unpredictable. If in just 7 days he fell in love with you, how did you know if in another 7 days he would hate you? Jeff, I have something to ask you. What is it? Does it still matter to you if I fear you or not? Before, he seemed very fixated on you fearing him, but now, you didn't know what he really wanted. Do you fear me? No. He laughed thunderously, startling you. You didn't know whether to worry about that reaction or not. No matter what your answer was, it doesn't change what I feel for you. It wouldn't change our situation either. What would worry me would be if you got bored of me. You would tell me if you started getting bored of me. Yeah, sure. You knew from experience that he preferred honesty. Jeff smiled, satisfied. You both dropped the subject and finished your breakfast. The rest of the day was quiet. You even saw Jeff sleeping, something you had never seen before. Reality seemed to be setting in. And evening arrived. Jeff had mentioned he had some cash and could buy dinner to go from a takeout a few blocks away. But suddenly, police sirens were heard. You're getting through to him. Chat, I can fix him! They grew louder and seemed to be from several cars. Jeff? Oh, that's there still. He stood up and went to the living room, peering slightly out the window. The lights peeked through the windows, and although you expected them to pass by, they stayed. The sirens went silent, and you can see by the number of lights that there were at least 3 patrol cars. You heard the click of a megaphone and someone's voice echoed. We have you surrounded! Surrender the hostage! Shit! That alcoholic son of a bitch doesn't know when to shut up! Of course, it was pretty obvious that a guy who collects trash and would do anything for brandy wasn't exactly trustworthy. Jeff hurried to the corner of the room and put it on his white hoodie. Earthrise streamed successfully. Thank you. What are you gonna do? Turn myself in? No way. Come. He took your hand firmly and pulled you. But we're surrounded. We can't get out. Not from the front or back, but from underneath. You understood what he was saying when he headed for the basement. You heard the entrance door being slammed. Stella! You recognized that voice, but when you reached the basement, Jeff let go of you and went to one end of the room. Where are we going now? Jeff struggled with something on the floor, and you saw him lift a piece of concrete that led to a place below. Now do Ash again, working on it. Thank you. To the corpse hatch! Ba-da-da-da-da! Well, that's convenient. Through the sewers. Ew. Stella! Okay. You obeyed and climbed down the opening. You fell into the sewer, the water splashing under your feet from your movements. Jeff jumped down after you and pulled your arm. Come on, they're close behind us! You both ran, hearing several people following you. In the rush, you managed to glimpse at the end of the tunnel. Where do we go next? Jeff? Shut up! I'm thinking! His grip on your arm tightened, hurting you. You both emerged into a stream in the middle of the forest, and Jeff quickened his pace. Aren't we going to get lost? Jeff remained silent, breathing heavily. He seemed truly a wanted criminal. You had gotten into a lot of trouble. In fact, leave a con and pro for Jeff the Killer in the comments. Do not leave a con and pro for Jeff the Killer in the comments of the Day and White's on his channel. Do not do that. Do not do that to him. Oh my god, please. I'm sure he thinks I'm a freak enough as already. Please, dear God. Save what little reputation I have. Please. Oh my god. I won't. Thank you, Andy. You will have some some minimal amount of respect for me. More than Lance does, it seems, so. You both ventured into the forest, but after encountering lights from flashlights, you could leave a comment, though. You could still leave a comment. But not that. But after encountering lights from flashlights, you took a detour. The same happened on the other path. You were cornered. You had no choice but to go straight, and ahead there was only... You both reached the edge of a cliff, and Jeff finally let you go. In the distance, at the forest entrance, the lights gathered and advanced towards you at high speed. Jeff. Shit. More people approached. The crowd was a shadow, but you could tell there were many. You had no way out. Alright, guys. This is the other 3 endings. Did I do these other 2 on stream? I can't remember. I kind of want to see if Cindy shows up with this one, because last time we did this, we had Salazar. I wonder if we'll see Cindy. Do you guys want to see all 3? I think yes. Stay with him. Jeff. Gently, you reached for his hand and intertwined your fingertips with his. Jeff looked at you desperately, but upon meeting your eyes, he calmed down. Stella, I love you. You smiled affectionately at him. The sound of people's footsteps approached, accompanied by desperate voices shouting for them to stop. You faced the cliff, feeling the sea breeze hit you, as if warning you of what awaited. You squeezed his hand decisively. You both took a step forward, and the ground disappeared beneath your feet. I start to levitate. Feel the air beneath my... I forgot what the rest of the words are. I hear my pulse. I taste the air I breathe. I touch the ground. I see the end. And I feel whole again. Okay, anyway. It's Johnny's Revenge. No, that's Johnny's Rebellion. That's the 3rd song, yeah. You both took a step forward and the ground disappeared beneath your feet. The last thing you felt was the wind hitting your face and his hand's grip that never let go. You died. Together forever! We were talking in the Fear Me Discord, like, with our luck, Jeff would live and we'd be dead. The MC would be dead. Okay. Now we can go load. Back here. Now let's see if Cindy shows up. Khan wouldn't die on his own. True. Jeff, I'm scared. Jeff held your cheeks between his hands and looked at you, not knowing what to do. Feeling the others approaching, his shoulders slumped in resignation, and he smiled sadly at you. I made you fear for your life. The words were in your mouth. You heard the sound of a gunshot too close to alarm you. Jeff's chest turned red, and a force pushed him towards the cliff. No! You tried to reach for his hand, and surely you would have fallen too if you had reached it, but a grip on your waist prevented you. Stella, it's over! You tried to break free, feeling tears run down your cheeks. Jeff! You called his name, because just moments ago he was by your side. Sean forced you to your knees, and you completely broke down. She wrapped you in her arms, but it didn't feel quite right. Shh, it's over. Her voice was soothing, but it didn't completely comfort you. Let's see if Cindy shows up here. So that's what happened. From my perspective, Stella, you achieved what many could not. You survived. So why do I feel like something's wrong? You built a socio-effective relationship with Jeff. He became both the monster and your savior at the same time. It's hard to detach from someone who meant so much to you. Con vulnerable to pro vulnerable. Oh, wow. With time, you'll be able to fill the void he left. It's part of the healing process. You remained silent, trying to find a place in your mind that accepted what the therapist was saying. Our time is up. Is someone coming for you? Yeah, Cindy! Cindy won't take long. It turns out she was taken to the hospital in time. She was the first person you saw when you recovered. Oh, I see. You two are still in contact. We're dating! It didn't take long to understand that it was much better to go out with someone who was sane. I'm glad for you. You nodded out of simple courtesy. Ask the therapist for his card! You left the session and breathed deeply, feeling a great weight lift from your shoulders. All good? Oh, her scar! Aww. Aww. You felt her touch your shoulder and nodded with a small smile. Far from hiding the scar that the incident caused her, she wore it with pride. You walked down the street under the sunlight and in comfortable silence. You didn't know what lay ahead for you. You would never forget what happened that week. You would never forget Jeff, what he made you feel and question. But you knew for sure that it was all over. Your life had returned to normal. Normal ending. He will live in your memory. Scar looks good, has the self-esteem to rocket. Hell yeah. Yippee! We got an ending. Okay, but we gotta go back. We gotta go back and we gotta get the The true ending now. Yippee! And definitely please support Nisa. If not, play and purchase the game. She has a Patreon. You can support there. There's a Discord server for the game, you know. Even just like, you know, you could go buy the game. It is pay what you want, so you could pay like $1. I paid more than that. All right, let's see the true ending. Jeff, come here. Jeff looked at you with doubt, but obeyed. Good boy. You held his head between your hands and pulled him towards you. You grazed your lips against his ear and whispered something softly. He startled, and when he straightened up, he looked at you bewildered. You smiled at him. Stay still! You heard the police arrive for you, so you acted quickly. You put your hands on Jeff's chest and pushed him with all your might. Jeff offered no resistance, and as he fell into the void, you could see his wide eyes staring at you. You looked down from the edge of the cliff and felt someone stand beside you. Out of the corner of your eye, you knew it was Sean. It was all over. So that's what happened. The therapist looked at the floor thoughtfully. Well, definitely, the credit is yours. You managed to overcome the evil that was stalking you. You don't have to feel guilty. It was self-defense. It was you or him. Sure. How do you feel about it? Normal. As usual. As if there was always something wrong inside you. Are you still living on your own? Yes, but I moved to another apartment. So you don't live with anyone? No, it's a small apartment. Okay, from what I see, you don't feel that attached to him. That, I guess it's because you have a strong mind. Thanks. But I'd like you to keep coming back to see how you feel in your normal life. You shrug, standing up when you see that your hour is over. Okay, next month? Let it be next week. Okay. You leave the office, and seeing yourself on the busy street during the day, you feel your shoulders relax. Your life had returned to almost normal, except that you moved and changed jobs. Many would say that what you went through was hell, but for you, it was something special. You missed Jeff. And you weren't stupid enough to admit that to a therapist. You loved him, after all. His booming laugh, his long, disheveled hair, his white hands holding your face. You missed everything. So you held on to the promise that you made that day. I'll be waiting for you. You didn't explain much, and yet Jeff seemed to understand. Because he always manages to escape. So you took advantage of the convenience he enjoyed, knowing that he would survive. Weeks had passed since that had happened, but he still hadn't appeared. He was taking his time, that's for sure. But he would come back, you knew it. True ending. He's coming for you. Yippee! It's the true ending! Yippee! There you go, and I did it. I was very embarrassed. Played this game twice on stream. 3 times, technically, with the demo. But yeah, I like it a lot. Still when they go to bed. Hand grabs Stella's shoulder. What does she? Me? I did it. I did it, guys. I picked the suggestive options, and I only died a little bit inside. I only died a little bit inside. The funniest audio to lurk to when messing with oh wow. I'm proud. Thanks. Congrat. Thank. No, I do love that game a lot. I think it was really well done. I think this game is really well done. I like the art a lot. I like the story. I like that it's constantly reminding you, like, hey, this is fucked up. But also at the same time, it's reminding you as the player it's very fucked up. But it's also like, hey, you're still playing as the main character who is fucked up. And so it kind of trains you to pick the more wrong choices. So it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. Very lime. It did not lemon. You can avoid the suggestive stuff just by not clicking on it like I did the first time, but how citrus was it? Not very citrus at all. I would say barely lime. Barely a lime. A little bit of limeade. Still better romance than Twilight. I still have to watch Twilight. I've never read it. I've never watched it. I kind of want to because I really like vampires. But yeah, there you go. That was the truth. I think that was all of the endings. Did I go over all of them? Except for the ones at the beginning where you just get Jeff the killed. Yeah. If he hadn't kicked him out of the shower, he has his jeans. Leave him alone. He likes to shower with his jeans on. He's just embarrassed, okay? He's embarrassed on his habits. Disco skin Twilight, yeah. But I like it a lot. Jeff the Killer, again, I've talked about this quite a few times. This is probably like the last Jeff the Killer related stream for who knows how long, you know. Jeff the Killer is very important to me as a character because it was something that I cared about a lot when I was a kid. It was something I bonded with my very best friend over. Creepypasta, Homestuck, anime, that's what we talked about all the time. Jeff the Killer was my favorite of like all the creepypastas, and so I drew him a lot. He was a way I vented. He's a way I kind of coped with like my own emotions and whatnot. And then I found Black Rock Shooter, and you know, but I still like the Jeff is bad, Salazar's mid, and Cindy's best girl. I mean, we know Cindy's best girl. We know Cindy's best girl. I wouldn't say... I think you're cutting Jeff a little too much. You're being a little harsh on him there, you know? The 11-year-old freak in my brain is going, no. No. Come on, I can't help it. Hang on. Let me show you my ideal woman. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I shouldn't show this. I'm gonna get in trouble, aren't I? Let's pick a scene. I know exactly what scene I'm looking for. I just have to find it. Where is it? It's right here. There it is. Hang on. Yato from Noragami is mine? Ah, okay. Hang on. Sure, why not? It should be small enough. It won't get mad at me, right? Okay, hang on. I need to close the game. But also, I do have the game linked on, like, YouTube and whatnot. If you do want to play the game yourself, you should. I'm gonna throw the link in chat real quick as well. You guys should check it out. It is a very fun little thing, and then you can play it for yourself. Or at least support the developer, because Nisa did a great job. I think the art is a lot of fun. But let me close the game so that I can... Unless I can get the music off. There we go. Behold. My ideal woman. Hang on, it's not the green one. I think I'm at the wrong part. I am at the wrong part. Hang on. I backed up. I did not back up far enough. Back. Where? There it is. There it is. Green one is good? No, she's fine. Load. Not that one. Just watch, just watch, just watch. Right here. the most perfect. She's perfect. She's perfect. Oh, spoilers. She's perfect. She's just perfect. Anyway, spoilers. Show me the scene that everyone loves. Here. The purple one. People really like this scene. It probably awakens something. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, yeah. So like, kind of get just like a frame that's just like Black Rock Shooter standing there. You know what? That's actually perfect. There we go. Perfect. As you can see, white skin, blue eyes, dark hair, wears a hood, hurts people. I have a type, guys. I didn't think I had a type, and then I put the pieces together, and it was like, oh. I am joking, of course. Half. But this is obviously all fiction. And if you equate it to reality, you're weird. Unless it's with Black Rock Shooter, in which case, you know, like, hey, let me do my own thing, okay? I'm not hurting anyone. Jeff sneaks into the frame and takes off the cover. No! My Black Rock Shooter would kick his fucking ass, though. Look at her. Look at her. Just look at her doing anything. Just look at her doing. Where is it? Did they not have the scene in here where she just slaughters a bunch of children? There it is. She's standing on a pile of corpses. She offers one mercy. I love this music so much. God, she's so pretty. No mercy. I love her. But yeah, apparently my type is dark hair, blue eyes, hood, white skin. Hurts people. Also, we're looking at Peak, yeah! We're looking at Peak, obviously. Oh god, his eyes are gone. Oh, hang on. No. Main menu. Yes. His eyes vanish in the options screen. That's terrifying. He's looking at me. Hi. How's it going? Hang on. I don't know if my eyes are being tracked. Hi. How's it going over there? Good? Winks with my one eye. I noticed that last time too. Did I? I forgot. It's just episode 3 and all of them. Look. I love her. Points fingers together. Okay. But yeah, creepypasta was a big part of my childhood. And this is like, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, is it kind of cringe? Yeah, no shit. No shit, but the story's fun. The characters are fun. And it's obviously just all in good fun. And it's well put together. I like it. Picasso. And no one will take that from me. And no one will take that from me. What does easy mean? Easy mode just shows you the, like when you succeed or not. So like it shows you when the little heart pops up or if you like live or not. I just had it turned on so that I could be like, guys, look, I know what the right options are. Click, 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 click. Obviously we didn't get through every single option in the game, but I am starting to feel less than good, and it has been 5 hours. It is 3 a.m. and I should go to bed. I should sleep. I should sleep. I'm very tired and I'm starting to not feel well again. So I need to go lay down. I need to go drink some water. And I need to sleep. Yeah, it's just fun. It's like with Fortnite. Fortnite's cringe as fuck. That's not going to stop me from liking Fortnite. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for calming. I'm glad I could stream. I'm glad I didn't feel too icky. Jeff will watch over me. Oh, God, I hope so. God, I hope so. You know, I don't think I've ever had a Jeff the Killer dream, as long as I can't remember. As long as I can remember, I haven't had a Jeff the Killer dream. You judge Fortnite harder? Ugh. I like hanging out with my friends when I play Fortnite. I don't play it on my own. Turnip plays it on her own, but that's neither here nor there. Have some ginger for your stomach or something? Maybe. But yeah, as the face of Jeff the Freakers everywhere. Cringe night. It is cringe, but that's why it's great. That's why it's great. What do you mean I just murdered Peter Griffin? Guys, real quick, should I save this for a Fortnite stream next week? Guys, I'll save it. There's so much to talk about. I'll save it. I am quite tired. But yeah, this was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Again, you should please check out and support the official release of the game if you want to support it and whatnot, because Nisa did a great job. And it is a lot of fun. And the art is so much fun. Stream Ashrise, yes. Please stream Earthrise and Ash again. This stream would not have happened if not for all of you guys streaming Earthrise and getting it to 2,000 views. Thank you so much. I love the slender bit from Family Guy. But yeah, so buy Stella merch. Oh yeah, I have 6 more pieces of merch left if you want them. I have my acrylic stand, my charm, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. So way too edgy to say on stream. Yeah. Real quick, let me just raid it, Ariel. Trying to see if there's anyone I can raid. Oh. What? Is someone... Hang on. Is someone playing the Jeff the Killer escape room game? Oh my god, someone is. Never mind, they have 167 viewers, 76 viewers. I will not be doing that. No way in hell. I was like, oh my god, someone's playing it. No, we're good. I'm good. Nope. That's a couple hundred too many for me. About 160 too many for me to consider rating because I am a little guy. Wow. This Twitch partner and everything. 20,000 followers. Nope. Okay, I'll let you guys. Anyone doing Black Rock Shooter stuff? Anyone playing Black Rock Shooter? That'd be fun. The answer to that is no. Oh, someone was a couple days ago. Oh, darn. Anyway, I guess I'll let you guys go then. Is there really no one I have online that I could raid that I like wouldn't be embarrassed by? No. No AI art. None. If I see that shit, I'm sending you to the La Brea tar pits, and I will personally shove you down until I watch you sink into them. None. No nuns, none. I love the tar pit. Don't let Jeff lick my feet. Yeah, I don't want him to lick my feet. He kind of out freaked me there. Kind of out freaked me there, you know, you guys. But this was a lot of fun. I don't think Nisa's here anymore, but thank you, Nisa, so much for a wonderful game. Thank you for coming into the stream and chatting and having fun and telling me little details about the game, because it is so much fun and I do enjoy it a lot, and I'm very happy to support, and I hope there is a lot of support for your future works because I'll be checking them out. Yeah, I'm really starting to not feel well at all. I might go throw up. That is only a half joke. Jeff the freaking is wrong. Oh, right. I was talking about my dreams. Hang on. One last thing, and then I'll sleep. But, I don't think I've ever had a Jeff the Killer dream, but I've had Black Rock Shooter dreams for real. Like, Black Rock Shooter coming to me in my dreams has, like, gotten me out of super dark, like, some of the darkest, like, worst moments of my life. But Jeff the Killer never has. Black Rock Shooter would tell me, it's okay to keep living. It's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to stay alive. Jeff the Killer? Nothing. He said jack shit to me in my head. Maybe he doesn't care. He doesn't care like she cares about me. We'll just have to wait and see. I haven't had many weird dreams. I have very, very few weird dreams these days, so we'll find out in the future. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you had fun. I had a great time. Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed. And yeah, please stream Ash again and Earthrise. Thank you so much for Toucan Earthrise. We're almost at 800 on Ash again. Please go support A Day in White, and yeah, so you can support me by supporting him. He also has commissions open, so if you want to commission him for PGM or something, you can totally do that if you're a streamer. He's really great. He's really awesome. He's super duper sweet. So please support people. They're awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed. So I think that's all I have to say. Tomorrow I'll be live again. We are going to be editing Black Rock Shooter scans. I had to remember if it was Blueprints or Black Rock Shooter, but tomorrow we are going to be historianing it up, because we are going to be editing Black Rock Shooter scans, which is something else I like to do. So you're going to get to see one of my many hobbies with Black Rock Shooter, and that'll be a lot of fun. And then on Wednesday we're going to play Blueprints. So I hope to see you guys there, and if I do not, please take care, and I hope we're able to meet again under the best possible circumstances. And is Blondie going to replace me? Yes. But yeah, anyway, before I get interrupted one more time, thank you guys again and again and again and again. And remember, if you're wishing on stars, then I hope you'll wish on me. Okay, bye guys. Thank you again so much. Bye-bye. 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 Jeff, say goodbye. Jeff, be polite, say goodbye. He says bye-bye. Goodbye. Gonna lick your feet. Do you like to be bitten? Jeff, no. Jeff, you can't just ask people that. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.